Hello,
All right,
everyone.
guys.
We're back. We're back. Sorry, Courtney, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, we're excited to be back. Sorry about the little interference, but oh my gosh, Josh, you did a fantastic job, and thank you for giving everybody a blind play-by-play. That was fantastic.
The old school.
I loved the comments during that section, I have to admit.
Listening to the radio back in the day, right?
That's right.
That's
right.
Had to just listen to the announcer and picture it, right?
But we are back with two fantastic teams. We have Secret Order, who both undefeated teams, and K2OD. So, yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. And I think the players here, and I will try to update it, but we have Wu from K2OD, famous Wu, and then we also have Ryan playing Django Tarkentown for Secret Order.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Django Tarkentown versus CAD Tarkentown feature match to start here in this round.
Yeah, this is going to be so interesting.
Two great players again.
Fantastic.
Secret 2 PQ winners on their team with Ryan Conroe and Sonny D. And then on the KTOD team, we have Alex Blandon, a multi-PQ winner.
Multi-PQ
right,
winner,
Alex,
yes. I mean, such fantastic players sitting here at this table.
Absolutely, especially this last set in set 3. Alex Blandon was like the Energizer Bunny.
Oh my gosh,
with
yes.
Set 3 PQs. He just showed up to all of them. So many top 8s, multiple wins. So Alex has been so good. And his stats speak for themselves early in his SWU playing career.
Yeah, so in the other tables, we have Alex playing Han Yellow versus Sonny playing Han 2 Green. And then we have John from K2OD playing Django Tarkentown versus Mikhail Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah, okay. Yep, the Conroe brothers.
That's right.
The Conroe brothers with Sonny D. Of course, Sonny, a fan favorite. And Secret, if you haven't checked out Secret, they have their own Discord now.
Yes.
They're going to be starting some content creation.
They are. And
or have they already started?
Yes, and they have their own YouTube also.
Yeah, so Secret,
getting started up. And also I'd like to mention that they are sponsoring the Common Ninja March Madness bracket for BIATL.
Yeah, that's awesome. So if you submitted your bracket, I think you had to submit it before 8 a.m. this morning, before the tournament started. You were essentially entered a chance to win some fantastic prizes.
Yes.
In the giveaway here for the bracket challenge. I think the first place gets a carbonite box.
Yes, that's right.
Insane.
It is crazy.
That's awesome. So Secret doing some really cool stuff, and then of course KTOD. They have a YouTube channel. I'm sure everybody's familiar with KTOD's YouTube channel. They put out some amazing content. They also have a Discord as well, so you can check them out on YouTube at SWU KTOD, I believe, and then you can check them out on Patreon KTOD as well. So we're going to have the Django Tarkentown versus CAD Tarkentown match to start out here with Secret versus KTOD. Both of these teams looking to remain undefeated. After this round, we will only have 2 undefeated teams remaining.
Yes.
Before it is on to the loser bracket for a few rounds.
And the current undefeated teams are Secret Order, K2OD, Bothan Network White, and McClunky Gaming 1.
Yep. So look at that, the big teams.
Yeah, I mean,
right now you've got
showing off,
McClunky, Bothan Network, KTOD, and Secret undefeated. So that is fantastic stuff. Going to be a real showdown here to the end.
Absolutely.
Now, if the initiative token is not fooling us, Ryan should be starting with the initiative, which I think, if you're CAD, you're fine not having the initiative, right? Because it's similar to what we talked about earlier with Quinlan. With CAD, you can throw out, if you don't have the initiative, you can throw out an Underworld unit on turn 1, ping your opponent's turn 1 play, and then you could Tarkentown it right off the board.
Yeah.
So that is certainly an option. So CAD does not struggle necessarily at all if going second. But we'll see what happens. It does look like Ryan is starting with the initiative, and he will start with the Smuggler.
Oh, yeah.
The 2-1 for 1. Deals 1 damage to each base, and then look at this. Here comes the Crafty Smuggler. Cad Bane triggered ability. I think it's the Gunslinger, not the Smuggler. The Relentless Gunslinger. Yep, the Relentless Gunslinger. Taken out by the Cad Bane triggered ability. And now we're going to see ISB Agent coming in. And event revealed. And the shield token defeated. 1 damage dealt to Crafty Smuggler. So Wu was able to gain the initiative here going into turn 2 with the double 1-drop opening for Ryan. Both players having the Tarkentown rare base, and we're going to see Crafty Smuggler trading some damage with ISB Agent here. 2 damage to the ISB Agent, 1 damage to Crafty Smuggler. Now, of course, Tarkentown an option for both of these units, but at this point of the game, you want to save that Tarkentown, and we're going to see a trade.
I think that's the strategy here. Honestly, I haven't played this matchup very much, but I have played some Jenga.
So Ryan deciding to take the trade, ISB Agent for Crafty Smuggler. Now, this is a matchup last set. If we go back to set 3 meta, CAD was so bad against Django Tarkentown. Like, it was potentially up to a 3-1 in favor of Django.
Right.
So it certainly is better now because a lot of the Django decks, the big thing here is a lot of these Django decks are not running the Lurking TIE Phantom anymore.
That's right, absolutely.
And the Lurking TIE Phantom just completely shut down CAD's ability.
Right.
So without Lurking being there, it definitely opens up the door a little bit for CAD.
Sure.
So we're going to see the players copy each other here on turn 3. We see Boba Fett coming down for both, but Wu getting the additional ability, the Cad Bane triggered ability, dealing 1 damage to Ryan's Boba Fett. Still 4 HP remaining, so Tarkentown not quite able to finish off that Boba Fett. So both players still have Tarkentown online. And it's interesting here with the initiative, and now with both players having Boba, you're going to have to play like this cat and mouse game.
Oh, right, exactly.
Because if you exhaust yours first, you're just opening yours up to being defeated.
Yes.
And the other Boba would stay on the board, right? Because the on attack ability, I think it says if the defender is exhausted and it didn't interplay this phase.
Right.
Boba is able to deal 3 damage on attack, so 6 damage total between on attack and the 3 power.
We see Django flip.
All right. I do like Django coming out as the first action. Of course,
I think that's smart as well.
This opens up some options for Ryan. Now one thing that Ryan does have to keep in mind here is that Boba can deal that extra damage to Django as well. So Ryan certainly has to keep that in mind. If Django exhausts here, Boba can deal that 3 on attack. So we see IG 2000 coming out, 1 damage to Boba Fett, 1 damage to Django, and the Cad Bane triggered ability, that's going to be another damage to Ryan's Boba Fett.
Right.
So just 2 HP remaining on Boba. He is in danger of being Tarkentowned off the board, but we still, of course, Wu having his own Boba could take Ryan's off, and now with that 1 damage on Django, you cannot exhaust Django here.
Right.
Because Wu's Boba could just attack and defeat Django, so you can't have that here. So we're going to see Wu take out Ryan's Boba with Boba. And now we'll see, does Ryan go for the board control approach? Does he take out Boba Fett here with Django, or does he make an aggressive play? Yeah. Oh, look at this. We're going to see Sneak Attack. All right, Sneak Attack, War Juggernaut. Everything gets a damage.
Wow. You get a damage. You get a damage.
Oh, and he's got the electromagnetic pulse, though.
Nice, yes. We've seen that come through.
We've seen it, yes. So it deals 2 damage to a droid or a vehicle unit, and it exhausts it. So now, not only is War Juggernaut not going to attack, it's going to be defeated at the end of the phase because it was brought in by Sneak Attack.
Right.
So that is a huge play for Wu, saving quite a bit of damage. Now we do see the Tarkentown play, taking out the IG-2000, but that electromagnetic pulse was super important in that situation. So WU with the initiative. And it looks like he's just going to put some damage on Django here.
Interesting.
So Boba off the board. No units left on the table for WU. We've got 3 HP remaining on Django. Now this is the CAD flip turn.
Yes, and he's got all his resources.
Yep, still has resources. CAD can come out.
Hot shot blaster?
All right, hot shot blaster smuggled in. Django's going to get in for 5 +2 power and attacking here. 9 damage on WU's base. And it looks like WU is going to play Bazine Natal.
Bazine. Interesting. Yeah.
First time we've seen Bazine today on stream. So we see War Juggernaut, Elite P-38 Starfighter, and Boba.
Right.
Now he can play one of those 3-cost units this turn, but of course the War Juggernaut, a huge threat.
Yes.
So in my mind, it's probably either discard War Juggernaut or nothing.
That's what I would think.
Right.
Absolutely.
So he is going to discard War Juggernaut. Ryan will be able to draw a card. And now we're going to see a second Boba Fett from Ryan here in this game. Cad Bane deployed. Now Cad attacks for 4, so Cad Bane could take out Django and stay on the board. So let's see what WU has in mind here, what line he takes. Oh, look at this. Relentless Pursuit.
Nice.
Capturing Boba Fett.
Yes.
Cad gets a shield, and he's going to take out Django and not take any damage.
Right.
That is a
phenomenal play.
Phenomenal. Absolutely.
Yes.
Spot on. That is such a good play. So Cad Bane clearing the board and still has all HP. All 8 HP. That is so good. So we have seen 2 cards that have really been impactful. The Electromagnetic Pulse and Relentless Pursuit.
Yep.
Very impactful here in Game 1. IG 2000 coming out. Bazine and Cad Bane taking a damage. Django will exhaust Cad. Bazine getting in for 1. Just the second damage to Ryan's base so far in Game 1. Okay, look at this. Boba played as a unit here.
Interesting.
Yeah, Boba coming out, the new
shield.
5-4 for 5 with a shield token in the ground arena. And Waylay is going to bounce Boba right back to hand. And there is the Tarkin Town after that Cad ability.
Ryan
dealing the damage.
Yep.
So both players have used Tarkin Town. IG 2000 defeated. So, Courtney, you said this Cad, you haven't seen this particular matchup a lot.
I have not, no.
Did you guys do a lot of testing with Cad? Was there any Cad testing going on?
There was definitely some.
Okay.
I wouldn't say a lot.
Well, you have to know if WU is playing Cad.
There's something
there. There is absolutely something there.
You read my mind.
P-38 Starfighter coming in for Ryan. 1 damage to Cad Bane. Django once again exhausting Cad. Oh, and look at this. Another Relentless Pursuit. Cad will capture the Elite P-38 Starfighter and get another shield token. Ryan following that up with another space unit. 7th Fleet Defender. And now Boba Fett coming back out. Cad Bane trigger. Dealing some damage. Taking the shield token off of the 7th Fleet Defender. And now WU putting on some big pressure in the ground arena. Showing a possible 10 damage between his 3 units. Django, of course, has already been out for Ryan and defeated. What does he have to kind of put some pressure on here? Here we go. All right, 6 damage. to Wu's base, bringing the total up to 15. And the one thing about these Django decks is they can bring big damage out of nowhere.
Right, absolutely.
So Boba getting in for 5. Big swing for Wu here. And the important thing to note is both of these big threats in the ground arena for Wu, they have a shield token. So right now it's going to be very tough
to tap them,
to exhaust them with Django's ability. First Order Stormtrooper coming out for Ryan. And Wu is going to be aggressive. That is 4 damage with Cad Bane. 9 damage dealt to Ryan's base already here in this round. One card, it looks like, left in Ryan's hand. You would love for it to be a triple dark raid, but it is not a triple dark raid. It is a daring raid, and daring raid just going to put some extra pressure on Wu's base. 2 more damage. That's 17 damage on. So Ryan will now be top decking, and really what he needs to find is something like a triple dark raid to try and bring some damage. He needs to bring some damage out of nowhere. Boss coming in for Wu, ambushing and defeating the Stormtrooper. And then 2 damage from the CAD triggered ability, taking out 7th Fleet Defender. So Ryan's board is wiped. He needs to be able to bring some damage out of nowhere here because Wu completely has control of the board in the ground arena. And with these 4 units, he is showing Fatal on board. What did Ryan find off the top? He didn't find anything that's going to help, it looks like. He showed the Daring Raid and ISB Agent. It almost looked like he was setting the cards down there saying, you've got it, but he picked them back up. And that is going to do it. So Ryan is going to scoop it up. Wu taking game 1 here in this match.
So I believe we have to add 2 minutes here to the timer they were just telling me because of the deck checks.
Okay.
So,
all right, so a couple extra minutes.
Yeah. If they need it, we will. Let's see if we can add it. Here we go.
Can I get those stack lists back?
So what a great first game here. Wu with Cad Tarkentown bringing the heat. Fell behind early in terms of the race, but I tell you, he turned the corner. Some big plays with the electromagnetic pulse. That card is so good against War Juggernaut. Just being able to exhaust him for 1 resource is huge. And then the Relentless Pursuit, also a fantastic card, especially paired up with Cad Bane, a bounty hunter. He gets to capture a unit as well as getting the shield token, which is extremely important against Django because it kind of just protects Cad from being exhausted. Now, Courtney right now doing some groundwork. She's finding out some of the updates from the other 2 matches going on right now.
Yes,
so
I have some updates.
Okay.
All right, so we have Alex Blandon took game 1 over Sunny. So Han Yellow, the winner there. And, of course, Wu we have winning. And then we also have Michael on Quinlan Tarkentown.
Okay, so Michael won game 1?
Okay. Django Tarkentown, yes.
So right now, the advantage is on KTOD's side. Right.
Yes.
KTOD taking 2 of the game 1s. Sekrit just taking 1.
Yes.
So the pressure on here in this particular matchup. Really cool to see how much Cad has improved in this particular matchup.
Oh, for sure.
Because this matchup was just so bad for Cad. Now, I would assume that if obviously Django, I think, in the minds of a lot of the community is probably the deck to beat right now. I don't think
as of right now for set 4 it feels that way. Absolutely.
I mean, I think at least going into the set 4 meta, I think that Django, it's the deck that really seems like the one to beat. It's the one that everybody's gunning for.
Yes.
And if, you know, you see something like
CAD
really coming back into the meta.
Yes.
And start to, because there was a time in set 3 meta where CAD really had some momentum.
It did, absolutely.
And you absolutely had to respect CAD. So if CAD starts to show up a good bit and starts having good numbers, good finishes, and puts up some good results, you may see the Django decks, you may have to pivot back to the Lurking TIE Phantom.
Yes.
You know, because again, that was the card that really just shuts CAD down.
Right.
And a lot of these Django lists have moved away from the Lurking TIE Phantom, at least here early in set 4 meta. So definitely some very important cards picked up for CAD in this particular matchup. He also got some more space units that he can play that are Underworld, right? You've got the contracted Jumpmaster. That's a 2/4 Sentinel. That's Underworld. You've got IG 2000. Right, which is Underworld. Plus, you're dealing damage. So with IG, you're going to essentially come in and deal 2 damage to something between the when played and CAD trigger. And then if he's flipped, we're talking about 3 damage to a unit potentially. So I mean, he really picked up some nice tools, and you know, we saw some people in chat talking about it a little bit. The EMP, the electromagnetic pulse, is going to be big, I think, right now in this meta. Especially with
seen it today.
with Django being so big and War Juggernaut coming into play, being able to hit consistently for 6 or more, I think the pulse is just critical right now in this meta. So on to game 2. Once again, we will have Ryan starting with the initiative. Looks like Wu going for a quick mulligan here.
Right.
I think Ryan is probably...
He's debating.
Yeah, he's debating whether he wants to keep this hand or not, because, you know, he knows the pressure's on, right? Absolutely. I mean, this is a must-win spot for him in this particular match with Wu. And, of course, with his team kind of having their back against the wall.
Did he just give initiative?
Maybe he's wanting... Oh, no, he does want to start with initiative.
Okay, all right.
Wasn't sure, because, I mean, there always is that option. You know, maybe you want CAD to go first, so that you avoid the early ping. I'm assuming, you know, that could be a thought process for sure.
I'll tell you what, I was actually really interested today to see what Alex Blandon was going to be playing. Whether he was going to stick with Han Yellow. I know he's played a lot of Django, so we saw him today going with Han Yellow. So I'm hoping we get to sneak a peek at that. I would love to see how that's playing out.
Definitely. Now, Courtney, do you feel like there's any key cards for Django here that would help? Because it seemed like, you know, the Relentless Pursuits, the EMP there in the first game was just backbreaking. Right.
We see the ISB agent again here. Yeah. Did we... Yes. Cad Bane was playing Bazine, right?
Yes.
Yes, Bazine. Yep. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we saw Bazine in the first game. Wu playing Bazine again in the second game. And it appears, right, that Wu is trying to make Ryan miss on turn 2 because he discarded the turn 2 play, the 7th Fleet Defender.
Yes.
Now, Ryan did get to draw a card. And Ryan does put some more pressure in the ground arena, playing the Reckless Gunslinger, so 1 damage to each base. Wu has the initiative. The Reckless Gunslinger just a 2/1, so it's very apt to being defeated to that Bazine, and there it is. Bazine taking out the Gunslinger.
Yep, there you go. Did we see the triple dark raid last round? I may have stepped out and missed that, but
no, I don't think we did. No,
so
I don't think he drew.
Here.
Yeah, I think that would have been important. Like if you would have found a triple dark raid off the top there, certainly could have potentially changed things in that last turn. So 1 to base for ISB Agent. You know, that is a big part in Django, right? I mean, a lot of the success for Django comes on drawing triple dark raid.
Yes.
I think now with the tools that Django picked up, it's not as important as it was last set, but obviously triple dark raid's still, you know,
it's a big,
one of, if not the best card in your deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So we see the Mist Hunter coming into play, this Prestige Mist Hunter. And Reckless Gunslinger, another one coming in for Ryan. This one is smuggled into play. 1 damage to each base. Wu, once again, will have the initiative. And that Mist Hunter, I mean, that could potentially serve as some card advantage for Wu. Mist Hunter, another new space unit coming out of Jump to Light Speed, a 3/4 for 3 on attack. If you played a Bounty Hunter card this phase, you get to draw a card. So Wu could absolutely take advantage of that. So the Gunslinger and Bazine both defeated. And here comes 1000. Dealing that damage to Mist Hunter. Django exhausting. We have a full Prestige Space Arena currently. Wu holding on to 4 ready resources, and it looks like he was also holding on to IG 2000. But it could be a card that he's thinking he may need to save. I'm not sure. He could play his own IG 2000 here if he has it in hand. Take out ISB Agent, deal 1 damage to Ryan's IG 2000, and then Tarkentown it off the board.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So Wu does have the option, if he has IG 2000 in play, or in hand. Oh, no, it's McClunky here. Maybe he doesn't have the IG in hand. Maybe I saw something else. So returning the Mist Hunter, 3 damage to the IG 2000, and then the CAD triggered ability, that 1 damage going to ISB Agent. So ISB Agent defeated. And now we are going to see Boba being played. And Tarkentown will finish off Ryan's IG 2000. So one way or the other, Wu was able to take out Ryan's board. And with Boba, maybe the thought process here is that is a potential way to help answer Django. Right? Because if he just plays his IG 2000, he still clears the board. He has still used Tarkentown, but IG 2000 on its own is not presenting any threat to Django, right? Once Django's deployed. So I like this line. He still takes out the board, and now he has something that can contend in the ground arena. So Ryan with the initiative. No units in play. We're on the Django flip turn. And just as in game one, just as in game one, first action for Ryan, flipping Django right away, and Wu not wasting any time. I think that's exactly what he was wanting to do. Boba in the ground arena, contend with Django, be able to at least put on 3 damage, which we see here. So Django getting in for 3. We've got 6 damage on Wu's base, and now we see the IG 2000, and that is going to be 2 total damage to Django between IG's ability and the CAD triggered ability.
Django's still with this Tarkentown up, so we've got...
Yeah, Django could protect... Ryan could protect Django with Tarkentown, taking out the Boba. And here comes Sneak Attack. Now keep in mind,
yeah.
there's one open resource
That's
for
right,
Wu.
That's right.
Does he have the electromagnetic pulse here? So 2 damage to Boba, 2 damage to Wu's base. Because, I mean, Ruthless Raider could take out IG. I mean, you could be aggressive, but you could also take out IG. So I don't think the EMP is bad in this spot, right? It saves 4 damage or saves your IG, but he doesn't either doesn't have it or chooses not to play it. And we are going to be aggressive here. So 4 damage to base on attack with Ruthless Raider, and then another 2 when defeated, 2 damage to IG. And now Tarkentown could be set up for Ryan to take out that IG 2000. So Wu has the initiative this turn. And at this point, it feels like Ryan is in a little bit better of a spot. He's dealt 14 damage to base, and with CAD being deployed first, we could see some more damage to base right away. Django showing at least 3 damage here. And I would assume that Ryan wants to get this damage in because CAD could just attack and defeat Django. Oh, and look at this. Elite P-38 Starfighter. 1 damage to CAD. CAD exhausted, so he doesn't have to attack with Django just yet. But, oh, there's Bossk.
Yeah.
Bossk ambushing and defeating Django, so Ryan does miss out on 3 damage there. And we'll see that 3 damage. That 3 damage can be important.
Tarkentown. There we are.
Yep, Tarkentown taking out the IG 2000. Oh, no, excuse me. I believe he attacked the IG 2000, right?
No,
what did
he put damage on Bossk.
Okay, I see. The damage went to Bossk. He Tarkentown. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
And then the 7th Fleet Defender comes out.
Yep.
Wu desperately trying to stabilize here. Look at this. Oh, he's going to hit the War Juggernaut.
And again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bazine taking out War Juggernaut once again. Now, what does Ryan... Did he just draw another War Juggernaut?
I think he did.
He drew another War Juggernaut. That's insane.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Now, of course, with Django not on the board, it doesn't just exhaust both units. But it can... Well, I mean, it can take out Bossk.
Right.
It can take out Bossk and exhaust CAD. So, if that is a War Juggernaut, he's still in a good spot.
Yes. I believe it is.
That is crazy. And you saw him the way he was drawing. He was drawing slow. He was believing in the heart of the cards, and it was there.
So right.
3 damage, 7th Fleet Defender coming through. That's 17 damage on Wu's base. Bossk going in for 4. And I'm almost wondering because he could have, if he had the War Juggernaut there, he could have played him right away, taking out Bossk, making sure he doesn't deal the damage. I'm wondering if he's almost like he just doesn't want to show that he has it right now.
Right. I don't think he is. Or,
you know what I mean?
Right.
So Elite P-38 Starfighter coming back down. 1 damage to CAD. CAD exhausted with Django. And now the Relentless Pursuit capturing. Wow.
Nice.
That's big.
That is huge.
Capturing the P-38 Starfighter, and then the CAD trigger taking out 7th Fleet Defender.
Wiping the board. Yep.
Once again, at this late stage, Wu able to clean up Ryan's board.
We do see CAD here dominating on Django, it feels like a little bit.
Definitely some. Now we've got to play the War Juggernaut. Yeah, we've got to play it now.
Right.
That's going to defeat Bossk.
Yes.
Shield token taken off of CAD, and Bazine will get exhausted by the Django ability. But Wu still has a lot of resources to work with.
I was going to say, Ryan set that up that way on purpose, playing that other one so he would capture.
Right.
Versus the Juggernaut, absolutely.
Right. Yeah, didn't want Juggernaut captured. I think it was great to hold off. And now we're going to see Hot Shot Blaster coming in onto Cad Bane. That's 6 damage going into Ryan's base. 12 damage on. Now, War Juggernaut would be +2 power. Ryan has claimed. Oh, and look at this. He's going to ambush. Plus Cad, plus the EMP, the electromagnetic impulse, taking out Juggernaut, and this is real trouble now for Ryan. Wu once again able to completely wipe the board. We still have not seen triple Dark Raid.
I know, that is crazy in 2 games.
Ryan desperately needs a triple Dark Raid here. Because if you could Dark Raid and you could find, at least like a Ruthless Raider, you could tap down the CAD, deal 2 to base, you're threatening another 4.
It's possible he has one more War Juggernaut.
Okay, have another one.
Right.
Oh, he's Ruthless Raider from hand. Okay. So CAD will be exhausted. 2 to base, that's 19 damage on. But I believe Wu is holding on to the Jump Master.
Oh, okay.
I think he has a Space Sentinel. It appeared that way. So he has a way to protect.
Does he have 2 cards in hand?
I think both players are holding on to, it looks like 2 cards. This is a really close game 2. So far, through these first 2 games, we have yet to see Ryan play triple Dark Raid.
Part of the cards, right?
Yeah.
It happens.
He needs it. Bazine dealing 1. Daring Raid to base. Okay.
Wow.
So this means Ruthless Raider is showing fatal. That's 21 damage on Wu's base. Does he have that Space Sentinel? Yes, he does. Okay. Contracted Jump Master and Forlom. So Wu is just going to push presence on the board. And we'll see what Ryan finds here. Was it the Devastator? I think he showed Devastator. I think it was the Prestige Devastator. That would finish the game. What a fantastic game. Ryan takes it and ties it up with Wu. We are going to a deciding game 3 between 2 fantastic players. So Ryan taking game 2. But as we mentioned, still no triple Dark Raid. Right. When are the triple Dark Raids going to come? He is running them in his deck, right?
Absolutely. I'm going to check on the other tables real quick and see which one we can get to you.
All right, so Courtney doing some more groundwork. She's going to bring us some reports from the other 2 matches. But this is great. This team event has been fantastic, and it has been so cool to be able to jump into the other matches so that we're not missing action when one of the games conclude. The Bothan Invitational off to a great start. We had some hiccups on stream. We're back with you. So, Courtney, it looks like we got a question in chat. What decks are in this matchup? Like what decks the teams are on here?
So Alex is playing Han Yellow. Wu is playing, as we see, Cad Bane. John is playing Django Tarkentown. On Secret Order, Ryan is playing Django Tarkentown, Michael Quinlan Tarkentown, and Sunny Han 2 Green.
Okay. So I believe it's the matchups Django Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown, Django Tarkentown versus Cad Tarkentown, and then Han Green versus Han Yellow.
Yes.
That's the matchups for this particular match between Secret Order and KTOD. Lots of Tarkentown.
Yes, lots of Tarkentown.
4 of the 6 decks represented among these two teams, featuring Tarkentown.
John and Michael, the Django and Quinlan deck, I believe, are just started game 3.
Okay. Now, do we know how game 2 went with the Han matchup?
We don't.
I know Alex took game 1.
Right.
So he was in a spot to potentially give his team a victory.
Right.
But John evening things out with Michael going to game 3. We've got a game 3 here between Django and Cad. And once again, we see ISB agent for Ryan. And Wu opting to give Ryan the initiative for game 3. And Crafty Smuggler coming out. Cad trigger. 1 damage to ISB agent. And Wu is just going to claim the initiative following the First Order Stormtrooper. Ryan has consistently played multiple 1-drops in this match.
Right, he has.
Going for that aggressive start. Now, Crafty Smuggler for Wu is going to help clean up this ground arena, taking out ISB agent, shield token defeated. And now the play back over to Ryan. He is going to play Boba Fett. Are we going to see Boba on Boba once again? We saw that in game 1. Both players playing Boba Fett on turn 2. And Boba has proved to be very important for Wu in this match in allowing him to answer Django once deployed. And we are going to see McClunky here bouncing Crafty Smuggler. 3 damage dealt to Boba. That's a big play. 2 damage to base with First Order Stormtrooper, and Tarkentown is going to clear out Boba Fett. And now Wu can replay Crafty Smuggler. No, he's going to play Bazine here. And what does he find? He finds IG-2000 and the War Juggernaut. So Wu trying to take out the big turn 3 play. He discards IG-2000. Now here's the first triple dark raid of the match. Let's see what Ryan can find in the top 7 cards of his deck. And he finds Ruthless Raider. Certainly a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bazine defeated. 2 damage to Wu's base. That's 5 damage on. And now Ruthless Raider threatening some more damage here. Let's see how Wu responds. Just plays Boba in the ground arena. And Ruthless Raider will get in for 4, 9 damage in total now on Wu's base. Now there's good news and bad news for Wu. The good news is Ryan has no board now.
Right.
The bad news is Django's going to be deploying, and you know that he's holding on to Ruthless Raider.
Right.
So we know that Ruthless is coming back out at some point. Wu will start this turn with the initiative. And we also know, unless he resourced it, Ryan had War Juggernaut in hand.
That's right.
So now we know he could potentially have War Juggernaut plus Ruthless Raider.
Oh, no, I believe I saw a sneak attack in there.
And does he have a sneak attack? That would be big. Now, of course, you have to be careful with the sneak attack, because we've seen that electromagnetic pulse just seem to blow out that play, especially when it's War Juggernaut. It doesn't feel as bad if you get hit by the electromagnetic pulse if it's Ruthless Raider.
Right.
Because you know I'm still going to get the additional when defeated ability, right? I'm still going to deal 2 more damage to base. I'm still going to potentially defeat a unit with 2 more damage. So, but with War Juggernaut, it feels bad.
Yeah.
It feels really bad to sneak attack the War Juggernaut in just to have him exhausted. Well, let's see how Wu starts the round. So Wu is going to start by attacking Ryan's base. 3 damage. First damage dealt to Ryan's base here in game 3. And once again, Ryan has been consistent.
He has been consistent. I believe he thinks this, or knows this is a play line here for Django.
First action on Ryan's flip turn. Django is deployed. Now we do see Forlom coming in. That's 5 quick damage to Django between the ambush and Cad Bane triggered ability. Django getting in for 3. And here comes the IG-2000. That's going to be a big play. It defeats Forlom. It deals the damage to Boba. And now Daring Raid. Oh, wow. Daring Raid is going to deal the other 2 damage to put Boba in Tarkentown range. Tarkentown takes out Boba. Ryan has wiped Wu's board. What a line and a chain of cards there for Ryan. Wu will deploy Cad right away, but right now, Wu is certainly behind.
So we do have an update. It looks like McClunky Gaming, Team 1, has beat Bothan Network White.
Oh, all right.
Knocking Bothan Network out of the team
all right,
3v3 events.
So Bothan Network White
yes.
will have to come back up through the losers bracket.
Yes.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were talking last night, and Bothan Network White was the most picked team to win in the bracket predictions submitted online. So Bothan Network White will certainly have their work cut out for them now.
They will, absolutely.
Because they're going to have to go through the losers bracket to get back for a chance to win in the end. So we're going to see Ruthless Raider, 2 damage to Cad Bane. Cad exhausted. 2 more damage to Wu's base. And this is trouble for Wu right now. He's staring at another 6 damage between Django and IG-2000. What does he have? Now here's a start.
Yeah.
He's going to capture Ruthless Raider.
Interesting,
Give him a shield. Now that is interesting. So 3 damage with Django.
15.
But it does mean, he had
Sentinel.
The Jump Master. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that IG didn't attack first there. But maybe, I don't know, it's tough. It's 3 damage either way. But with Wu capturing the Ruthless Raider, if Django attacks first.
Right.
Or excuse me, the IG attacks first. That's another 3 damage.
Yes, that's true.
So very interesting here. We've got 17 damage on base. The contracted Jump Master certainly going to slow things down in the space arena. The CAD triggered ability because the Jump Master is an underworld unit. 2 damage to IG-2000. And let's see. Does he have a big explosive play? He does not, but 3 damage for Ryan. 20 damage on now.
I believe he does have a War Juggernaut in hand.
Okay. So the contracted Jump Master taking out IG.
Yeah.
Oh, now here comes the Raider. Oh, this is big. Jump Master defeated. 2 damage to base.
Wow.
3 HP remaining for Wu. Wu certainly with his back against the wall here. Cad Bane capturing Ruthless Raider. And with the CAD ability, right?
Yes,
the CAD triggered ability taking out Django and CAD attacking for 4. But this is close.
This is very close.
This is close. You know, he stabilized the board, but we know that instantly you can
Devastator.
reset the board, and it's Devastator.
Again for the
Devastator once again.
Wow.
Back-to-back games, Devastator finishes it off. Ryan Conroe,
wins.
after down one game, his back against the wall, comes back to take the match against Wu on Cad Tarkentown.
Yes.
Wow.
That was phenomenal.
That was phenomenal. Both players played extremely well. And we did see it here. You've seen it here that Cad is much better into Django than he was.
Absolutely.
Right? It is a much better matchup. It was really bad for Cad last set, but it's a very interesting matchup now, and it's quite close, it appears.
Let's see if we can get one of the final games here from the other two tables. I will check real quick.
All right, so yep, Courtney's going to check, see what we've got going on the other tables, so we can get you hopefully the conclusion to this particular match between these two teams. So Django Tarkentown taking down Cad. Sekrit with the win there. And it looks like one of the other matches, or one of the other games in this match may be concluded as well. So just waiting on report. But my goodness, what a fantastic game. Great back and forth action. And we were seeing how strong the new Devastator is, just being able to come in and deal 4 damage. So good. Finishing off the game in games 2 and 3. And we have seen some great matches so far. We're now 4 rounds in to the very first Star Wars Unlimited team event. And it has been so much fun to be a part of.
All right, we have an update.
Oh, we got an update.
Yes.
We've got it. All right, Courtney's back. What's our update?
All the games have now concluded on the table. So they all concluded exactly the same time, it appears. So obviously we have Ryan 2-1. And then we had Michael 2-0'd John on Quinlan. And then we had Han Yellow 2-0, Han 2 Green, Sunny.
Okay. So, Sekrit.
Yes,
Order.
Sekrit.
Victorious. Taking down...
K2OD.
K2OD, I mean, that is a fantastic team, right? I mean,
they
you got
all are
Alex.
fantastic.
Yeah, they're all fantastic. But Alex Blandon, I mean, what,
Yeah.
at least 3 PQs, I believe?
Right.
I mean, so that team, both teams certainly stacked, but, I mean, that's a big feat. That is a huge win for Sekrit. All right, so we are going to take a very short break, and then we're going to come back to you with the final 2 undefeated teams to see who is going to be on top of the winner's bracket. We're going to have Sekrit Order versus McClunky Gaming, team number 1 for McClunky Gaming, coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. We've got more action from Bothan Invitational. Hello everyone, we are back with the live stream from the Atlanta Bothan Invitational. Round 5, these are our last 2 undefeated teams. So, who is going to remain undefeated? We've got McClunky Gaming, team number 1. McClunky Gaming 1 versus Sekrit Order. We have seen Sekrit here on stream the last 2 rounds. They first knocked out Bothan Network Black, and now they have knocked down KTOD into the losers bracket. And here at the feature table, we are going to have Django Tarkentown once again. We've got Ryan back at the feature table.
Ryan's getting some love today, isn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's going to have a lot of his own game
I mean, that's
and
priceless,
film
though.
to go back and watch and see what improvements or different things he wants to try. So he's going to have a lot of film to go back and study. And then we've got Zach on the right piloting Cad Green. And Zach...
This is interesting. We haven't seen a Cad Green yet.
We haven't seen Cad Green, and Zach is very true to Cad Green. He was championing this deck back last set during the PQ season, and he won a PQ with this deck. And it's the only person in the world that has won a PQ with Cad Green.
I forgot about that.
So yeah, Zach has done a fantastic job with this game. I had the pleasure of casting that particular tournament. I think it was Red Seal Gaming, the planetary qualifier that Zach was able to win in an all McClunky Gaming finals. So 2 fantastic players, 2 planetary qualifier winners. It looks as though Ryan will start with the initiative. Cad Green, Django Tarkentown. Now, again, we talked a little bit about Lurking TIE Phantom and how important the Lurking TIE Phantom is to shutting down Cad. And we know that Ryan is not running the Lurking TIE Phantom, so it certainly helps Cad. Now, Cad Green, at least if we go back to the list that Zach was running last set, did not run a lot of space units. In fact, I think he was only running the Cartel Spacer.
Okay.
So I think now he has, there are some options.
Right.
I think with the Contracted Jumpmaster probably being the important one here.
Yes.
Because he's gotten a Sentinel Underworld unit for the space arena,
right?
Which is certainly important. So there are some new tools that I believe we are going to find Zach playing with here in this particular deck. And now we are good to go. The players making their resourcing decisions. One of these teams will remain undefeated and will have a bye for the next 3 rounds while they wait for the loser bracket to play out.
Yes.
And then whoever comes out on top at the end of the losers bracket will face off against the winner here. Now, we do want to share with you the losers bracket. So if you're not able to see this online, so of course...
unfortunately, I don't think you can see this online.
I don't think you can.
We didn't do the losers bracket on...
You want to share with them, Courtney?
Yeah, absolutely. So in round 5 on the losers bracket right now, we currently have KTOD versus Bothan Network Black, Bothan Network White versus Idea Squad, Bothan Network Red versus Team Huntsville, and Bothan Network Purple versus McClunky 3. So there's a chance Bothan Network moves up. There's a chance. We got one in.
What I'm hearing is a lot of Bothan Network.
But there's also a chance they all get knocked out.
Right, that is true, right. None of them are playing each other.
Yes.
So there's a chance they all could advance, or they all could be eliminated. So we'll see what happens. But a lot of Bothan, and then you've got Team Huntsville and
of course,
Idea
K2OD,
Squad,
KTOD
KTOD in there.
They could all move back up. So
absolutely.
It's anybody's game still.
So with our game here on stream, we see a Bazine Natal coming out for Zach, discarding the IG 2000.
I think the Bazine is great here. You get to see the player's hand. You know what they're setting up.
Right.
And you can take a card if you want. You know, it's fantastic.
Absolutely. So 7th Fleet Defender coming out for Ryan. And I can confirm that Again, this CAD green list, it is very light in the Space Arena.
You can?
It is.
Okay, yeah.
It is very light in the Space Arena, but again, he did pick up the contracted Jump Master, which certainly helps.
Right.
You know, it will help because, you know, Django's going to put some big ships
I forget
in the Space Arena, no doubt about it.
I forget what that one costs. Do you recall?
It costs
Context?
3.
3? Okay.
Yep. It's a 3. It costs 3. It's a 2/4
Perfect.
with Sentinel.
Okay.
And it is an Underworld, which obviously helps with CAD.
Yeah, I clearly need to be practicing against some more CAD here. I think CAD's gonna
Yeah,
take
I mean,
off after today.
I don't
bit.
think people have been, you know, probably not been super high on CAD.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, no.
I think it's maybe kind of flying under the radar just a little bit right now.
Right.
So Super Laser Technician coming out. 3 damage to Zach's base with the 7th Fleet Defender. And it's another 7th Fleet Defender. And this is exactly what Ryan wants to do.
Right.
He needs to just play space unit after space unit after space unit.
Absolutely.
Because that is where this CAD deck is weak. It is super strong in the ground arena.
Yes.
Has so many ambush options in the ground arena. It can clear up the ground arena relatively quickly and efficiently.
Right.
So if Ryan can stay in the space arena, it would certainly help. Now here's a card that we haven't seen yet.
Right.
Sidon Ethano. He's a 2/2 that can be played in the ground arena, but you can play him as an upgrade on an enemy unit that doesn't have a pilot, and it gives him -2/-2. So the 7th Fleet Defender defeated, and the other one losing its shield token.
Yeah. Is this CAD deck? I wonder if I haven't seen the deck list. If he's playing OB, overwhelming.
I think so.
Yes,
I think
okay.
so. I know
I would
he
think you would
was.
have to, right?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I think he was running just 2 copies back
I got you.
last set. You know, in the PQ run.
That makes sense.
7th Fleet Defender getting in for another 3. And here's the P-38 Starfighter dealing a damage to Bazine. Ryan not wanting to give that extra resource.
Right.
And that's important because if Super Laser Technician gets defeated here, you would see Zach go up to 6 total resources, which means he could deploy CAD. And there's the Jump Master. So now the contracted Jump Master does present a little bit of a hurdle.
Right. And we've seen Django isn't running much Saboteur, if any.
Oh, look at this.
Right?
Daring
Or-
Raid.
yeah,
No, you're
interesting.
right. Yeah, not running much Saboteur. I mean, unless they're running... I haven't really seen it much in Django lists. We saw it a little bit early in set 3, the breaking in.
Right.
Yeah, we saw breaking in gives
Yeah.
+2 power in Saboteur. We haven't been seeing that a lot lately. It's mainly just the surprise strikes.
Right. Using his Tarkentown there, though, to clear the Sentinel.
Daring Raid plus Tarkentown, that's great because it takes out the Sentinel unit and it makes sure that he doesn't have to lose any of his space units in the process.
Right.
So we're going on to turn 5, the 6-resource turn. Cad Bane can be deployed here, and as some of us may have expected, it is space versus ground. Zach's deck is very heavy in the ground arena. The 7th Fleet Defender going to do some more work. 3 more damage to Zach's base. It just feels tough here. Now, I do see Cad Bane in Zach's hand. And that is certainly going to help. Because once it comes out, could come out next turn, you could capture several of these space units.
Yes, absolutely.
But right now on this turn anyways, not showing an immediate answer to the space units. Cad Bane is deployed.
I believe I do see a Triple Dark Raid in Ryan's hand. Possibly.
Ryan was having a little bit of trouble finding the
those,
Triple Dark
he?
Raids
Yes.
in the last match. He did win a game in game 2 without the Triple Dark Raid, and then he found the Triple Dark Raid in the final game, and he went on to win that one.
But the Devastators came through for him, man.
The Devastators.
Yeah.
The Devastator is brutal. It is absolutely brutal. And Ryan's just going to play Ruthless Raider from hand.
Yeah.
2 damage to Cad. Cad is exhausted. So Zach up to 11 damage on his base. trading some damage here. Bothan goes in for 1. Elite P-38 Starfighter in for another 3. So Zach up to 14 damage on base. And it's very interesting. So Ryan, he's just not deploying Django.
Right.
And it appears as though he's doing that because he doesn't want to give Zach the extra resource.
Right.
Because of the technician.
Oh, yes, that's right. And which is interesting because the last games, we saw him flip him immediately.
Right, exactly. So this time, waiting for the technician to attack.
Yep.
Yeah. Then Django is deployed. Now, we do see Boss come out. We talked about Zach running. He runs several ambush units in the ground arena in this deck.
Yeah.
So they trade some damage. 3 damage back onto Bosk, 4 on Django. But Django is going to get in for 3 damage. And at this point...
Both with quite a few units on the board here.
Yeah,
Both
quite a few units. Heavy ground versus heavy space. Ryan has to keep his foot on the gas pedal right now.
Absolutely.
Every little bit of damage. You can't miss out on any right now. We know, or I'm pretty sure that Zach runs Reinforcement Walker in this deck.
Okay.
So if he gets to there, he could start stabilizing the damage total a little bit. We know that Cad Bane is very likely about to come out.
Yes.
And Cad Bane could capture some units. Zach has the initiative. There are options here. He may want to take out Django first, then play Cad.
Right.
Or does he want to capture the Ruthless Raider right away? So the Cad Bane unit, it's a 7-cost unit. It's an 8/8, right?
Right.
He's an 8/8. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure too.
I just want to make sure. He's either a 7/7 or an 8/8.
Right.
And you can capture up to 3 enemy units. Is that correct? With total or combined HP, remaining HP, 8 or less. Oh, so we're not going to see Cad here. We're going to see Forlom. Okay. So Forlom is going to ambush and defeat Django. So he does want to answer Django right away. The 7/7.
7/7.
It's 7/7.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
right. I know.
7/7
we're both
for 7.
double-checking ourselves.
Yeah, and it does capture up to 3
Yeah.
non-leader units with 8 or less remaining HP.
Right.
So we almost got it right.
Yeah.
And now Waylay.
Interesting, yeah.
Waylay bouncing Bosk back to Zach's hand. Zach does still have 3 ready resources. Oh, and here's another Sidon Athano that's going to be attached to Ruthless Raider, giving Ruthless Raider -2/-2. Ruthless will be defeated. So we'll have another 2 damage coming through to Zach's base. And 2 damage to a unit. Where is it going? It's going to go to Forlom. So Forlom is defeated. And then the CAD triggered ability, because Sidon Athano is an Underworld card, taking out 7th Fleet Defender. Another 3 damage to base with the Starfighter. And now Zach being able to pour in a little damage of his own. Cad Bane in for 4. 4 ready resources remain for Ryan. He would love to find triple Dark Raid. Oh, he's got triple Dark Raid. He would love to have it, and he absolutely does have it. Now, does he find a big hit here? What does he find? War Juggernaut. Okay. War Juggernaut is going to up the damage on Cad Bane and Bothan. And once again, we are not taking out the Super Laser Technician. That Technician has hung out in the ground arena for quite some time. Now, Zach has the opportunity now. Does he do it? Does he go into War Juggernaut? He does not. At this point, I don't think the resources are quite as important, right? It would have been much more important in the last few turns. So the War Juggernaut plus 3 power with 3 damage units in total, 6 damage going through to Zach's base. That is 28 damage. Zach has to answer or have a way to stop both of these units in one action.
Right.
Now, he could do that with an Underworld card that takes out the War Juggernaut and then 2 damage to the P-38 Starfighter. Oh, my goodness. Yes, triple Dark Raid. War Juggernaut's back to hand. Yes. You know, you got to remember, that War Juggernaut came in with the triple Dark Raid. So he only has to answer the P-38 Starfighter immediately. Right. Just 2 HP remaining. But, of course, the War Juggernaut back in hand for Ryan. That will be another option.
Yes.
But if Ryan has a way in hand to present more damage this turn, that's probably what we need to see. But I just don't know. I mean, does Zach even have an option to take out the P-38 Starfighter?
Right.
I see several ground units with ambush, but that does not help with the start. Well, no, it does. Cad Bane.
Right. That's right.
Getting ahead of myself.
Yep.
Slow down.
Maul.
There's Maul. Okay, so big threat in the ground arena.
Right.
P-38 Starfighter defeated with the Cad triggered ability, and then that is going to be 1 damage to Cad. Cad exhausted with the Django triggered ability.
Does he have another triple Dark Raid?
Yeah, does he have another way to threaten damage this turn? Oh, look at this on the doorstep. We haven't seen this today.
There's some spice we've seen.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Now, Zach can answer 1 right away, and we're going to see at least... So he does have an answer.
He does.
He does. Ryan should only be able to attack with 1 of these. Bazine trades with 1 of the battle droids. The other battle droid gets in for 1, and now the Technician can trade with the other one. Technician has finally been defeated. And Zach gets the extra resource. Oh, look at that! He smuggles in the Reckless Gunslinger for game! You know, we had chat talking a little bit earlier about the Reckless Gunslinger. And was it still worth being in the Django decks? We don't know with this new meta. This feels more like set 3 meta. And here we go. Boom! Reckless Gunslinger finishing the game here in game 1 between Ryan and Zach. Ryan taking the lead for Sekrit. What a game.
Absolutely.
But just on paper and seeing that first game, this really, really feels like a matchup that is not great for Cad.
Right.
This particular Cad deck just does not have a lot of things to do in the space arena. He's kind of relying on, of course, the 3-cost Sentinel unit. Overwhelming Barrage, of course, if he could get that out, could certainly come in and take out some of those space units. And then, of course, the 7-cost Cad Bane unit can come in and capture some space unit. But it's a tough spot for Zach in this Cad Green deck. It's one of those matchups I think he feels pretty comfortable into a lot of matchups.
Right.
But I think the heavy space matchups are going to be a little bit more problematic, and we see that in game 1. Now, as we go to the sideboarding here, we'll see what Zach has available. Does he have some options in the sideboard that can really come in and help in the space arena? And I do believe that he has Commandeer. So if Zach has Commandeer in the sideboard, that would certainly help. Because it could take control, right? It could take control of one of those big vehicle units in the space arena. Courtney, how do you feel about Commandeer?
How
do you feel about the new trick?
I mean, I've been practicing with Commandeer my Blonde Sabine deck.
Oh,
So there's a
okay.
little spice for you. I don't know that Frank was. I don't think he ended up on Commandeer today too, but I do like Commandeer absolutely. I don't know about it in this matchup, but they definitely would be spicy.
It just feels like Commandeer is so good into Django.
Yeah, into Django.
Right.
Yes.
Because you can take control of the Ruthless Raider.
The Ruthless Raider, absolutely.
Or the War Juggernaut, right?
And that's a game changer. Yes.
The War Juggernaut as well, right? It's a vehicle unit.
Right,
so,
right.
I mean, if they play the War Juggernaut and War Juggernaut is, +4, +5 power.
Right.
You take control of it. It's ready. Now, all of a sudden, you're facing a Django Tarkentown deck with just 25 HP. Commandeer can completely turn the math around in this match because it comes across, it's ready. Django only has the 25 HP base, so it certainly could come in as a key piece for Zach.
Yes, absolutely. Quick update for you guys. It appears that the other two teammates on the Secret Order also won Game 1. So all the Secret Order tables...
Secret is on a roll right now.
They are on a roll.
They are on a roll. They have taken down some big names over the last few rounds.
And they are sponsoring the March Madness bracket.
Yep, sponsoring the bracket challenge
with all of all the swag that they're giving away for people who are in their Discord as well.
I don't have
the complete list.
The complete list. I was curious what the complete list was. I know that the winner,
definitely have the big one is a Carbonite.
Right. The winner of the bracket challenge gets a Carbonite box, which is huge.
Yes.
Okay, here it is. First place, Carbonite box. Second place, Captain Phasma Showcase. That's super cool.
That's cool, yeah.
Third place, 8 Spark of Rebellion packs. Fourth place is a Battle at BIATL event t-shirt. Super cool. And then fifth place is one of the swag bags from BIATL. So that's awesome. Yes. That is super cool. So here we go. Game 2. Zach with the initiative. Crafty Smuggler early. Reckless Gunslinger coming out again for Ryan. 1 damage to each base. And now with Zach having the initiative, quickly attacking and taking out the Reckless Gunslinger. Crafty just losing the shield token. Oh, and look at this play. The Elite P-38 Starfighter comes out, deals a damage to Crafty, and then Zach had McClunky returning the Crafty Smuggler to hand, dealing 3 damage and defeating the Elite P-38 Starfighter, and then replaying Crafty Smuggler. Now he's got a shield token once again. Going on to turn 3, Ryan with the initiative. No units on the board. And he's going to start with IG 2000, removing the shield token as he deals the damage to the Crafty Smuggler. Crafty getting in for 2, and then Forlom coming down in the ground arena. So Zach just trying to put some pressure on here. Showing 6 damage in the ground arena. Ryan once again has the initiative.
He's showing us appears he's showing us his hand over there.
Yeah, it looks like he... Oh, and look at this. He has Zuckuss in hand.
He does.
So what that means, with Zach having Zuckuss in hand and Forlom on the board...
Right.
If Django were to deploy, Zuckuss can come in, would have ambush and +1/+1.
Right.
Bam, one-shot Django.
Yep.
So with the first action, 3 damage to Zach's base with IG 2000. Forlom getting in for 4.
Oh.
And Ryan thinking through this next play, he absolutely has to respect the possibility of Zuckuss.
Yes, thank you, Kyle, in chat. We will, Claire, we will get that updated right this minute.
Another Elite P-38 Starfighter coming out. 1 damage to Crafty Smuggler. Crafty exhausted with Django. We were talking about Commandeer, Courtney, and it looks like Zach is holding Commandeer. There it is.
Yes.
So Commandeer is going to take control of one of these 2 space units. It's going to be the Elite P-38 Starfighter, and it readies.
Right.
So now Zach has a way to clear the space arena.
Right. He has answers.
Django deployed. And there it is. Yeah. P-38 Starfighter attacking and trading with IG-2000. So Commandeer coming in a big moment here for Zach in Game 2. Django deployed, another 3 damage to Zach's base. 7 damage on base. Zach has the initiative. He could take out Django right here, right now with Zuckuss. Let's see if that's the play. And here it is, Zuckuss coming out with Forlom on the board. Forlom gives him +1/+1 and ambush. Django defeated. Big play from Zach, and this game feels a lot different than the first game. Zach controlling these space units well with the help of Commandeer. Forlom and Zuckuss together taking out Django, and here comes a pretty big play. Triple Dark Raid, and we're going to see Devastator coming in.
That's huge.
5 less resources, so on the 6 resource turn, you can pay 3 for Triple Dark Raid. You pay 3 for Devastator. Enters play ready.
That's huge.
4 damage will be dealt. 4 indirect damage coming to Zach, and Ryan will get to choose where that damage goes. He could take out Zuckuss. Yeah, he could take out Zuckuss because Zuckuss has 4 HP remaining with Forlom. But Forlom has 5 HP remaining because of Zuckuss.
Right, exactly.
So he can't take out Forlom. He could take out the Zuckuss here. He could also split some damage, maybe take out the Crafty Smuggler. Of course, that's an option too. But I would be surprised if he doesn't take out Zuckuss.
Yeah.
Zuckuss is a big threat. So Zuckuss defeated, all 4 damage dealt to the big ground unit.
Got a shout out to Loopee there in chat. Thanks so much for joining in.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you here.
Miss having you here.
So Forlom getting into Ryan's base for 4 damage, and now the big swing, 9 damage from Devastator. 16 damage on Zach's base. But Crafty getting in for another 2 as well. Tarkentown taking out the Crafty Smuggler. And now Cad getting in for 4.
Close game.
Zach is showing Fatal. In the ground arena, he has Fatal.
Yep.
So Ryan will definitely be looking in hand for a way to exhaust one of these units with his first action. It looks like he may be running Waylay. So he could potentially Waylay the Forlom. That would save 4 damage. So he does have some options, and it looks like it's going to be Ruthless Raider. So Ruthless Raider dealing 2 damage to base, 2 damage to Forlom. Forlom exhausted. And now here's 4 damage. Zach thinking through, making sure. 4 damage to base. Has 21 damage.
Wow.
And Ryan has to claim. Oh, and look at Cad Bane coming down,
Yeah.
capturing Raider. So I don't think there's a play that Ryan can make to stop all 3 of these threats in one action with Django not on the board, right? Django on the board, you can exhaust multiple units, but not going to happen. So there it is. Ryan is going to scoop this one up, and we are all tied up going to game 3. Ryan versus Zach, Django versus Cad.
Great matchup.
These 2 teams looking to remain undefeated.
Josh, we're going to have a trade of seats here for a second. We're going to have Frank Myers from the Bothan Network team is going to come in and help cast with you.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Courtney.
Yeah.
All right,
absolutely.
you guys have been
Thank
killing
you,
it
Frank.
today.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
It's
Good to
been
have you here,
awesome.
Frank.
Yeah, what an amazing event this has been. I can't believe the turnout. It's so fantastic.
Now, how's it going for your team?
I'm out.
Oh, man.
I went 2-2. That's as far as my teammates could carry me today. So it was a lot of fun, though. Both of our match losses it was exciting because, like, one last match is going on. It's in game 3, and the winner of that one game 3 of that last match wins it, and it's one action both games.
Oh,
and
wow.
Everybody's like, our 3 are huddled around one hand, their 3 are huddled around their hand, talking about it. It was definitely 3-on-3 at the end.
That's awesome.
Super fun. What do you have going on here, though? I haven't been in the loop.
So we've got
I see a Cad Green.
Yeah, we've
Wow,
got
that's
Zach on
spicy.
Cad Green, and then Ryan on Django Tarkentown. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3. Django took game 1 pretty decisively, but Zach with a big game in game 2 to turn it around.
Okay. And Zach is the CAD player?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, Zach's the CAD player. Zach is actually, he won a PQ with this deck. He's the only person in the world to win a PQ with CAD Green.
That's
so
spicy.
super cool.
That is super cool. And this is a critical round, obviously, because this is the winner of the winner's bracket right now.
Right.
This
yeah.
is it. This is everyone who did the competition at home, trying to win the Carbonite box.
Yep.
This is the time to find out who's going to win the bracket.
Yeah, this is big.
Yeah. Has the bracket been updating while we've been playing?
It has been.
The winners bracket, absolutely. I haven't seen any updates here on the losers bracket.
The
for this
public
round.
wouldn't see the loser's bracket anyway.
Yeah.
It's just the
Okay.
winner's bracket that the
Gotcha.
public sees.
Okay.
Yeah. So what has it been like? So casting today, you haven't gotten to see the seat draft, have you? You just see what
No,
they sit
I
down.
haven't. You're right. We haven't actually been able to see the teams go through
The process of
the
picking.
process, right, of the seat draft,
I
which
can
is
give you a little insight on that.
yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the
It
viewers
was
would love to hear it.
fun. That was the funnest. Like, we're huddled around. Like, you see who gets to sit in seat 1 first. We know what deck everyone's playing, and so it's like, do I put my Django down first? Do I put, my Sabine down first?
Right.
I don't know.
Because the deal is at the start of the round, once the two teams get together, you have to reveal what each person is playing.
Yes,
right?
leader and base.
Leader and base. Okay.
Leader and base. Yeah, and then you use that information after you roll for initiative to see who's going to sit. You take turns picking who's sitting where.
Right.
So like a snake draft. It was super fun today doing it that way.
That's awesome. I can't wait to get, some feedback and hear from some of the other players, what they thought about the team event, because this has been so exciting.
Yes.
It's so unique, it's so different. First team event in Star Wars Unlimited. You love to see it.
And the energy in the room has been just fantastic today. Everyone's
Okay.
electric. Everyone's like, and the emotions are, because when you lose a game in a round or match individually, you kind of keep it subdued. You don't want to look salty. You don't want to be like, but in this today, we have people cheering and
Right.
high-fiving and like, we won, we beat them.
Yeah.
Everybody's been so into it emotionally and energetically. So
Yeah.
it's been great. So it looks
No.
like a quick start of a crafty into one of the troopers.
Yeah, we've got some ground units here. Oh, look at this. Now there are two of them on turn 2 for Zach, bringing out Zuckuss early here. Turn 2 Zuckuss is pretty good.
That's not. You don't lose a lot of games doing a turn
No,
2 Zuckuss,
no.
especially when you clear the board from your opponent.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I hope he doesn't forget the damage. Isn't there damage on the Zuckuss?
Damage on Zuckuss. I think the...
Didn't Zuckuss ambush?
So...
I'm missing
No.
something.
So,
Sorry.
now there are two of them came in. He played Zuckuss. The CAD triggered ability took
the
out
CAD
the
trigger-
Stormtrooper.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting-
And then the
getting-
one indirect
got you,
damage went
got
to
you. Yeah.
Crafty from
Okay. Yeah.
the when defeated trigger
And then
on
where did Zuckuss
Stormtrooper.
go? Is that a waylay behind it? That's pretty good.
Looks like it.
Looks like he waylaid the Zuckuss. Okay.
Yep.
I thought
It's a good response. It's a great response, right? That turn 2
ambush.
Zuckuss definitely needed that.
So that evens the playing field. He does have the crafty though. So in the first 2 games, what was these like long round games? Was it Django fast enough?
No,
is CAD the control player? What did you see in the first 2 games?
The first game, Django was just able to build up this space arena that Zach was not able to answer.
Okay.
He just wasn't able to answer the space arena. And Ryan just pushed space. He waited to deploy Django to kind of actually dodge a technician because he didn't want to give that extra resource. And
that's smart.
And yeah,
well
I mean, he
by
just
Zach.
all space pretty much and was able to take it that way. And then in game 2, we saw an early McClunky and a Commandeer really help control the space arena. Yeah,
Commandeer's
huge.
Hot new card in set 4.
Huge against Django, right?
Yeah, I mean, is it time to start main decking it? I mean, you're going to see a Django every time you sit down. So there's that Zuckuss comes back, or is that 4 loms?
4 loms. So P-38 Starfighter, shield gone off of Crafty, and then the 4 lom coming in, CAD triggered ability, 1 damage to the Starfighter.
So this is the kind of start I think CAD wants, though. I mean, he's got a nice board. Hadn't been touched with damage on his base.
Yeah, no, he's got pressure.
What's his? Did you see what his top end is? Have y'all got his deck list?
I do believe he's playing Reinforcement Walker, and we know that he's playing the Cad Bane, the big Cad, right? The 7/7 legendary unit. Yep.
Sure, that's a good top end. Of course, Django probably has Devastators. 3 of, right?
Yeah, we saw the Devastator. We've seen that already.
Both players do have some good top end.
Yeah.
But I would probably lean towards CAD having better top end.
Now, this is an interesting play. So he plays IG 2000, kills Crafty Smuggler. Now with Crafty off the board, Zach only has 1 unit in play, so he can cast, now there are 2 of them, and bring out Cad Bane early.
That's massive. Wow, that's exciting.
Wow.
That's so smart.
So IG taking out the Crafty Smuggler actually ended up hurting him there, right? Because then it turned on, now there are 2 of them.
Okay.
My goodness, Django's deployed, but that was a massive play and a big momentum shift for Zach.
Well played by Zach. We have an update on another table.
Okay.
Tyler on Django Tarkentown won 2-1 over Michael's Quinlan Tarkentown, or Mikhail's Quinlan Tarkentown.
So McClunky takes that one.
So McClunky got that one. Do we know what happened in the other match? Because I know Sekrit won all game 1s.
Yeah, Sekrit took all of game 1s. Not sure the results.
Okay. So they're still in game 2. Sonny and Philip are still in game 2. This is going to be close, guys. So for McClunky to win the Mikhail match and Tyler match, for Tyler to win, for this match, it means if Zach wins, it's over.
Right.
If Zach wins this
match,
this team is going to win the 3v3 winners bracket.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And we're still going to see, we're still hoping we can squeeze in a match at the end today between the winner of the winners bracket and loser of the losers bracket. But we don't know yet. We're going to see how the time goes.
Gotcha.
We have the $6,000 event
Yeah, we got the
today.
6K starting this evening. That's awesome.
The largest prize pool ever offered for a Star Wars tournament.
That's so
starting
cool.
here in a few hours.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Now, on the game, Django did take out 4-lom, and then we see the Death Star Stormtrooper coming down. But Cad Bane is still a problem.
Big problem. And a little Stormtrooper with no damage on his base anyway isn't very, threatening, is it?
Right. No.
And there should be ways for Cad to get rid of that Django. Once Django's dead and he has to go back to only tapping 1 thing per turn, it's gonna be hard for Django to keep Cad in check.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be close. He's deep in the tank thinking. Okay, we got an update on the other table. Sekrit wins that one. So McClunky's won a table. Sekrit's won a table.
So it's all right here.
This is game 3. The entire winner's bracket comes down to who takes this game 3.
Right here.
At the battle at BIATL.
Can Zach do it with this spicy Cad green?
It's very spicy.
Versus the monster in the room, right?
Whole
Django
meta
Tarkentown.
monster.
The meta monster.
Yes, that's crazy.
Can he slay the giant here?
Yeah. One of these teams is about to win the undefeated winners bracket for the very first Star Wars team tournament ever. And it's 2 teams that deserve to be here.
Oh, absolutely.
What Sekrit's been doing in the Washington, D.C. area with the development of their team, I think they have got like 4 PQ wins under their belt now. And, of course, everyone loves McClunky. I mean, they're up there in the Northeast. Fantastic team, great streamers. We're glad they're our streaming partner today. They deserve to be here too. Just fantastic players. So catch us up. So what did that Stormtrooper do? Not much. It just did a couple of points of damage on the CAD.
Yep.
Trying to get where now Django could clear it, but then Django dies. That's
right.
clear.
And
I
now
don't know what I would do
CAD,
there.
now CAD leader deployed. Now here comes the War Juggernaut. That's going to tap down the CAD leader unit.
Has the Tarkentown been used yet?
No.
Oh.
No.
Then
Tarkentown has not been used, so now CAD could be taken out with Tarkentown here.
Yeah, and that would return. What unit was it that he stole or captured? Was a spaceship? of some
Believe it
variety?
was
I don't remember now.
Raider.
Okay.
Was it Raider? No, it couldn't have been Raider because honestly, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't remember.
We had so
We've
much
been
fun to
talking,
talk
right?
about.
We've been talking back and forth.
Yeah.
I don't remember what unit was captured. But if it was Raider, that wouldn't be right because you'd have 2 damage on Zach's space, and right now he's not showing any damage.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have healed at this point. He hasn't played
This is so
any
close.
healing cards. So
Zuckuss comes back. Another Zuckuss. Now the damage is getting on to the Tarkentown. 9 damage on a Tarkentown. That's not. You don't want to be sitting there with damage accumulating on a 25 hit point base. And as good as the board position is starting to look better for Django, there's still no damage on the.
crazy.
There it is, the first
Yeah,
attack, and that shows you how important it is to keep your Django alive. He could have traded units, but. Instead, he's going to Tarkentown the CAD, and we're about to all find out what unit it was.
it was
Yeah,
IG. It was IG 2000. I knew it was a
2000.
space unit, but it was not Raider. It was IG 2000. So Tarkentown taking out Cad Bane. Now he still has to deal with the leader Cad Bane. And we did see 2 extra damage go on to Django because of the CAD leader triggered ability when Zuckuss was played. So Django just 1 HP remaining. Oh, here comes Overwhelming Barrage. That's 8 power for Zuckuss. 8 total damage defeats the ground arena.
That makes the whole board
That
look
is
better.
huge. Completely wipes Ryan's ground arena.
Wow.
And Zuckuss is an 8/8 right now.
The most powerful card that people have slept on for set 4 is Overwhelming Barrage. Such a staple, the first 2 sets.
Yeah.
Kind of vanished a bit. Boss Green played it in set 3, but here in set 4, this is only, with maybe one of the green villain decks. This is the only time you'll see it.
Right.
As a CAD, perhaps a Piet.
This is a very tough spot for Ryan now. We are looking at Django just got defeated, so we can't exhaust anything with Django this round. And he's staring at 12 damage in the ground arena.
Yeah. This is looking like McClunky could very well be taking this undefeated bracket today. But, of course, as we know, Ryan is a great player.
Oh, yeah,
And if there's
absolutely.
a line he can find, we don't really get to see, oh, that's a big one. But
Planetary
again,
bombardment.
But can't he just take it all to his
Right,
base?
yeah, exactly.
Because I think that's not a capital ship, the IG 2000s. This is only going to be, an 8, 9 point, what is it? Planetary bombardment?
8 point,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So 8 indirect damage coming to Zach. And ultimately,
He's deep in the tank, thinking about where to put the damage.
Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately if he soaked most of it up on base, I don't think it would be detrimental to him. He's still in a
Right.
good spot.
Right.
But he could put several damage on each of the units if he
Yeah.
wanted to.
Because Django died this turn, so that planetary bombardment means that there's no tapping going on. And plus, planetary bombardment isn't unit damage anyway. You
Right.
couldn't tap a unit with Django's ability with planetary bombardment anyway. So maybe this is a good time for Ryan to play it when he's not missing a tap opportunity.
Right.
But with the damage coming from these 2 attacks, it's gonna be really hard to see Boba. I mean, listen to me, Boba. Django coming back from this.
No,
This is the new Boba.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be very tough because 12 damage puts Ryan to just 4 HP remaining,
Yeah,
which means that one more attack from either one of those 2 units and it's game over.
I'm agreeing with TowerNumberNine in chat, who says Overwhelming Barrage perhaps should have been more than an uncommon, maybe a rare because of how impactful it is and limited.
That is a very good point. That
Yeah.
card was, if you picked that up in a draft, in a Spark of Rebellion draft, you felt so good with Overwhelming
you built a whole
Barrage.
deck around it. You played out Aspect if you had to.
Absolutely.
So good.
So here comes the big hit. 8 damage to base
Yeah.
with Zuckuss.
I just don't know what Django could find. He just doesn't have time.
Right.
I mean, because the other thing, we're looking at what CAD is doing with what the units on the board. CAD still gets to draw 2 cards every turn and keep playing cards.
Right.
If CAD just stopped playing cards, it would still take the Boba player, Django player, I did it again, the Django player a few turns to come back and win this game. He just doesn't have the time.
So ISB Agent is going to deal an extra damage to Zuckuss.
But again, doesn't tap.
But it doesn't answer, right? It doesn't answer him
he
here.
Can't tap 2 units without his Boba leader, so I don't know what the answer is here. I think we may be seeing the end of this.
4 damage to base with CAD. Ryan has claimed the initiative. He doesn't have it. Handshake, and McClunky Gaming
has won the first winners bracket ever in the 3v3 tournament.
Winner bracket champs.
Guys, congratulations to you, Josh. This is your team, right? Don't you cast for McClunky?
Well, yeah,
Gaming?
I have been casting for McClunky of the PQs. Yeah, absolutely. They've been great.
I feel like cheering. Should we get the guys in here to do an interview with you?
Yeah, absolutely. If they want to do it, that'd be great.
Let's go to the face cam if we can. And then we'll get the guys in here to talk on stream to everybody, because they have a long break now. If we're going to have a losers bracket, play the winners bracket, it's not going to be for like 3 hours. We need about 3 hours of loser bracket games to get to this winners bracket. So McClunky Gaming is going to get a long break now today, before they have to play again, if they get to. We're trying to squeeze it in with the 6K. So we'll keep you all updated on what the head judge Seth, who's fantastic, Seth RR, is going to tell us to do with the 9 rounds we're supposed to squeeze in on this. Yeah, let's go to face cam. No, let's go to face cam.
Let me go see if they're ready.
Well, no, Josh and I can talk while you go wrestle up some players for us to talk to. And I'll move out of the way and let Josh interview them. So it seems like the stream's been really good today. Y'all were down for a little bit, 1 round. Other than that, the stream stayed up.
It's been great. We had the one little hiccup in that round.
There it is.
We had to do a little improvising.
Yeah.
Right. Had to bring some commentary for one of the other matches.
Like radio broadcast.
But they weren't able to see. The viewers at home weren't able to see it.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
Yeah. Move the backdrop for us. Yeah. CAD won, for sure. And it looks like y'all had an active chat today, too. Look at all these great players. A lot of names I know chatting.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been... And I see TowerNumberNine is supposed to be casting even today. I think he might cast, because I think McClunky's going to be running their own table on their Twitch. So definitely check that out. Here for the YouTube coverage, what you need to do is get 2 monitors and put one of each monitor up. One with McClunky with Twitch, and then one with our YouTube.
Yeah. So, McClunky Gaming, I think they'll be streaming all weekend as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Tower will be doing some
casting.
happy
They're partnered with us for this event. This event's too big for one streamer.
That's right.
We need McClunky.
Right.
We need everyone, because everybody wants to see this. I think today is setting the meta. Have you seen? What have you seen today? A lot of Django, obviously doing well. What have you seen? Let's set the meta for me. I've been playing. There's
been a lot of Django, and interestingly enough, we've seen some different Djangos, like Django Thermal Oscillator, Django 30 HP base. We've seen a couple CADs. Wu was on CAD Tarkentown.
Yes.
It seemed like a pretty spicy list. He ended up losing to Django, but it was a super close match.
Yeah.
Super close match. We've seen some Quinlan, and we've seen Sabine. And when we saw Sabine, you took your match.
Oh, I was
with
on
Sabine,
stream. You're right.
And then we followed that up with Sabine ECL.
Yeah.
And it crushed Quinlan. I mean, Sabine ECL just smoked Quinlan in round 2.
So did y'all have me on stream in round 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we were watching. watching you, Frank.
I
in
played
round
my
1.
wife's deck, the Blonde Sabine deck.
Yep.
Just
Blonde
in her
Sabine.
honor. Yep.
Absolutely. Blonde Sabine did some work.
Yeah, that was fun.
Frank taking it there.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get the players in
Let's
here.
see. But no, it's been great. This event has been great. While I've got you here, Frank.
Please.
Thank you so much for doing this event. I mean, we haven't had anything like this, and it's so cool.
Many hands make light work, and we had a ton of wonderful people helping. You being able to come and cast today. Courtney's put all the work in. She's been fantastic. MVP of this whole thing has been her effort. But we have a ton of Bothans. McClunky, Claire and Tim came and helped. We're great, and we have the team. Congratulations,
McClunky Gaming. They're coming in right now as we speak.
I'll move out of the way and let you guys.
Tyler.
The winning
Tyler
team.
Up first.
Congratulations.
Are we going 1 by 1? Are we doing all 3? How are we doing it?
However you guys want to do it, it doesn't matter. I think we can only fit one of us in here right now. We're a tight space.
Who want to go?
Here on stream.
Yeah, you guys can gather around and
we all gather around and you can talk together. It's fine.
Okay.
Here,
Zach, Tyler.
Zach's got the
How you doing?
list.
Yeah.
Sit down.
And what's your name?
Feeling
Philip.
great.
Philip. Nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you in person. So we've got the McClunky Gaming. You guys were McClunky 1, right?
Yes.
McClunky 1. We've
No,
got
we
the
didn't
McClunky
really-
team.
Not the most creative, unfortunately, with our naming thing, but
Zach.
Okay.
Okay.
We've got Zach, Planetary Qualifier winner, Zach. You
Yes, I
won
am.
with this CAD green deck.
Yes, I did.
And we just saw it take down Django. Now, I want you to, if you can, tell me a little bit about the Django matchup, because your deck is not heavy in space. And if they are able to push heavy in space, it could be difficult, but you managed it really well in games 2 and 3. Could you talk us
I can.
through that matchup just a little bit?
Just to clarify, lists are public after this, I assume? Are they posted?
Yeah.
I believe so. After
Okay.
now, if you don't want to give specific
If they're
cards,
gonna
you
be
don't
public, I
have
don't
to, because you
care.
might have one more match later.
Yeah,
So-
gonna be public.
The
They're
easier way
gonna
to
be-
say it is his deck was really, we were really good against, his opponent's deck.
Right.
Like he had a whole bunch of, X1s, you saw on stream, so we're not like saying anything, but
We're sharing the list anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, you can talk about your list after, but like,
Yeah.
so Zach was telling me before that like every opener like his deck had, the Django list just couldn't be his because he had
Right.
he was playing like 8 1 drops of like the X1s. So he plays anything, all right, play a unit, ping it, kill it for free, stuff like that. And he was only on like 1 Devastator, so
Right.
not as scary as my list or someone else's list. They're going like 3 Devastators, going heavy space, like heavy damage. So
Okay.
So piggyback off of that, we did a lot of testing internally. We found that if they have a lot of top end, it's maybe slightly unfavored.
Okay.
And if they don't have a lot of top end, then I'm probably slightly favored. The list changed a lot since my set 3 list, where I added in specifically Sedana Thano
Okay.
and contracted Jumpmaster. Sedana Thano especially just really helps bridge those early few turns by
Right.
potentially killing 2 units, but at least killing 1.
Right.
And then Jumpmaster can just come down to they go Devastator, doesn't have Overwhelm, it just
Right.
blocks it. Commandeer is very good into them.
Yeah, Commandeer.
So-
When you play that Commandeer
Yeah.
in Game 2 and you took control of the P-38 Starfighter and allowed you to wipe out his Space Arena, because then you
Yes.
just traded with IG-2000. So Commandeer seems insane in that matchup.
It is it's very good for any yellow all the yellow decks we've seen today
Okay.
are playing it to counter Django.
I mean, it seems
So,
great against Django.
It doesn't. I wouldn't say my deck's favored into it, but it's about 50-50.
Okay.
I don't think I'm unfavored. In set 3, I was unfavored, but now I'm building to beat it.
Awesome.
But that just gets it even.
Yeah. Well, hey, we saw it on stream. You did it. So, guys, if you can, and you can talk to us a little bit about the preparation for the team event. Like, this is the first team event that we've had in Star Wars Unlimited. Obviously, with the drafting and how you seat each player and everything, it's very different than your standard tournament. Can you guys talk to us a little bit about the preparation for this event and how it was a little different than your standard event, your standard 1v1 tournament?
So, preparation aside, we, came in quite late because we didn't necessarily know, what our teammates were going to be or set up. We kind of just assembled, my boys here,
Right.
and we tried to figure out what decks, I played Django in set 3. I got to play it, set 4. Zach was a toss-up between 4 different decks. Once we, locked in, what we were setting up for, it was then, preparing specifically for the team event.
Okay.
So, like, my case specifically, because of the nature of, the seats and stuff in the draft, you can always, if you roll, if you get team 1, you get to get, the guy on the left seat. And so it's trying to think of like, all right, what situation can we prepare the person that's in the blind that has, initiative? And so it's like Django, I was playing, I'm playing like Prides. I tried like Guerrilla Soldier to see like, if I make a super aggro list that, just benefits off of always having the initiative.
Okay.
Would that be, valuable in a sense? And, we did a couple, team testing, like last weekend, just how the drafting format worked, the side of it. And yeah, it was pretty much about it for us. But this event is very different to playing anything anyone's played so far, unless you've played, team events back in, on other games. But
Right.
the amount of stress I've had playing this, technically invitational, like fun event is way more than any PQ or stuff, like whether like I'm, the one pressure to have to win like the match or like, hoping on one of my teammates. It's tough, but it's so much fun.
Right, because now, with it being the team environment, it's not just you, right? you lose, you're not just letting yourself down, right? Now you could potentially be, if you lose, your team could lose the match, right? So obviously a little bit more pressure there. Now, deck building specifically, was that a little different? Like, are there cards that you would be including in this team event that you wouldn't generally be including in a 1v1 event?
I'm playing, very heavy, preparing myself to be the initiative spot.
Okay.
And so, like, everyone's first thought, like, all right, what beats Django? And people were, Piet Blue, the classic thing. So my list is, like, heavy ground, offensive. Like, I'm playing Lux, Buntori, the 2 cost, that if they play a cheap unit, you exhaust. Just super ground. So like my turn is just I don't ever play space.
Right.
And they sit there. They play a big unit in space and it does nothing, or I waylay it or stuff like that.
Okay.
And it's worked out.
Yeah. Now what about you guys, Philip, Zach? Any like major differences with your decks?
So in preparation, we were actually talking about tailoring my decks for specific matchups. Our original strategy was just going to be that we see Tyler first.
Okay.
And then we did practice runs, and we found out that there's some times where I actually want to be seated first, and I can make my deck basically good into the field.
Right.
So I went from being more tuned towards specific matchups to just trying to generally hit the field like I would prepare for a solo event.
Okay. Awesome. No, that's great. I mean, but overall, have you enjoyed this team event? Like, has this been something that's been a lot of fun?
I loved it. I lost one game, and then they had my back. Philip lost one game, and then we had his back.
I lost
great.
one,
No, that's awesome. And you guys are the last undefeated team. You're the winner bracket champs as of now, and so you might have another match later. We don't know. If there's time, the winner of the loser bracket could end up coming up and facing you guys for a final showdown. But it's been awesome. You guys have been on a great run. And it's so cool to see the difference. And one thing that I mentioned earlier was this is our first team event. And, we don't have another one on the radar. So whoever wins, right? And it could very well be you guys.
Undisputed.
I mean, you guys are the undisputed champs. Nobody could take that from you. So that's awesome. And now you guys are all from the Northeast area, correct?
Yes.
From Jersey?
Zach and I are from New Jersey. I'm from like North, he's from South, and then Philip is from Long Island.
Okay. Awesome.
So-
Do you guys play a lot together? You get together locally up there sometimes?
Mostly it's online, Unfortunately, trying to drive into the city, New York is not the easiest. We do like a testing at like Titanic's like house, like once a month kind of thing like that where we get everyone together.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's mostly online play is the easiest for everyone.
Okay. Well, no, hey, thank you guys so much for stopping in for an interview. Was there anything else that you guys wanted to touch on, maybe that the audience might like to hear?
I want to know what people's predictions are going to be. Who are we facing in grand finals?
Okay.
I was, very, well, yeah, there will be.
We hope.
We
hope,
have to.
right.
That's what we're playing. Oh, you think we're skipping it, maybe?
There's
Well,
a time
so
issue.
there's a time issue.
Yeah.
If they don't get done with the losers bracket in time, you guys are the champs. It's over, right?
Yeah.
Because they have to get the 6K started at a certain time.
Yeah,
And
well,
then the prize
we don't care about
prize
worst
is
case. Best case
like,
scenario that
best
we
case
get a
scenario,
grand
there's
finale.
another match.
Right.
Who's going to be our opponents? I was quite surprised that Sonny's team Sekrit took down KTOD like in the last round. I was so prepared to be facing them. So I wonder if they're going to get their rematch. They're going to come back. Sekrit's going to clean back up, and we get the rematch against them.
Good.
There's so I love it.
No, this has been great. Thank you guys so much for stopping by for the interview. We're going to take a short break here and hopefully get some more action to you very soon. Thank you guys so much for joining. Stay tuned for more action from the Atlanta Bothan Invitational. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
I don't know where my hand is. I think I waved.
Thank you guys very much. Sorry, we're trying to get around you.
That's right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream from the Bothan Invitational in Atlanta. And now we've got some loser bracket action coming to you. We've got 4 teams remaining in the loser bracket. Well, I guess there's 5 teams remaining, right?
Oh, well,
Because the team that just lost, they have a bye for the next 2 rounds.
They do have a bye. You're exactly right,
There's
yes.
5 teams left. So how it works is we just had McClunky win. So McClunky Gaming, number 1, they are undefeated, and they will have a bye for the next 3 rounds. As of right now, we have 4 teams that are playing it out in the losers bracket, and the team that just lost on stream, Sekrit Order, they will have a bye for the next 2 rounds. And then once these current 4 teams are dwindled down to just 1 team remaining, that team will face off against Sekrit Order, and then the winner of that match will then go on to face off against McClunky Gaming, team number 1, and that will be the overall champion. So here we've got Piet. For the first time today, we have Piet at the feature table on camera. Piet Blue versus Django Tarkentown. Well, we've seen Django a good bit.
no surprise there.
Yeah, no surprise. A lot of these teams bringing Django.
Only a few teams didn't have Django today, right?
Yeah,
1 or 2 maybe? That's it.
Not many teams chose to leave Django out of their lineup. So we've seen Pershing. We've seen an early, it looks like Power of the Dark Side. And between the Death Star Stormtrooper, the extra damage from, I believe, the P-38 Starfighter taking out the Pershing. Pershing, of course, a great way for these blue villainy decks to get quite a bit of card advantage. So taking Pershing out pretty quick. Stop that engine if possible. And we have, I believe it's Jeff piloting Django, right?
Yes.
We've got
Blue
Jeff.
Hands Jeff, yes.
And then on the right,
PQ winner.
yeah, Jeff, PQ winner. That's absolutely right. Won a PQ out in, was it Pasadena, California?
Yeah,
Is that
that's right. Yep.
Okay.
And then we have Raymond playing.
Raymond.
Piet. It's the first time we've got Piet on
Yeah, I
screen.
know. It's
love
so cool to
this.
see Piet.
Yeah.
Raymond on Piet.
I'll get the names up here for you guys shortly.
And on to turn 3, it's going to be a resupply for Raymond. And that has to be a little scary for Django. Ramping the resources, plus the ability from Piet. We can start seeing these capital ships coming out rather quickly. So Piet deployed. And IG-2000 coming out, dealing a damage to Piet. Django exhausting Piet, and that protected the Death Star Stormtrooper. Oh, the Stormtrooper able to get in for 3 damage to Raymond's base. 6 damage on Raymond's base. No damage on Tarkentown at this point. Raymond with the initiative. There are some options here. He can take out Death Star Stormtrooper right away with Piet. He could also, I believe he's up to 6 resources. So he is going to play the Fleet Interdictor for 2 less because Piet is on the board. The capital ship costs 2 less. So the Interdictor, a 6/6 Sentinel, and when defeated can defeat a space unit with cost 3 or less. And look at the follow-up. Triple Dark Raid for Jeff. What does he find off of this Triple Dark Raid? Jeff going to want to deal with that space, the Space Sentinel, as quickly as possible. And he is going to find Ruthless Raider. So Ruthless Raider will deal 2 damage to to the Interdictor and 2 damage to Raymond's base. So now the Ruthless Raider can take out the Interdictor. Now, of course, Interdictor's when defeated ability would come into play. Piet attacking and defeating the Death Star Stormtrooper. Django being deployed. Now with 1 ready resource, I don't think Raymond is going to have anything to play here. I think he likely just claimed the initiative. Django is going to attack and defeat Piet, and now the P-38 Starfighter attacking and defeating the Interdictor with the 3 power plus the when defeated ability, dealing 4 total damage. And another 3 damage to Raymond's base with the IG-2000. Plus 4 damage from Ruthless Raider. So just like that, Jeff is halfway there. He's dealt 15 damage on this 30 HP base. Raymond has the initiative. No units on the board. Piet off of the table. So at this point, he can only reduce the cost of these capital ships by 1.
Yeah.
Not 2. And we are going to see that the MC-30 Assault Frigate coming in off of the Piet action ability, being played for a total of 4 resources. It's a 5/5 with Overwhelm and Raid 1 in the space arena. Again, Jeff just wants to deal all the damage that he can deal before we start seeing things like the Avenger, the 10-10 Devastator with Sentinel. Oh, and look at this play. So Jeff does get in for 3 with IG-2000, but then Dogfight for Raymond allows his exhausted unit to attack. Now, it can't attack bases, but taking out the IG-2000 there, a couple damage to base with the Overwhelm. Django getting in for 3, and it's Ruthless Raider coming back out, defeating the Assault Frigate. 2 more damage to base, and now Raymond just 7 HP remaining. And I'm trying to count here. What are the total number of resources? So is it 8 or 9 total resources that Raymond has here? Oh, but look at Surprise Strike. Surprise Strike's going to come in, and that will do it.
Jeff Bloomhens takes game 1.
The when defeated trigger on Ruthless Raider plus Surprise Strike on Django. Game 1 in the books for Jeff and Django Tarkentown as they take the win here in this loser bracket matchup, trying to advance on in this tournament.
I'll see if I can get a quick update on the other 2 games. I bet the Sabine Mirror matchup is over.
Yeah, we do have a Sabine Mirror matchup.
Yes. Well, it's a blonde Sabine versus green Sabine.
Okay. So it's not
Sabine
completely
leader.
a mirror.
Right.
Blonde Sabine versus Sabine ECL. And the other matchup between these 2 teams is Quinlan Tarkentown versus Django Tarkentown. That is a matchup that has happened quite a bit today throughout the field. So this is a huge weekend for Star Wars Unlimited. Of course, the Bothan Invitational, this big community run event, finally here. Going to have a big weekend. We've got a 6K tournament coming up starting this evening following the team event. And then you've got the 6K that'll run from this evening, tomorrow. The top 16 of the 6K will play on Sunday. And then there's another 2K tournament on Sunday here at the Bothan Invitational. And then also this weekend, we've got the very first sector qualifier put on by Fantasy Flight Games, and that is going to be this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday, the 29th and 30th, in Milan, Italy. So I'm very curious with what we've seen on stream today here in the team event, and of course we'll have some matches this evening being streamed. The first 4 rounds of the 6K will be played this evening for the first pool. And some of these players that are playing this weekend in the first sector, I'm very curious, are they going to be making some adjustments based on what we've seen today?
Yeah. We know for sure some of them have been watching. So.
Yeah, and that's what I'm curious about, is how many players attending the Milan sector tomorrow, how many have been here on stream? How many are checking it out, trying to see what's going on, what's being played, and how may it affect their plans for the weekend?
So I do have an update that the Jenga was the most represented here today. So I've got a little meta breakdown for you of the top ones. So we had 26 Jengos in the 3v3. We had 14 Sabines, 10 ECL, 4 yellows. We had 9 Cad Banes, 3 different versions. Of course, we had 5 Tarkin Towns, I think 5 Tarkin Towns, 3 green, and 1 blue. We had 8 Quinlans and 7 Piettes, with 6 being blue, 1 red. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Our third most represented was Han, so that was 12 total. I'll try to put this in chat for you guys. Okay. Meta breakdown.
So Django, Sabine, and Han
were the top
the
3.
3 most represented leaders, followed by, it looks like, what was it, Quinlan?
Cad.
Oh, Cad at 9. Cad at 9.
Quinlan, and
Quinlan at 8. Okay, very interesting stuff. Now, 26 total Djangos. Each team could only field 1 Django.
Right.
So there were multiple teams without Django, right?
How
many teams ended up? There was 32 teams originally, right?
Yes.
So that should be 6 teams.
It should be
without Django then.
And they did, because they did confirm that 2 full teams did not have Django, so they may be missing some. This is based off paper deck list, so.
Look, I've mathed wrong already once today, but if we, I do believe we had 32 teams at the start of the tournament. Only 26 Djangos, so 6 teams actually deciding not to bring Django. Then that's interesting, but still a lot. The vast majority of teams believed they needed Django as one of their leaders for this tournament. So very interesting stuff there, and no surprise, really, that Django's the most represented. I think it's no surprise at all.
We had a couple, obviously one of a lot of different one-ofs. Asajj, Rio,
now that's cool. In the team event, I love it. I love some of those really spicy off-meta style leaders coming in the team event. Now here we go. We're underway for game 2. Jeff versus Raymond in the Bothan Network Purple versus Team Huntsville. The Pike Sentinel coming out on turn 1 for Raymond, and Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town taking out the Sentinel on turn 1, and then Jeff was able to follow that up with the First Order Stormtrooper. And here on turn 2, Resupply coming out. Raymond going up to 4 total resources. 2 damage to base with Stormtrooper. And here's an interesting play. Triple Dark Raid on turn 2.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that today. We haven't seen Triple Dark Raid come out on 2. He finds an Elite P-38 Starfighter. And that is going to be another 3 damage to Raymond's base. Probably not the play that Jeff was hoping for. Right. That's not an ideal turn 2 play, because it's not, you're not furthering the board.
Absolutely.
You're dealing a little bit of damage, but you're not pushing presence on the board, creating another threat that's going to stick to the board. So definitely not ideal.
Yeah, to answer your question in chat, there was no Thrawn in the 3v3 today.
Oh, no Thrawn. Okay.
And sorry, quick update. We had Matthew on Django. Took 1 over the Quinlan Tarkin Town, and Blonde Sabine 1 over Green Sabine.
And those matches are over. already?
No, those are game ones.
Oh,
I'm
game
sorry.
one. Game
Sorry.
one. Okay,
Yes,
just
thanks for
game one.
clarifying.
Okay,
Yes.
so Django
Beating Quinlan.
for Team Huntsville,
Yes,
right?
correct.
The Django Tarkentown for Team Huntsville, one up on Chris
Yes.
with Quinlan Tarkentown from Bothan Network, and then the blonde Sabine
Yodakiller.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Carlos. Yodakiller. He's got a YouTube channel as well.
Right.
1-0 up on Sabine ECL,
Yes.
and that is Brian? Is that Brian
Yes,
from
it
Team
is
Huntsville?
Brian. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, hard to read my chicken.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I was a little bit away from the paper there. So we've got the MC-30 Assault Frigate coming out for Raymond. Death Star Stormtrooper getting in for another 2 damage, +1 with the indirect damage. And IG-2000 coming out, dealing a damage to the MC-30 Assault Frigate. Now, Raymond will have the initiative here. And I'm curious if he prioritizes taking out the IG. He could absolutely take the MC-30 Assault Frigate, attack and defeat IG-2000 with his first action. And I don't know that Jeff is running any pilot units, but we have seen some
I'm
of
not
these
sure either.
Django lists running Darth Vader.
Yes, we have.
And so leaving a space unit there, it could come
could.
back to get you, right? I mean,
could.
if Jeff was to be running Darth Vader and had him in his hand, he could pilot the IG-2000, and now all of a sudden the assault frigate can't take out IG-2000. So the assault frigate is going to go into IG-2000. IG defeated, and 2 damage from the overwhelm to Jeff's base. Death Star Stormtrooper coming through for another 3 with the 2 power plus the indirect damage being dealt to base. Here comes Piet. Piet is out. Raymond has 6 resources, so he could play a capital ship that costs up to 8 here on this turn. And here comes P-38 Starfighter, 1 damage to Piet. Django exhausting Piet. And Darian in chat, the McFrigate. I love it. The MC-30 Assault Frigate will forever be now known as McFrigate. That is epic. And here's the resupply carrier. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the Arquitens Assault Cruiser. So that actually ambushes and defeats the Starfighter, and that becomes a resource for Raymond. So the Assault Cruiser, when it attacks and defeats a unit, that unit then can be put into play as a resource for Raymond. So that's a big deal. He ramps up even further with the Assault Cruiser. The Arquitens Assault Cruiser. That is awesome. First time we've seen that one on stream today. Definitely a card that is being repped pretty heavily in these Piet decks. Now, Raymond does have 18 damage on his base. So we are getting to those stages where we're getting in the red zone for Jeff. Here comes Overwhelming Barrage. That's a big barrage. That is going to defeat both units. Oh, wow. The Assault Cruiser +2/+2. That's 9 power. Oh, man. The Assault Cruiser doing so much work here. You love to see that card. It came out in Shadows of the Galaxy.
Right.
And it really hasn't been used, right? We haven't really
Yeah.
seen that card much at all. But now with Piet, that card is amazing. And look at this for Jeff. Cham Syndulla coming out, going to get an extra resource because Raymond controls more resources. But then there's Power of the Dark Side to defeat Cham right away. And here comes a big 11 damage going through to Jeff's base. 13 damage on, and now Jeff is in trouble. Cruiser and Piet showing 9 damage. Jeff with the initiative. He needs to find a way. If he had maybe... I mean, you could just play the War Juggernaut or a Ruthless Raider and exhaust the Assault Cruiser. That will be important. He doesn't need to take 7 damage from Cruiser here, as that would put him at just 5 HP remaining. But if he could exhaust and be aggressive, that would be ideal. And that's what Ruthless Raider will do. 2 damage to the Cruiser. Cruiser exhausted with Django's ability. And 2 damage to Raymond's base, up to 21 total. Now Raymond, I believe, sitting on 9 resources. And with Piet in play, he could pretty much play anything here. And we are going to see Devastator. Devastator coming down for the first time in this match, dealing 9 total damage to Ruthless Raider. Raider defeated. Now the when defeated trigger, that is another 2 damage on Raymond's base, 2 damage on the Cruiser. Cruiser down to just 1 HP remaining. But now with Devastator in play, 15 damage on Jeff's base after an attack with Piet. 1 swing with Devastator and it's all over. So Jeff with the initiative once again will have to find a way to exhaust the big threat in the space arena. Let's see what the first action is. Does he have a way to respond to Devastator and prolong this game just a little bit? Raymond in a great spot to try and force a deciding game 3. Here comes War Juggernaut. Juggernaut will deal some damage. That will actually allow him to, I believe, defeat the Assault Cruiser. But it looks like only 1 damage went to... Looks like only 1 damage went to the Devastator. So Devastator is exhausted by Django's ability. But I am curious why the Juggernaut did not go ahead and defeat the Cruiser that has 1 HP remaining. Unless I'm missing something here. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's trying to make it to where there's more power, but Overwhelming Barrage is going to wipe out the War Juggernaut, and that is going to do it. How about that? We're going to have another deciding game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good game.
Another deciding game 3. Piet Blue, the first time we've seen this deck on stream today. Putting in some work there in game 2. The Assault Cruiser coming in and really helping Raymond gain big momentum in that game and carry him to victory. Now, Courtney, you've done some testing. Your team has done a lot of testing. Piet was supposed to be like the Django killer, right? Was that that's what I've heard a lot of players talk about coming into today.
Yes.
Is that kind of how you feel about it?
Yes. I think overall, though, in the big all the meta play and the matchups, that Django was just overwhelmingly favored against most of the matchups. So I think that's why we see less and less of Piet, and especially in this 3v3 team format.
Okay.
But I think we will see more of that as we get into the individual play.
Right. Now, Piet really struggles into the big aggro stuff, right? Like Sabine is probably going to be pretty tough for Piet.
Right.
And I am curious, so Sabine was the second most represented today in the team event.
But Django, they did confirm there's a few deck lists missing, so that's why the numbers are a little off. But they did confirm that there were 30 Djangos.
30 Djangos.
30 Djangos and 14 Sabines.
Wow.
We do know that for sure.
So, yes, if there were 30 Djangos, that's crazy.
Yes.
So only 2 of the 32 teams today chose not to bring Django Fett.
Right.
And, you know, I joked a little bit yesterday. I talked with Joel Lee,
Right,
you know, the Greenville PQ winner.
Yes.
You know, known for those blue heroism decks.
Yeah.
He's running Django. You've got Ian, Lego Pizza, you know,
He's running
known for
Django.
being
Yeah.
a really fantastic Han player. He's on Django. And I told these guys, I said, okay, if you're playing Django,
Right.
Django's a problem.
Right.
Something's wrong here
Yeah,
if these
all the
guys are
heavy
playing
hitters
Django.
are playing Django, yes. We'll see. It'll be interesting that how people go and kind of deck tech tonight or this afternoon, even before the pool 1 of the 6K starts.
Yeah.
So it could be some slight changes in people's
Right.
deck list.
Yeah. How many Djangos end up in the 1v1 tournaments? It will be very interesting to see those numbers and if the numbers shift greatly
Right.
or maybe not much at all
Yeah.
from the team event to the 1v1 event, the 6K, starting this evening. So deciding game 3. And do we have any updates from the other games?
Let me see if I can grab it for you.
Okay, so
Sure,
Courtney's
one of these is over.
going to find out about the other ones going on. Of course, the Sabine Django mirror. There's probably pretty good chance that match is close to being over if it's not already. But starting out here in this game, it's a 2-unit turn 1 for Jeff. Jeff playing the Death Star Stormtrooper and the First Order Stormtrooper. And it's Pike Sentinel for Raymond. So the initiative on Raymond's side now. And that Pike Sentinel, unless Jeff has maybe Elite P-38 Starfighter, Pike Sentinel could be used theoretically to take out both of those ground units. And we're actually going to see Power of the Dark Side as the first action for Raymond. So one of those 2 units will be defeated. First Order Stormtrooper defeated. And the indirect damage going to Raymond's base. And Stormtrooper trading with Pike Sentinel. And here is the 7th Fleet Defender for Jeff. Raymond once again claiming the initiative. And Raymond just wants to continue to stabilize these threats that Jeff is presenting, get to the late game, like we saw last game where he can absolutely take over with these massive capital ships that can be played quite early with Piet's ability.
Okay, they are all in game 3.
Oh, everybody's
It's a
in game
tight
3.
matchup,
Wow,
yes.
that's amazing.
Yes.
All 3 games between these 2 teams. Game 3 right now. It's an early Power of the Dark Side for Raymond taking out 7th Fleet Defender. And this is what Raymond wants. And he's been able to keep good control of that board early. And now Cham Syndulla coming out just as a 5/4. Not getting a resource here, but an aggressive unit in the ground arena. Now, we have seen 2 early Power of the Dark Side plays from Raymond. So it might be a little bit more difficult for him to find an immediate answer to Cham. I don't think he's holding another power. So taking a look at his hand, it looks like he's got Childson, the McFrigate. There's the Assault Frigate. So we're going to go Assault Frigate here in the Space Arena. Now Django will be deployed. So it appears as though Raymond is just going to have to soak up some damage here, and it will be a lot of damage. Surprise strike for Jeff. That's 8 damage with Cham, and then another 3 damage with Django. 11 total, and we've got 12 damage on Raymond's base. So Raymond will have the initiative. But right now, that ground arena, very threatening 8 damage being presented by Jeff. And we are going to see overwhelming barrage onto the MC-30 assault frigate. +2/+2, 7 power, taking out Django. Even though Django doesn't deal as much damage, it feels like taking out Django is necessary there, because that will kind of protect the assault frigate from being exhausted to Django's ability. Still a lot of options. A lot of options for Jeff here. He's yet to use any of his resources. And look at this. Armed to the teeth, being smuggled into play onto Cham, giving him +2 power. The MC-30 assault frigate coming through. 8 total damage with the +2/+2 from overwhelming barrage put on the assault frigate and the raid 1. And then Cham smacking back for 7. 19 damage on Raymond's base, and Jeff going to continue to pressure in the ground arena as he plays Greedo.
I know everybody in chat asking about deck lists. So the deck lists for the 3v3 are purposely not public because it keeps people from going in and, again, you know, changing their decks and everything before the big 6K event starts. Felt like it was a little unfair, so we did not. They did not publish those.
Okay, so the 3v3 list.
We will have individual ones for the
Gotcha.
deck list for the
Okay.
6Ks.
Is there a plan
Top.
to bring out some of the 3v3 lists later in the weekend?
That's a good question. I'll find out.
Interesting. All right.
Yes.
So first play here in the next round, it's going to be Lieutenant Childson for Raymond as he tries to slow down Jeff in the ground arena. Revealing 3 vigilance cards from hand. Lieutenant Childson getting +3/+3, so a 5/5. Big enough to take out Cham and big enough to dodge Greedo if Greedo missed on the when defeated trigger. But here comes Ruthless Raider. 2 damage to Raymond's base. That's 21 damage on. And where does the damage go? Onto a unit. He could deal 2 to Childson or 2 to McFrigate here. It's going to be 2 damage to Childson, which means that Childson can be defeated 100% by Greedo. Unless there's something that Raymond can play to change that. He's going to deploy Piet. And look at this. Jeff had not used Tarkin Town yet, so he's just going to Tarkin Town the Childson, which keeps Greedo around. And now we're going to see another Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Raymond. And with Greedo still there, he will attack and trade. And now the Sentinel options have been taken out. Cham threatening 7 damage. Here comes 6 damage to Jeff's base with the assault frigate. But 7 damage back. Raymond has just 2 HP remaining. Raymond has his work cut out for him here. Staring at Ruthless Raider and Cham Syndulla. Either one of these units could finish the game. Cham has done so much work in this game. He didn't get the extra resource, but he has been a monster in the ground arena and has dealt so much damage for Jeff. And I don't think there's a play that Raymond can make here that answers both of the threats. We see Avenger in hand. That only answers one. Childson in hand. That only answers Cham in the ground arena. He has no glory, only results. He'll take control of Raider and defeat it. But then Cham will come across for game. And that is going to wrap it up. What a match. And Jeff from the Bothan Network team with Django Tarkentown taking down Raymond with BIATL Blue in 3 games.
All right, let me go see if the other two, if we can switch over to one of the other cameras here.
Yeah, that would be great if we've got some more action going on.
Absolutely.
I would be shocked if the Sabine mirror was still going. But maybe the Quinlan. It looks like they're packing up.
Should we go to the Sabine mirror here?
That's
in
crazy.
Game 3.
So the last game going in this match between these two teams is the Sabine versus Sabine match.
Yes.
Crazy. So here we are. We're in Game 3.
I'll get the names updated here for you.
Pretty low damage total on each base, so it looks like there's been a lot of back and forth, maybe dealing with some units. Let's see, what turn are they on? We're on turn 3, the 4 resource turn. Okay, so Sabine going into Carlos's base for 4 with the experience token. So Brian on the right, piloting Sabine ECL, and then we have Carlos on the left. Yodakiller, Hyperspace Cube, as some of you may know him, piloting Blonde Sabine.
Man of many names.
Yeah. And the winner of this match is guaranteed, the very minimum, a 3rd place finish. And we'll walk away with at least $100 each.
Yes.
For each teammate.
I'll see if I can find out what happened on the other table.
Okay.
See what a deciding factor this one is here.
So with Jeff winning with Django Tarkentown, I believe that Matthew would have taken down the Quinlan Tarkentown that Chris was running. But Courtney going to find out for us. Is that?
So they get the other table was 2-1 Team Huntsville.
Okay, so Team Huntsville, Django Tarkentown, Matthew taking down Chris and Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yes.
So it all comes down to this game right here.
We've seen a lot of this today.
We have. All comes down to this particular Game 3. Will decide the match between these two teams. And a loss here is elimination.
Yes,
This
it
is
is,
it,
yes.
right. The team that loses here is officially eliminated from the event.
All the other teams are still competing as well. We don't have any, nothing's concluded there, no winners yet.
Yep, the other matchup, KTOD versus Idea Squad
Yes.
for the other match in the losers bracket.
See them here consulting with their teammates. So Blonde Sabine seems to be in a pretty good spot here. Going wide like she wants to do. Got
Yeah.
a wing leader on an R2. Is that, yes, Kira? Wonder what they named with Kira.
Oh, look at this. Rebel Assault coming in
Nice. Very good.
for Brian. And that is going to allow Brian to attack. He attacks with Sabine's Masterpiece first.
Well, he looks like he's deciding on which one to attack with.
And because he controls a red unit,
yes,
he was able to deal a damage to Kira. Right? So Kira defeated. That should be, what, 4 damage to base with the Sabine's Masterpiece? Right? With +1 on Rebel Assault? Was that right?
3, 4, yeah. Should be.
And then 4 damage, 5 damage with Battlefield Marine? With the experience token?
Yes, I think, yes.
24 damage on Carlos's base. Now, keep in mind, I mean, Brian still has 4 ready resources here. And Carlos did not go to 5 resources.
He did not, and that's very kind of
Is that pretty common with Blonde Sabine?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We have a couple of different of these decks, and some of them are playing a lot of tiny 1-drops. So,
okay.
I'm wondering if he named Darksaber here, and then they had to kill Kira to name Darksaber. That would be interesting.
Okay, yeah, that's possible. Now, Carlos does have Leia in hand, so
he does. Yeah.
He could potentially, play the Leia and exhaust Sabine.
Right.
That would save some damage, because right now we're looking at Brian showing another 4 damage with the Sabine leader unit potentially here.
Looks like he's already used his ECL too, so
yep.
my guess is he used that early on.
Yep,
on
looks
first
like
drop, hoping to kill his first turn play or something.
And I think that's pretty common in this matchup.
Common,
like in these Sabine mirrors, you've got to use ECL to control the board early.
Right.
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 So again, I think it's very important with 4 ready resources, multiple cards in hand. I think if Carlos has a way to stop Sabine here.
So did he just heroic sacrifice Sabine?
Okay, so heroic sacrifice.
It's funny, they've called this the Courtney maneuver, because I did this in our team gauntlet to win. He did. He pulled the Courtney maneuver. I can't believe it. That's what my team calls it.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So
that your Sabine goes back to pinging. Yes.
So that's 5 damage.
Yep.
+2 power on attack ability. 5 damage to Brian's base. That's 19 damage on. Oh, here's the Darksaber. Darksaber shows the game.
Yes, it does. But
Carlos has Leia. He has Leia in hand. Now let's see.
But he's going to get the...
But Carlos can't deal fatal, though, here, can he? Because he's got 4 damage between both R2s.
Right.
Which is not enough.
He doesn't have a bamboozle.
Right. Brian's at 19 damage. He needs to find a way to deal 6 damage here. That's what Carlos needs to deal. So even if you exhaust Sabine, if Brian claims, you still have to find a way to answer Sabine.
He's hoping.
Right?
Oh, yeah. There's,
one swing from Sabine with the Darksaber is game.
Right.
So bamboozle would be huge here, but it doesn't look like he has it in his hand.
Yeah, I think it's game.
Oh, Fang Fighter.
I didn't even see that in his
Disabling
hand.
No, I didn't either.
Okay.
Darksaber defeated.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. We're on the edge of our seat.
Yeah.
This is big. Now, he could deal was still a problem, right? Because Sabine deals 4. Which means that any one of the units is then presenting fatal.
Right.
So this is still a tough spot for Carlos. He's going to take 4.
Oh, I kind of wish I'd watched this from the beginning, so I could see what it was.
So that means 28 damage on. Just 2 HP remaining.
Yeah, that's...
And I just don't think he has a way to exhaust all of them or deal with all of them in one action. Not in the Sabine deck.
No. Yeah, that's tough.
I'm sure this has been a fantastic back and forth match between this two.
It's been
exciting watching just the end of game 3. These guys have been in the tank here trying to...
Looks like he has another Darksaber in hand too.
Get these advantages. Yeah, oh man, that's brutal. So good. Now, Rebel Assault. Well, no. Does Carlos play Rebel Assault? I mean, you can play it for 3, right? And with the 2 R2s.
Yeah, game
oh, that's going to be it. Okay.
Oh man.
So Brian takes it
Yes,
in game
congratulations,
3.
Brian.
Congratulations to Brian and
Team
Huntsville.
Huntsville. That's right.
Team Huntsville taking out Bothan Network Purple.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Team Huntsville advancing on, and they will face the winner of the KTOD and Idea Squad match. Wow.
Right.
What a game. And it's so funny to me that in this match between these two teams, the final game still going were the two Sabine decks.
Right. Yeah, that's such
Absolutely.
a close matchup now. Chat's right. Surprise strike on the R2 wins for Carlos. So he had to take initiative, draw, and see if he could
Surprise
get
strike. Yeah. I was thinking Rebel Assault, right? Rebel
Yeah.
Assault, I guess, out of aspect.
That has been toyed with.
Could have done it, I guess, if R2 had. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Rebel Assault could also do it there. But Surprise Strike
Yes.
is also good. Because Surprise Strike would have been for 6 with R2D2.
Yep. So it
What a
looks like
game.
we are going to have K2OD and Team Huntsville on the stream next.
KTOD. All right, yeah. KTOD taking out Idea Squad. So we're going to have KTOD versus Team Huntsville. This is exciting. And the winner of that match will face off against Sekrit Order. And then the winner of that match, will face off against McClunky for
the overall win.
the overall win and all the
title.
bragging rights.
Yes. Awesome. Oh, somebody sees a deck list. I'll try to get that off the stream. Hold on,
All right.
guys. Sorry about that. Let's go to we're going to take a quick bathroom break before we get the other stream on. And appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Congratulations, Team Huntsville.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was fantastic.
Congratulations.
All these games down to the wire. Such amazing players.
Been some great games today. But yeah, we're going to step away for just a second. We'll be back with more action from the BIATL. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are jumping right into the action here in round 7. The last two teams standing currently in the losers bracket. The winner here will face the loser of round 5. That was Sekrit Order. And then the winner there will go on to face McClunky for the championship. Now, early in this game, we've got Pershing down for Piet. This is Raymond. We got Raymond back at the feature table, and we've got Alex Blandon, the Energizer Bunny of PQs, yes. The multiple PQ winner. I believe has more top 8 finishes in PQs than anyone else in the world.
That's right.
On Han Yellow. He was true to Han Yellow through the PQ season in the set 3, and now he's still on Han Yellow here early in the Jump to Lightspeed meta.
On table 2, we have Wu playing Cad Tarkentown again versus Matthew playing Django. And on table 3, we have John playing Django Tarkentown and versus Brian playing Sabine ECL.
Awesome. All right, so we've got Kira coming down. Now I'm curious as to what Alex may have called there. We saw Overwhelming Barrage. Believe he had no glory, only results. And didn't catch that last card in hand. Initiative on Raymond's side. Very important match here. Once again, this is an elimination match. The losing team, will officially be out of this tournament. Now with the first action, here comes another Super Laser Technician. Raymond has already ramped once in this game, and now Bodie. Alex going to take out the Dr. Pershing, and now Pike Sentinel coming down into the ground arena. And Courtney, did we hear what was named with Kira? Did we get any?
We did not.
I didn't see.
Double check.
So Courtney's going to find out for us real quick what Kira named, because that certainly could come into play. Kira taking out the Pike Sentinel.
Resupply.
A resupply. Okay, so resupply named. Raymond claiming the initiative. We've got L337 coming out in the ground arena. Pretty stacked ground arena right now for Alex. Now, this particular matchup, though, Piet has a much, much better late game, right?
Right.
Like, huge capital ships.
Right,
and,
lots of capital ships.
Right, and the Han deck kind of tops out at Infus Nest and Han Solo Reluctant Hero, right? I don't think that's changed much from the list that we saw back in Set 3 meta. So, really, for Raymond, it's just, you know, get to the late game and try to win with these big threats. Now, for Alex, I think the route to victory is going to be aggression in the ground arena.
Absolutely aggression. Yep,
right?
Absolutely.
He's got to be aggressive in the ground arena. Which usually these Han Yellow decks, they're not running a lot of space units to begin with. Usually it's the 2 Falcons, right? You'll see, of course, the 3 cost Falcon, piece of junk.
Right.
And then you'll see sometimes in the realm of 1 to 3 copies of, I think, Lando's Pride, the 6 cost 5/5 Falcon.
Correct.
So Kira getting into base for 3. First damage on base so far in this game. And we're going to see Raymond cast CR90 Relief Runner. We did not see this in the last match. So the Relief Runner coming into play. And speaking of Han being aggressive in the ground arena, that Restore 2 on the CR90 Relief Runner will certainly make an impact.
Absolutely. And for those listening in chat, I am still trying to get the remainder of the deck list for the 3v3 teams to give you a complete wrap-up of the meta.
Okay. So now the action back over to Alex. And we're going to go to base with L337 first. And now another Dr. Pershing. Now, Alex will certainly have some answers to the big space units. A staple double cunning card, Cantina Bouncer. We saw that a lot even back in set 1 meta when it was just Spark of Rebellion. The Boba yellow decks ran Cantina Bouncer. Pretty much all of the double yellow decks stocking up on Cantina Bouncer. Great card. So that can at least bounce some of these big units to hand. Now we see the new Ahsoka Tano coming out and forcing Raymond to discard Overwhelming Barrage. And unless I'm missing something, he does not have any cards left in hand. And Hotshot Blaster onto Bodhi Rook, attacking and taking out Pershing.
Wow.
And look at this. He's going to get an extra resource with Han.
Yes, that's
Han
right.
deployed, 4 to base. Look at that ground arena.
That's crazy.
Attacking the hand and absolutely flooding the ground arena. We talked about being aggressive in the ground arena. Well, we're looking at it. Alex had a plan all along. That was
Yes,
a
he did.
massive turn for Alex. And again, I think, he's holding on to Cantina Bouncer. So he could just bounce that relief runner back to Raymond's hand. Raymond only 1 card in hand after resourcing. Very tough spot for Raymond. He has Takedown in hand. That will at least answer one of the threats in the ground arena. And Takedown is going to take out the 5-power Bodhi Rook that had the Hotshot Blaster attached. Oh, and here's another Hotshot Blaster smuggled onto Han. Han hits for 6 here. $15 damage on Raymond's base. He will restore 2 with the relief runner. 4 damage to Alex's base. But now, Raymond out of cards. He could still deploy Piet. He has not deployed Piet. And I think the chat, you guys are absolutely right. Turbo Laser Salvo would be huge for Raymond. Desperately needs a way to clean up this ground arena. Kira and L3 getting into base. And it's another Hotshot Blaster. All three Hotshot Blasters for Alex. And Ahsoka hits for 5. I believe they're checking the damage total. I don't think, and I could be wrong here, but I don't think Raymond put the 2 damage on from L337. I think that's where we missed.
Yeah.
Maybe? Or maybe Alex did not put the restore 2. That's what it was. Okay,
okay.
So they were trying to figure out the damage. So the damage should be right on Raymond's base. It was the restore 2 that was missing on the pad. So we're good to go. 23 damage on Raymond's base. 4 damage on Alex's base. And there's plenty of damage in the ground arena right now for Alex. He is certainly showing fatal. And here comes Supreme Leader Snoke.
Yeah.
Okay. -2/-2 for the non-leader units. That will defeat L3, but there is Cantina Bouncer to bounce Snoke, and that is going to wrap up this first game. Alex with a crushing victory here over BIATL Blue.
Yeah, I was interested to see if BIATL had any ways that they'd figured out that I hadn't seen that could overcome Han here, but clearly it looks like Han just...
So Han, he's going to flood the ground arena.
Yes.
And put so much pressure on in the ground arena.
Right.
And then, and we saw it, he can bounce.
Yes.
He can bounce the big units.
Right.
So there's your answer to the big units. You bounce the big units, you put on pressure in the ground arena, and then Han also can attack the hand.
Right.
Because you saw in that game, Raymond his hand was gone all of a sudden, and he's drawing off the top. So, I mean...
And not to mention, Alex being one of the best players in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
Clearly one of the best Han players in the world. I mean... Yeah, that's going to be a hard matchup there for BIATL.
Alex's results speak for themselves.
Yes.
It's hard to argue with what he has done already in this game. And...
But Raymond clearly showing that
absolutely.
BIATL has legs.
Oh, yeah, BIATL has legs,
yes.
taking down Django. But, and you would think on paper, you just think about these two matchups, though. Raymond can really push in the space. Han can push on the ground. But I think just Han being able to have so much tempo with things like the bounce effects, and of course we didn't even see Cunning in that game.
Right.
But Cunning can certainly just create so much tempo in your favor, and then the hand destruction as well really sets back Raymond and BIATL.
Okay, we have an update that Wu took game 1 in his matchup versus Matthew on Django. Oh, I'm sorry, Wu. I'm sorry. Took game 1 against Sabine ECL. You're right. They got a little got the matchups here wrong on the paper.
No, you're good. So yeah, CAD Tarkentown. We saw Wu and CAD Tarkentown on camera. It was a few rounds ago, 2 or 3 rounds ago, and
so Wu and Alex both taking game 1.
Wu ended up losing to Django in that matchup, but now we've got Wu on CAD Tarkentown taking down Sabine ECL in game 1. And it's interesting, that particular matchup, it was the CAD Sabine matchup.
Right.
When CAD first started to pick up momentum in set 3 meta, the prevalent thought, and even I thought this myself, was CAD had a really solid matchup into Sabine because, CAD can just eliminate their turn 1 play, and if you have Sabine, not playing a unit on turn 1,
right.
Well, that's great, right? If Sabine's not putting on big early pressure, but as we got further and further into set 3 meta, it seemed like the win percentage for Sabine was just climbing against CAD, and it's like maybe these really good Sabine players were just figuring out the lines to still get around CAD, even though they had the great early removal.
Yes.
And so I'm very curious now with obviously both of these decks having some changes,
right?
Not looking the same as they did in the last set. How that particular matchup looks and feels.
Right.
So we'll see if we catch any of that particular matchup throughout the weekend.
So does initiative here make... does it matter to either of them here, I think?
Now, are you referring to this particular matchup?
Yeah, this matchup, sorry, yes. Yeah.
Probably not, just because...
That was my initial
thought,
too.
A lot of these Han decks... They're playing something that costs 3 on turn 1. Not all the time, right? You could see Alex playing an L337 on turn 1, which is a great shielded play on turn 1. But, we see a lot, especially like the Han green decks, they want to resupply on turn 1.
Right.
But a lot of times, even watching Alex throughout the past several months at these PQs, there's a lot of times where he's playing a 3-cost unit on turn 1.
If you can,
right.
Yes, absolutely.
So I don't think initiative is super important here because there's a great chance that Alex just gives it up anyways by taking 2 actions on that first turn.
Absolutely. And Kira last turn naming resupply was very important, very key.
Right.
I think that's probably what you always name against Piet in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if you can keep Piet from bringing out some of those big threats, right? I mean, that certainly helps as well. Now we see Dr. Pershing early once again for Raymond. And there is L337.
Yes,
so not taking 2 actions here. L337 instead of a 3-cost unit. But that is the really great versatility that Han offers. Because if you don't draw that 2-cost play, you can use the Han ability, and you can still make a play on turn 1. Because these decks are always going to have at least a 3-cost unit in their hand.
Right.
They have so many 3-cost units in the deck. So it would be very rare to find Han not be able to make a turn 1 play. Very rare.
Right.
So Pershing getting in some early card draw, damage to itself. Raymond getting the extra card, which really will be important.
Yes.
Considering that...
I see that I think he's got a Kira, maybe a Spark in his hand.
Yeah. It looks like he has Spark and Ahsoka.
And Ahsoka, that's
so
right.
It's like, the hand destruction for Alex is prevalent in this deck. And so I think Pershing is important. So Pershing getting the extra card. Now L3 dealing 2 damage. Okay. So Alex will have 4 resources to work with. Oh, look at this. He wants to dump Kira or Ahsoka early. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he drops Kira early to try to shut off the ramp. But no, it's going to be Ahsoka.
Yeah,
okay.
Interesting.
So Ahsoka coming out. That will force a discard.
Is that 2 OBs we see?
Yes, it looks like it. It looks like a non-hyperfoil and maybe one a hyperfoil.
Yeah.
So Raymond has to discard a card. He will discard Overwhelming Barrage. He has another one at his disposal. No play there that turn for Raymond. You know he would have loved to have a resupply.
Yeah.
He would have loved a resupply there.
Yeah. It happens to all of us, though.
So Alex, once again, putting the early pressure in the ground arena. Now, Raymond still has plenty of cards in hand, even though Ahsoka discarded 1. Dr. Pershing got an extra card earlier, so those 2 just cancel each other out. And with the first action, Raymond could get another card with Pershing right away. But it looks like he is going to play a card instead. Looks like Raymond is paying 4. And it looks like we might see Childson.
Oh.
Childson coming out, and
Show
he's going to get the full benefit.
Right.
The full benefit. So we see another Pershing, no glory, only results. I believe that's a fleet interdictor behind the event there. Yep. And CR90 relief runner. So Childson a 6/6, but you know what would feel awful right now is Waylay. Or he could get really crazy here, and Alex could potentially even get an extra resource and play Bouncer this turn.
That's right, yeah.
But he is burning through a lot of cards, so he has to be careful here. But the Han should be ready. The Han leader unit should be ready. He used the action ability last turn to go up to 4. Yep, there you go.
Yes.
So he sees it's ready. I think he's going to go to 5.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go to 5 in Cantina Bouncer.
Yep.
Which is going to hurt.
That is going to.
It's going to be brutal. So Han action ability used. Alex has 5 resources. Pershing, 1 damage. Drawing a card. But here comes Cantina Bouncer. Childson bounced back to hand. Ahsoka attacking and taking out Pershing. And once again, Alex has done a fantastic job of building up a very strong ground arena, threatening with quite a bit of damage. No units on the table for Raymond. He's up to 5 resources here. He has not ramped in this game, and these Piet decks, they desperately want to ramp and get to those bigger plays. The more and more I see this matchup, this feels absolutely brutal for Piet. Now Childson will be replayed once again. And Raymond, I do believe, has the ability to put 4 experience tokens once again. Yes, he does. So Childson will be a 6/6 yet again.
Wow.
And I don't think Alex is holding on to another bounce effect.
So I did find out just now that the Django Mirror, John won that Django Mirror against Matthew. So K2OD winning
Nice.
all of game 1s.
Oh, okay. So that was just game 1.
That was just
Okay.
game 1. They
Okay.
just started game 2.
So KTOD with the clean sweep in game 1s of this match. You know, both teams great here, but this KTOD team, this is hard. I mean, this is tough
Yeah.
to get through these guys. No easy task whatsoever. Now, Han action ability used for Alex. He's got 6 resources once again. As Han gets that additional temporary ready resource. Piet deployed. And here comes Hot Shot Blaster onto L337. And L3 is going to hit Childson for 4. Leaving Childson with just 2 HP remaining. L3 just loses the shield token.
Yeah, Team Huntsville doing amazing today, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not-
So deep into this tournament.
Got to give them big props to the guys from Alabama.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, repping Alabama. First damage dealt to Alex's base with Piet. And now Ahsoka is going to trade with Lieutenant Childson. Now, the one good thing for Raymond here, it was a good start for Alex, but the one good thing is multiple cards have been burned already by
Right.
those early Han action abilities. That is the downfall. You get
It
the extra
is.
resource, you can play that bigger unit one turn early, but you're losing cards.
Right.
And so right now, Alex only holding on to 1 card, and so that is 1 plus here for Raymond, that he
right.
has card advantage. Now Han is deployed, and it looks like Alex is just going to go all in, taking out Piet. So Han plus Cantina Bouncer attacking and defeating Piet, both units taking 2 damage back, and then Kira coming into play for Alex. And we see a lot of cards, and we've got a guest commentator coming in here in the middle of the match. We've got Ian Lego Pizza. Ian, so good to have you, man.
What's up? Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Han Yellow versus Piet Blue.
Well, you're the Han Yellow Master, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, I like the matchup as Han just because you have so much ground pressure and Piet is a space deck.
Right.
I mean, some of their removal can line up really well against you, but if you just flood the board with a bunch of 3/5s on the ground, hotshot blaster them up,
Yeah.
it's pretty rough. And most of their early game to mid game plays, you get to just bounce for kind of free. Not sure what the Kira named here, but we're going to find out for you.
So we've got the resources being defeated. Big ground arena. We talked about it. Talked about it with Courtney a little bit earlier. I mean, this seems to be, and you just mentioned it, you know, especially in this match. I mean, Han can just pressure the ground arena.
Power.
And the big
Looks like it was Power the Dark Side. was
Power of the
named.
Dark Side. Okay. And the pressure in the ground arena that Han is able to put on
Yeah.
is very tough.
I mean, just look at the
For
PS
Piet.
hand. He's got like 7 cards in hand. And
Right.
I'm assuming it's because, I mean, I came in here halfway, but
Yeah.
I think Alex just bounced all the stuff to his hand, right?
So he bounced, and then we've also seen so Pershing early got a couple extra
Sure.
cards.
Yeah.
So the extra cards came off of Pershing.
Is that a direct hit that was shown for some reason?
I do believe so.
It just destroys a vehicle, right?
Yeah, I think it is a non-leader
Non-leader
vehicle
vehicle,
unit,
yeah.
right, for 4. And
I mean, basically what Han needs to do is just keep bouncing every big unit that they play so that there's never a barrage or super laser salvo or turbo laser salvo target to keep the ground just plentiful
Right.
with bodies.
Yep.
And you're just going to hopefully chip them away over the course of a couple turns. Obviously, cunning is huge and just pushing damage and,
Yeah.
and helping the bounce.
And it has appeared so far, at least in game 1. That's exactly how the matchup went.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a great cunning target here, too.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 4/6.
Right, it's only 4 power.
Yeah, you can cunning bounce that and +4. It's huge swing.
So the relief runner for Raymond. And now we're going to see a lot of damage poured on by Alex. You've got 4, 7, 10 total damage going to base with the 3 ready ground units. And now we've got 17 damage on Piette's base.
And Han's on the 7 resource right now because Han got to attack this turn, which means he could DJ here. Just keep the Piette player off from getting things like Devastator out early.
Oh, Emphas Nest. It just bounces the relief runner. That's brutal.
This is what I'm saying. As long as
Absolutely
you just every
brutal.
single turn you bounce something, they can never. Yeah.
And there's the handshake. That is it. What a match. And Alex with a dominant 2-0 victory here. And we'll jump over to another match. We've got, I believe, Sabine ECL versus Cad Tarkentown and Django Tarkentown versus, was it Quinlan? The other matchup?
I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Was it Quinlan? Django and Quinlan. Okay. So we are going to get another match for you. But, man, that feels rough for Piette. That feels like a really rough match. I think it was my first time actually seeing that matchup.
Yeah.
And that feels brutal for Piette.
I mean, Alex got to do exactly what he wanted to do. His game plan was just bounce, 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 flood the board on the ground.
Yeah.
You never have a target for Super Laser Blast or Turbo Laser Salvo.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so we are over to another match here. We've got Django Tarkentown versus...
Looks like a mirror match.
Oh, it's a mirror match. Okay, I thought it was Quinlan. So it's a mirror match. It's Django versus Django. This is Matthew versus John. John Tata, multiple SCG winner.
Yeah. PQ invitee.
Yep.
Or day 2 buy.
Yep. Had a runner-up in the big New York City PQ runner-up. Got the bye because he played you, Ian. He played you in the finals.
We had
Ian.
a crazy finals.
Absolutely,
dude.
that was so
match
much fun to cast.
Crazy. John was telling me that he built his list specifically for the mirror. So I think one of the strategies for their team was to have this mirror match play out.
Okay. So both players have Django deployed right now. We've got a P-38 Starfighter for both players in play. Here comes the electromagnetic pulse being revealed off of the ISB agent. So that will be a damage. And that damage will exhaust a unit with Django out. He's going to deal the damage to the P-38 Starfighter. P-38 exhausted, and now Django coming across for 3.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to base.
Okay. I didn't see him move the die yet, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so today I also played Django, and oftentimes in the mirror match, it's just who can push the early damage to try to accrue an advantage for put the other Django player in a mode where they have to claim and tap.
Okay.
And if you can have that early damage, oftentimes it's enough to just you'll eventually win with like a sneak attack Devastator,
Right.
or a sneak attack Ruthless Raider. Where the final damage is just burn damage. You don't even need any units. So it's a little bit of like, do I want to sacrifice my board in order to push the damage early? And as you saw here, John feels like he's now in the control mode and had to put his crafty into the Django, try to kill the Django so that he can't, board wipe the following turn.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Got to try and protect himself from the big War Juggernaut play.
Yeah. And one of the things that I've noticed, too, in the mirror is that Tarkentown is really awkward to use.
Okay.
Especially because having the initiative is an extremely important thing to have in critical turns.
Right.
That you often can't use the Tarkentown because by using it, you would be giving up initiative.
Right. And that could be crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, especially when you have your Django deployed already, and there's a bunch of units on the other side, as we have here, where it's just both players have 4 to 5 units, and if either of them slam a War Juggernaut, you get to tap the whole board,
Right.
probably kill 1 or 2 things, and really just swing the momentum in your favor. So
Right.
having initiative and maybe not playing all of your resources, is usually a good sign. And here, John had to take out the Django so that because I'm assuming he didn't have a mass tapper and was just afraid of his opponent having one.
Right. So quickly taking out Django.
Oh, what is happening here?
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm not sure. He's picking up his resources.
Are they going to the next game? Oh, you know what might have happened is the other game finished, maybe,
That was it.
and then they just stopped.
Yeah,
playing.
that could be it. So it was Wu playing Cad Tarkentown versus Sabine ECL.
That is what
And
happened.
that's it. Okay, so Wu taking down Brian on Sabine ECL, and that was it. So KTOD winning 2 matches there.
Yeah, they didn't
so
have
their
to
team
play
has
out
won.
the
Right.
rest.
The outcome of this particular game was irrelevant. KTOD moving on, and they are going to face off against Secret Order again.
Again.
They lost the first
They
time.
lost the first time around, but now KTOD has a chance to get revenge.
Get revenge. yeah.
Get a win, and they could get back into the finals and face off once again against McClunky Gaming.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens here. I know both teams have been practicing and getting ready for this event. I don't know. Do you know who won the roll off to determine the seed order last time?
I don't.
So after
We
playing
did not
5
find that
rounds, it feels like a very large advantage when you win that roll off and get to place the first thing, because you get to you kind of feed someone to the wolves because you know they're going to get counterpicked, but then you get to counterpick the last 2 seats, and oftentimes the initiative doesn't matter that much, like the actual who starts first in each individual match, but being able to have the double counterpick can be such a huge advantage based on people's 3v3 deck archetypes.
Right.
So I'm curious to see how other teams feel, because after playing 5 rounds already today, it felt like when we won the initiative roll and could figure that out, like we get to play the first guy and then counter pick the next 2, we won all of those games.
Oh, wow.
And then we lost all the games where that we didn't get to do that.
So the initiative role could prove to be very important in this format.
Just the seat draft adds such an extra element to this 3v3 tournament, and I'm really glad that we got to play around with it and try something new. Use the leaders that the game kind of is conceptualized around to see how we could have an interesting 3v3 format, and I think we succeeded. Everybody's having fun, and it's been really interesting, but maybe next time we'll figure out a way to not make it so advantage for the person who wins the roll-off.
Wins the die roll. Okay.
And it looks like we just had that roll-off, and it looks like Secret won.
Okay.
So.
All right, yeah, that could be interesting. Now, we are going to have Secret Order versus KTOD. Just before we get started with that particular match, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will come back with the final match in the losers bracket. We've got just 2 more rounds from the team event here in Atlanta. Stay tuned. We'll come back with some more action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Atlanta Bothan Invitational. I'm Josh Snyder. Alongside of me casting right now, we've got Ian Lego Pizza with us.
What up, chat?
Yeah, Ian's still with us, the famous Han Green player last set. He won a couple PQs with Han Green last set.
Yep.
And then you were Han Yellow prior to that, won some SCG tournaments with Han Yellow.
Yep.
So
a lot of Han in my life. No, I've taken a break. We had an argument, and now I'm playing Django. But don't tell him that. But yeah, it's great to cast this Han Green deck from Sunny.
Yeah.
He told me that he built this deck specifically for this 3v3 format. So
wow.
Some interesting cards I think we'll see.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And I've joked a little bit throughout the weekend so far that you and Joel. So Joel Lee was known for his blue heroism decks.
Yep.
And you were known for playing Han, and both of you guys were on Django Tarkentown today.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, we now know that Django is officially a problem. You two guys are running Django, it's a problem. So we've got the final match of the losers bracket here. It's Sekrit Order versus KTOD. These two teams have already faced off once today, back in round 4? 5? Can't remember the round right off the top of my head, but they faced earlier, and Sekrit won that particular match. And kind of an interesting deal here. Sekrit won the initiative roll first time around, and you said they've won again this time, but they've changed up their strategy.
They have, yeah. The first time I think they placed the Han Green on Sunny with the Han Green down in the first seat, and ended up winning the match. I think Tada ended up playing the Quinlan matchup, and he did not like that matchup. He ended up losing. He told me afterward that he did not want to see that again.
Okay.
And they ended up actually putting the Quinlan down as the first seat this time, changing up their strategy, and now John was actually able to dodge that matchup.
Oh, interesting.
So they sat the Cad Tarkentown by Wu down against that, against the Quinlan, and now we see the Django against Han Green here instead. So
that is very interesting. So Tada wanting to dodge the Quinlan Tarkentown match, and maybe Sekrit has played right into their hands here.
Maybe.
We'll see.
I mean, maybe they're one step ahead, and they know that Tada wanted to dodge that Quinlan, and then they wanted Sunny to play the Django.
That's
anyways.
fair.
So
No,
who
I
knows?
mean, these are fantastic players.
Yeah.
We've got PQ winners on both sides of the table, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's some mind games going on here.
Yeah. Well, and we know it had to have been purposeful, right? Because
Right.
they won the first time doing the first strategy, and they're deciding to do it differently this time. So.
Okay. So early in the first game, we see L337 for Sunny, and we've got the Allegiant General Pride for Tada.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think we're going to get a P38 here. It looks like he's got one in hand just to take the shield off. But he also has initiative with Pride, and that's like one of my favorite things with this Django deck. Highly recommend people running Pride. He is so good when you have initiative. 2 damage, 2 indirect, and if they put it on their turn 1 play, you get to tap it with Django, and you just start winning the race like
That's
crazy.
awesome. We had an interview with the McClunky guys early. They were the winners of the winning bracket, right? The winners bracket. And that is exactly what Tyler was talking about. He was on Django Tarkentown, and their strategy was if they were going to win the die roll, they were going to make sure to go ahead and put him in that first seat because he has the initiative, and he was playing an aggressive Django with Pride and some other aggressive early drops, and we just wanted to make sure he had the initiative. So Legion General Pride, I think, is a real
It's so unsuspecting
real card
too,
here in this deck,
right? Like it's so unsuspecting. Indirect is so weird because it goes through shields, right? So like even though that L3 is protected by a shield, if he chose to put the indirect on the L3, it goes under the shield and Django can tap it.
Yeah, no, that's great. So 7th Fleet Defender coming out for Tada here. And we're going to see Kira right away for Sunny D here on turn 3. We see the IG-2000 Elite P-38 Starfighter in Daring Raid. What are you thinking about this?
Yeah, so
Kira play?
It's interesting playing the Kira a turn earlier. He might not have had another option in terms of what he wanted to play this turn, so he wanted to run the Kira out. But normally what Han likes to do with Kira against Django is try to snipe Triple Dark Raid.
Right.
It seems here he's just going to name the other 4-drop that
Okay.
Tata runs, which is the IG 2000. And then, yeah, Tata will claim. Second Daring Raid. Daring Raid's weird in this matchup. So, Tarkentown and 2 damage get to kill pretty much anything that Han has out in the early game, right? So you can Daring Raid a 3/5 and then Tarkentown it, and you feel pretty good about that trade. But running or drawing too many of the Daring Raids can be a little anemic because they don't do much outside of that. Once Tarkentown is used, that Daring Raid is never really killing a unit anymore.
Okay. So after that point, could become a resource.
Yeah.
At that stage. So Tata with the initiative. Allegiant General Pride with the initiative. So 2 to base and then 2 indirect damage as well. And it looks like it's all been put on the base here.
Yeah.
Now there's another interesting, effect that Pride has. When a unit is dealt indirect damage, you can defeat a non-unique upgrade on
That's
it.
true,
So
yeah.
that's really neat too, because it can kind of get through the shields. Like the damage itself isn't taking off the shield, but his ability could also take off the shield,
it's
right?
such a sneaky card,
Yeah.
man. It's so good. Yeah, and look, he already has, the Han player has 8 damage on base, all from 2 attacks with Pride. Because it's too scary to let the tap and damage come in because it just piles up. And especially when you know your opponent has the Tarkentown still available, it's so hard to play around.
So now the action back over to Sunny. We still have Kira and L3, and I would, like you mentioned, Tarkentown is a problem. He wants, I'm sure, to get Allegiant Pride off the board.
Yeah.
But if you attack Kira into Pride, Tarkentown just takes Kira right off the board, and then IG 2000 can then be played.
Yep.
So a little bit of a
basically
predicament
doing his job
here.
for him, really.
Right, yeah. I mean, Allegiant Pride protected by Tarkentown here.
Yeah. I mean, what I expect to happen here is that Kira is going to get Daring Raid Tarkentown, and then a P-38 might just ping off the shield of the L3.
Okay.
It might just depend on how many actions John has left, because he wants to make sure that he claims every single turn,
right,
so that Pride keeps doing the damage.
Okay.
So what we might end up happening is we just see either the P-38 or just the Daring Raid, no Tarkentown use, then you just claim initiative. You can Tarkentown first action next turn, and you still have the initiative for the rest of the turn, so Pride is still active.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So 7th Fleet Defender did get in for 3, and L337 getting in for 2. There's the Daring Raid, 2 damage to Kira, and now we'll see what the rest of this turn looks like.
It actually might have been a really heads-up play from John to keep the second Daring Raid if he was worried about Ahsoka from Sunny, but I don't know if Sunny's running Ahsoka, because that's a nice card to pitch.
Okay. Now here's an interesting card. Stolen AT Hauler coming out.
I love this card.
For Sunny, the new 3, 4, 5 in space. It's a huge unit. Big stats for 3. Now, it does come with a little bit of a downside, right?
Yeah, there is definitely a downside. I actually really like it in Django. I run Stolen AT Hauler in my Django deck.
Okay.
Because, even though they can eventually steal it, at that point you can start just tapping it down every turn with your mass tappers.
Right.
But it's also really interesting with Honks. It's a great turn 1 play. A 4/5 in space on turn 1 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, that's no joke for sure. So the AT Hauler coming out. Action back over to Tata.
Now he needs to be wary here because I think he wants to claim because he wants Pride to be available. But he's staring down 2 significant threats. One, the Kira that's naming a card out of his hand, and then the other one is that 4/5. That's going to start pushing a lot of damage on this 25 HP base.
Yeah. That is the downside, of course, to having these 25 HP bases. You can start to get in trouble pretty quickly. So John trying to think through this play, and like you said, he wants the initiative, but we'll see what kind of work he needs to do to clean up this board a little bit.
I think John is trying to see if can I afford to lose initiative by daring raiding the 4/5 and Tarkentowning that and then stealing it. But
right.
It looks like he ends up just playing a P-38, putting a damage on the hauler.
So 1 damage on the hauler, that is going to mean that Tarkentown will take out Kira.
So I think what John's thinking now is that I'll use the Tarkentown on the Kira. This lets my other pinger come out. And now if we have this, the AT hauler goes into one of my 3 drops then the IG 2000 can finish it off, and then I can steal it the following turn.
Yeah, because we know that John had the IG 2000 in hand, and is he still holding on to it? Yeah, he did. Okay, there it is. There's the IG 2000, so he still has that play available. And now Sunny D with the initiative. It's a tough spot, right? Because the stolen AT Hauler and P-38 Starfighter just trade.
Yeah.
Just outright trade.
Wow.
Oh, look at this. Han Solo
That is a lot of damage.
being put on as a pilot upgrade to stolen AT Hauler. That gives the AT Hauler +2/+3, and he can attack with it right away. That's 6 damage
Yeah,
going
that's a lot.
through into Tarkin Town.
The 3 health is huge tier 2 because now Tad is put into a spot where he has to kind of hit his whole board into it if he wants to steal it, and maybe still use a pinger or a daring raid.
Yeah.
So
right now the AT Hauler is a 6/8, right?
yeah,
Is that
6/8
right?
with
6/8.
1 damage.
Yep, 6/8, so 7 HP remaining. So yeah, John would absolutely, he would have to attack with both of those space units.
And don't forget, this is the Han flip turn too.
Yeah.
So we could get another 5 resources coming out
Yeah, that's
potentially
absolutely right.
if the Han gets to attack.
Here comes Triple Dark Raid. Let's see what John can find off the top here. Django's ability has not been used, but right now there's no good exhaust targets, right? He
Right.
can't exhaust L3 because L3 has the shield.
It's like we're gonna get either a Raider or a Juggernaut. I think he got both. No, it looks like it's just a Raider.
Just Raider? Okay, so Raider would come in, and Raider also, again, it does not defeat a unit right away.
Yeah.
And it doesn't exhaust anything.
He does still have a daring raid, and he's on 5 resources. So he can either put some damage on the L3, get the shield away, use the daring raid to finish it off, or he can try to push damage into that hauler
To try to get it off the board.
to try to get it off the board and steal it for the following
Yeah.
turn. And then now he has, the board advantage. So
So 2 damage to base, and
still deciding.
still deciding what unit
Yeah.
we're going to deal the damage to.
Yeah, this Han Green deck from Sunny is really interesting. I wonder how many 7s he's playing, because when you're playing things like Hauler and Han Pilot, I wonder if his deck is more low to the ground, maybe a little bit more pilot focused.
Okay. So John's still thinking through where that 2 damage is going to go. And again, Sunny still has the option to be very aggressive on this turn with Han. Now keep in mind that Django can also be deployed.
Yep.
We haven't seen Django come out yet. The 2 damage goes to stolen AT Hauler. Action back over to Sunny. He is going to get that 2 damage in with L337. 15 damage on John's base.
I mean, John has to get rid of this AT Hauler because Surprise Strike from that Hauler is lethal now.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Or at least close to it. It would be 1 off. So I think that would be, 9 damage?
Yeah, you're right, 9. So he'd be 1 short.
But that's scary, right? Like, he's got to figure out the most optimal way to get rid of that Hauler and not have all of his units die in the process.
Right. So Django is deployed. Han action ability used. Sunny's up to 6 total resources, 4 ready resources. Now he only has 1 card in hand. And now I think John's going to probably go to work on that AT Hauler. Looks like he's going to attack with the 7th Fleet Defender.
He's got to do 5 more, so he might think maybe I can get rid of the shield on my 7th Fleet Defender, use the daring raid that I have left.
Yeah, because he does have 1 ready resource.
Yeah, that makes it so none of his units have to die in order to get rid of that Hauler. And now Han flips. He has the option to attack one of his units into it to tap it. I don't know if he can afford to take another 4 damage here.
So going after the AT Hauler, and 1 damage when defeated dealt to Han, which exhausts Han because Django is in play.
It looks like he wants to keep the daring raid in hand and be able to exhaust the Han in 1 action, deal with both the Hauler and the Han for the turn.
And now it seems like momentum has shifted back over to John's side, right? Because he's still showing, 8 damage. Is that right? 9 damage on board. So 2 damage to base with General Pride. He still has the Ready Ruthless Raider and Django Fett.
Looks like Chad is saying that John had lethal here. I'm not quite sure. So he had 6, 8, 7, 15. He was at, 13? And he could have done 15 damage?
Okay.
I'm not sure how that was lethal.
Now, he is going to take control of the AT Hauler.
Oh, Daring Raid, yeah.
Oh, Daring Raid.
That would have been the last 2 points he would have needed. Yeah.
Okay.
Good point, Mike.
Wow, yeah, would have had just enough.
That would have required Sonny to, Sonny would have had to have, attacked his Han into the Allegiant Pride in order to stop it.
Okay.
But John went the conservative route here, too.
Yeah. So Django getting in for 3. 18 damage on Sonny's base.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't even thinking that Django could put lethal here, but that's this Django deck, man.
Yeah,
it's
no,
crazy.
that's the crazy thing about these Django decks is they can just pour on damage.
Yeah,
out of nowhere, like crazy.
Sneak attack, triple dark raid, ruthless raiders, devastators.
So Daring Raid actually going to be used to defeat the shield token on L337, and Ruthless Raider attacking for 4, bouncing back to hand. So 22 damage on Sunny D's base. 15 on John's base. 10 HP remaining for John. 8 HP remaining for Sunny. Well, this is the turn right here, right? Because we have, for sure now, John is showing Fatal.
Yeah.
Absolutely showing Fatal. And if he has a pump, he's showing Fatal with potentially 2 actions.
Well, we know he has the Ruthless in hand, so that pushes 2 more damage and gets to tap something or kill the L3. Yeah, this is a hard spot for Sunny now.
Been a great game 1 so far. Sunny now in the tank, trying to figure out what he can do to get out of this situation. We're actually going to see Han go to base here. 19 damage on base. Is there a play that... I mean, obviously, Surprise Strike on L3 could deal 5, but that's not quite enough.
That is not
You're
enough.
1 short. Does Sunny have another way to present damage immediately? And generally, this deck doesn't have that, right? Does Han Green have ways to present damage?
It's just Surprise Strike and blasters.
So Allegiant Pride taking out L337. Now Sunny playing tech from hand.
I mean...
But John's still showing lethal here.
He's got 10 damage available, so...
So here comes 4 from Hauler. That's 26 damage on. And as you mentioned, Ian, we know he has the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, it looks like...
And that's going to do it.
Sunny is conceded.
Yep, Sunny scooping it up in game 1, going to John Tata. KTOD with the early lead here in this particular matchup. 1-0 for John as these two teams looking to get to the final round, the final match versus the undefeated McClunky team.
Yeah, I think we got an update that Alex Blandon had won the first match into... I think he was playing Django Tarkentown from the Secret team. So he won game 1.
Okay. And Alex won game 1 and he was playing, what was he playing again? He was playing Django?
Yeah,
Is that
Alex
right?
Onhan playing against Django Tarkentown.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the other match.
Did Wu win here? Is that what we're getting?
I think it might be, but there's also another dash here, so...
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fair. Fair point. So we've got... What we know for sure is we know that John is up 1-0 over Sunny. And now we're going to dig into the sideboards here. Now, we don't know exactly what this sideboard looks like for Sunny, but you're very familiar with the Han Green deck. What kind of stuff do we need to be looking for right now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he might be playing things like Bright Hope. Just Space Sentinels that have large bodies is nice. It kind of just delays the inevitable, but you know it does stop like a a well-timed sneak attack, Ruthless Raider for a bit. It can, just especially when he's playing all these pilots, like you put the Bright Hope down, they probably can't kill it in one action, and then if you can go to the next turn with it still out, put a pilot on it, and if John doesn't have like a waylay, then it gets really rough for him there. But I think the game is to try to... The Han player wants the Django player to use their Tarkin Town right away if he's playing all these pilots. Because that's another way that, you add 3 health from a pilot, but the Tarkin Town is going to do 3 damage to it. So.
Right. Another card, and I'd be shocked if Sonny doesn't have it either in the main deck or the sideboard as Commandeer, right? Commandeer can be very important in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, Commandeer is a really interesting card. It's a hard card to play correctly, I think, because oftentimes it only is good when the Django player taps out to play something big, like a sneak attack 6-drop or a TDR 6-drop. But oftentimes you don't have either the actions or you have to use your resources earlier to deal with something else, so it's really hard to line up.
Okay.
And it's not really the ideal thing for Han to do on the flip turn because you're only using 5 of your 7 potential resources, so you're leaving something hanging there. But I know a lot of people really like it, so...
Yeah, it's interesting because you're one of the ones that I think has been a little bit more low on it, right?
Yeah.
You've been more down on Commandeer, being amazing into Django, because I believe it was it the Around the Network podcast that you guys did where you were talking about it? Yep, I caught some of that, and I remember you, not being as big on the card as some of the other
I don't think it
parts of the
solves
community.
matchups, that's for sure. It can definitely help. Like, a well-timed Commandeer can definitely win you a game. It can definitely at least, help you, even early, just to, steal one of their ships, trade it into one of their other ships, and now you're clearing their board. Great play, great use of it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it just solves the matchup in any way, shape, or form, and it can be really awkward to fit. And it's just, the Django deck gets to really put a lot of pressure on your opponent, and if they ever tap out and you have one of these ways to put a unit out readied from either your hand or your deck, it is just so backbreaking to have to take that hit. And if you basically have to not use any of your resources and just use your actions on the table in order to finagle your way to be able to commandeer the thing and force them to use their actions first.
Okay.
This is something that also happens in the mirror. So
Right. Okay.
Looks like an L3.
Yeah,
as the first turn play.
I would guess some of these Django decks could be running Commandeer as well, right? You could be bringing Commandeer out of the sideboard.
Yep.
So we see the L337 once again for Sonny and Allegiant General Pride. Now they have... And this always cracks me up when players do this. We have switched the arenas in this game. So the ground arena has moved to the top of your screen this time around. Sonny throwing a little bit of a curveball at us. And L3 is going to get in for 2 with Sonny's first action on turn 2.
John is doing a play that I love in this Django deck. Don't attack with your General Pride when you don't have an... Play Guerrilla Soldier. When your opponent attacks with their turn is that he can soak onto units.
Right.
And you get to untap your unit, and if you want, you can just claim initiatives to start the Pride train rolling again.
Yeah. No, that is great. Guerrilla Soldier...
He needs to... So he might miss this here, but he can actually defeat that resource. You don't need to have initiative to use the defeat of... Or not resource, defeat the shield, sorry. The General Pride ability to defeat a non-unique upgrade when indirect damage is put onto a unit is always active.
Right, yeah,
you do not
that
need
one's
to have
active.
initiative for that.
The indirect damage that it deals is only when you have the initiative.
Correct. It is a May trigger, so
Okay.
that is something that you can miss.
So 2 damage from both Guerrilla Soldier and Allegiant General Pride. So, Guerrilla Soldier, really a fantastic card.
Yeah, I love that card.
We're seeing it in Django and, of course, the Boba Burn deck, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's, the big deck that it kind of shows up in right away, but it seems to be quite effective here, especially, as you mentioned, paired with General Pride here in Django.
And this is an interesting card from the Sunny D's point of view. He played the new Falcon, which is amazing at holding exactly this card, which is the Han Solo pilot. So you get to do a almost hotshot blaster type effect here with your space arena. Put a pilot on it, immediately attack, the new new Falcon gets a bonus for having a pilot on it. So you're actually swinging for 6 here, which is a crazy amount. And now you have a, what is it, a 6-7?
Yeah,
in
6-7.
space.
Millennium Falcon, the 6-7. Yeah, super good play there. The Millennium Falcon, the new Falcon, it gets an additional power when it has a pilot on it. So now we're going to see the IG-2000 coming out. 1 damage onto L337, which defeats the shield token, and 1 damage to Millennium Falcon.
I already putting the Tarkentown base to 10 damage on it.
Yeah, the Falcon play certainly helped Sonny be aggressive here.
John might need to claim initiative here just so that he doesn't get another 6 damage to base. Choosing to attack into the L3 instead, though.
Yeah, taking out L3. This does open the door for Sonny to claim the initiative, but he's actually going to use the Han ability here. Going up to 3 ready resources. So
Maybe
John,
the old Falcon. The one
okay,
that comes
yeah,
ready.
certainly an option here. Allegiant Pride getting in for 2. And resupply.
That lets him bring out
so
Han
he can
out
bring
this turn.
Han out. Look at this. Now John claims the initiative. Han is going to go 4 to base. That's 14 damage on John's base. Another resource for Sonny that I don't think he'll be able to take advantage of.
This
here.
was a really great way of sequencing from the Han Green player's side of view, because I don't think John Tata had any thought about activate Han, resupply, deploy Han.
Yeah.
After all the craziness that happened that turn.
It's a pretty sneaky play.
It is.
I mean, that is a sneaky play from Sonny D, a fantastic Han Green player. Defeating a couple resources here. After the Han action ability and the on attack ability, getting the 2 extra temporary resources. Now, John with the initiative, but 14 damage on plus Millennium Falcon. So electromagnetic pulse. We've seen that come in big multiple times today. 2 damage to Millennium Falcon, and it exhausts it.
This will let Sonny get to 7 resources with Han this turn, if he so chooses to attack here.
That is absolutely right. Han could get in for at least another 4. He get to 7.
One of the great things about electromagnetic pulse in situations like this is it doesn't use the Django tap. Or Django's not exhausted, right, in order to tap here. So he gets to threaten tapping Han here. So Sonny's got to how much he wants to utilize this Han. Does he want to play a card first? Does he want to just attack right away?
Considering the amount of damage on base, I think it would shock me if he doesn't get in with Han.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe he's got a hotshot blaster, but he doesn't really have a way to use the other resources, so maybe he's just trying to contemplate how best to sequence this turn.
Okay. There it is. You called it, Ian. There's the hotshot blaster smuggled in on Han. Han is going to attack for 6. That is 20 damage on John's base.
And now he has 2 lethal threats.
Yes. Either one of those units would be game next turn, and Sonny D still has 4 ready resources to work with. Django is deployed, and now let's see what Sonny has here. 3 resources for the good old school Millennium Falcon coming in ready.
You're my boy, Blue. I love that little guy.
Showing another 3 damage. Now, John does have an answer with IG-2000.
Yeah.
So he could stop Millennium Falcon for getting in for 3.
But then Sonny just gets to claim and have 2 lethal threats. The IG attack doesn't kill the new Falcon.
Now, I think John would have enough to still take out Han, though, with just his ground units.
That's
right?
correct. That is correct. But
then the Falcon
if Sonny
wins.
claims right here, I don't think he can kill the new Falcon, because that has, 7 total health, and there's only 3 on it.
Yeah.
Oh, he has Tarkentown still available.
Yep, that's right. Tarkentown is up. So Falcon takes 1 off of the P-38 Starfighter. The Millennium Falcon is exhausted. And Django plus Guerrilla Soldier and Allegiant Pride all attacking into Han. Han defeated. Sonny D, of course, at this point has claimed the initiative.
So yeah, I think IG is going to have to go into the new Falcon plus Tarkin Town. But if Sunny D has a surprise strike for the old Falcon that would still be remaining,
Right.
that would still be game.
Yeah. Because IG, only 3 power. He's still 1 damage short. So IG 2000, 3 damage into the new Millennium Falcon. That was piloted by Han. Tarkin Town finishes him off. Sunny D, 5 damage away from forcing a deciding Game 3. Big time match for both of these teams. An elimination match. A lot on the line here.
Looks like there was a Ewing's reinforcement that was resourced at one point. So he does have 7s in the deck. Looks like there's an Enfys nest as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, another Han pilot would do it.
So let's see. Does Sunny have a pump here? Surprise strike or Han pilot. He does not have it. Just 3 damage immediately to base. He's now just 2 shy from forcing a Game 3. And now John is probably going to... Is he going to answer that threat here? Of course, you've got to take Falcon off the board, right? He could trade the Falcon with P-38 Starfighter. But first, we're just going to go 3 to base with Django. So Django taking Sunny D up to 11 damage. Does Sunny D have a way to present some more threats here?
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe contemplating a waylay on the P-38. That would delay the inevitable. And it actually looks like if he waylays the P-38, there's not enough damage for John Tata to be able to clear the Falcon this turn. So he might have to just claim if that happens to tap the Falcon as the first action of the next turn in order to avoid not getting killed by it.
Okay.
But that's if there is a waylay in Sunny D's hand.
Let's see if he has any smuggle plays.
Oh,
He's going to
big
smuggle
Falcon.
the big Falcon into play.
All 3
Lando's
Falcons this
pride.
game.
That's awesome. Sunny D going all out, running all 3 versions of Millennium Falcon.
I think John's just going to have to claim here. He's got a War Juggernaut, so he can tap the whole board.
Okay, yeah, because
Next
Django's
turn.
still on the board.
Yep, and that's what happens.
Look at this, claiming the initiative. Sunny D has to know that War Juggernaut is looming.
Looks like Tata also picked up a TDR and an IG, so he's got mass tappers for days.
Okay. Sunny D is so close, but
Holding
yet
on.
so far away.
Holding on by a thread. It's crazy.
So here we go. First action. Looks like John was contemplating 4, so that would be IG 2000, but it looks like, no, he's going to go 3 for Triple Dark Raid.
So this is the risky play, but
This is risky.
It has the highest ceiling, because if he gets a Sneak Devastator here, he might have enough
to win the game.
But if he doesn't get a Mass Tapper, and he does.
He got War Juggernaut.
Wow.
John gambles. He finds the Juggernaut. That will allow Juggernaut to deal 2 damage or 1 damage to each of the space units. Both Falcons will be exhausted. He's going to damage the War Juggernaut as well, and the P-38 Starfighter. So War Juggernaut is ready, and he is going to be, what, +5 power.
Yeah.
So he would swing for 8.
He's got a Surprise Strike in hand as well. So that would be 11 plus 6 more on the board.
So 17 damage
And
is what John is potentially able to do here in this
could put him
turn.
to 28.
Or on this turn. This is crazy.
Oh,
Commandeer!
there's the Commandeer.
The Commandeer! Oh my goodness! Commandeer is going to take control of Juggernaut, and that's going to do it!
Wow.
We talked about
I know.
Commandeer. We talked about it, and it's so good against Juggernaut if they don't have another way to exhaust it, and that does it for Sunny in Game 2. We're going to go to a deciding Game 3. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, that's so awesome. So that was the situation where Commandeer is great, right?
Absolutely.
You force the Django player to have to react to what you're doing, right? Force them to have the Mass Tapper. They play it out, and you get to punish them with the Commandeer.
Man.
That's exactly what that card is for.
Okay. Now, here's a question for you, Ian. did the gamble there and the triple Dark Raid that brought Juggernaut into play, did that come back to hurt him? Could he have played one of the cheaper, like he had IG 2000, could he have played one of the other exhaust options and not just lose on that turn?
So I think the Commandeer might have been the nail in the coffin regardless.
Okay.
Because of how much damage was already pushed onto the Django.
He was 23. He was only
23.
too short. You're right.
So
I was thinking he had a few more. No, you're right.
At that point, if he does that, he gets the Commandeer, the P38 that's untapped.
Right.
And just take that and basically say, deal with this card, because if you don't have another tapper for this, this is just going to go through.
Yeah, no, you're right, because with 2 damage, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter whether John, plays the triple Dark Raid there or just plays one of the other exhaust options in hand. Just having 2 HP remaining and Sunny D having the common was going to finish the game one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's cool that we saw it, because maybe this makes you a little bit more of a believer in Commandeer.
Well, to be fair, I think Sunny was in a really great spot that game, and that I think it showed you the way to beat Django is to pressure the damage onto their base. They're only playing a 25 HP base, and if you can push them to the point where they have to claim early, not use any of the resources in a turn, which is what we saw.
Yes, that was
and then
crazy.
Claim early, play tap out for a really large, TDR or a War Juggernaut, and mass tap the board. Then the way that you get to punish that is with the Commandeer. But if you can't put that initial damage on where the Django player has to do the early claim and then try to play a mass tapper, then it's really hard to fit it in, because the Django player will do all of their attacks before they tap out every single time.
Right. Yeah, no, that is a really good point. And
looks like a mulligan from John Tata.
So shifting gears a little bit, in that game, the turning point for me was that super sneaky Han action ability into resupply
that was
to
so
bring
cool.
out Han. Getting that extra 4 damage really proved to be important.
Yeah, no, it was. And especially because he had the Hotshot Blaster, because he basically presented 2 really large threats, right?
Right.
And Django, until he's on the board, is really good at dealing with 1 large threat.
Right.
Right? So when John was sitting across from the piloted Falcon, he's like, okay, I can manage this. I'll just tap it every turn. It'll be fine.
Right.
He was not expecting Han to come out in the 4 resource turn. And then the following turn, he taps the piloted Falcon, and then he gets the Hotshot Blaster to Han.
Yeah.
Someone's asking for updates in chat.
So, yeah.
Just real quick, we have Wu on CAD and Michael on Quinlan are now 1-1. They're going to a deciding game 3 as well.
Okay.
We are unsure about Alex on Han Yellow against Ryan on Django Tarkentown.
Okay. Now, here's another question in chat from MCL720. It said, could Django have swung into Juggernaut? So I think the question is, because Django was on board, could he swing into Juggernaut and just exhaust it? But because Django would be defeated, that ability doesn't happen, correct?
No, so you do still get that tap, actually. The problem is that Sunny gets to just claim.
Right, that's right. Yeah, okay. So he still gets, that's the problem. So if you swing in, you do exhaust, even with Django being defeated, but claiming the initiative, he had the threats in the space arena to finish the game.
Yep.
Okay. So there we go.
Yeah, so we're all going down to a game 3. Looks like we have a
camera's
camera
going
error.
down. I may be bringing play-by-play again in the dark. All right, so stand by, guys. We're going to get Courtney to take a look at this real quick.
Second.
So, guys, we're going to do a quick reset, and we will be right back, hopefully with some more action from this match. All right, guys, we are back. We've got the camera issue resolved here. We are on the deciding game 3 between John Tata and Sunny D. Django Tarkentown versus Han Green. We've got some early damage here.
Just to make sure, can you guys hear us? I see in the chat says there's no sound.
Yep, quick
If you
sound
can
check.
hear us, please type in the chat. Okay. Looks like audio is back then.
Okay, we're back. We're good to go here. Now look at this. Once again, the Millennium Falcon gets Han 6 damage to John's base. And we're going to see triple Dark Raid here on turn 3. Can he find a big play?
I think he needs Ruthless Raider.
There it is. Ruthless Raider coming in. 2 damage to Sunny's base. 2 damage to Falcon. Oh. He could be aggressive and go to base, but he could also trade with Falcon right here, right?
It looks like they're scooping up their cards. I'm assuming the other games have finished.
Oh, okay. So I guess this match does not matter. We're going to get an update real quick on what happened in the other game. But they have stopped in the middle of this game, so we know that Wu and Michael were going to game 3 with Cad Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. But I'm not sure where they were with Alex.
KTOD won.
All right, KTOD gets it. So Alex and Wu victorious in their matches. So KTOD victorious here. They take revenge on Sekrit, and they are going to have a final showdown with the undefeated McClunky Gaming team.
Josh, it was a pleasure. I got to get ready for the 6K.
Yep, Ian has to leave us. He's getting ready for the 6K.
We'll take a quick break. McClunky, they're trying to get this one in before the 6K starts. So if you
Awesome.
want to take a quick 1-minute break.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back
get
with the
everything ready.
final match of the team event here at BIATL. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of the Atlanta Bothan Invitational. We are set for the final match of the team event. It all comes down to this match. We have McClunky Gaming team number 1, McClunky Gaming number 1 versus KTOD. And to start, I think we're going to switch between the games here, Courtney.
That's right, Josh. So the players on both of these teams have asked that each game get some play time during this final match. So we are going to do our best to show you and jump between the games. We're going to do most of game 1. If we have time, we'll jump to the other one.
Okay.
We may not show game 2 and game 3, but we will try to get all of the action crammed in for you guys.
All right. So featured right now, we're going to have CAD versus CAD. We haven't seen this yet today. We have SWU on the left piloting CAD Tarkentown, and Zach on the right piloting that CAD green. And we've got a special guest here with me. We've got Jeff from Bothan Network. Good to have you here. Jeff's going to do some color commentary with me here in this match.
Yeah, would have loved to be in the match, but a close second is being here with you, Josh.
No, hey, I'm glad to have you. Sorry you didn't make it all the way, but I mean, this has been a great event, though, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a ton of fun, yeah. And my team actually got knocked down to the lower bracket by this McClunky team. So it's good that they made it. It makes me feel like I got second.
There you go. So starting early, we see Bothan coming down for SWU, taking out the Super Laser Technician. But it appears as though... Was it another Super Laser Technician that he just drew right back into?
Yes, another Super Laser Tech, and the now there are 2 of them Maul is very significant. CAD Leader has 8 health, but that's one of the things this deck can do is get up to 4 or 5 resources, and then now there are 2 of them in an Underworld unit into Maul. So that's on the dock that he has to prepare for.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Crafty Smuggler came in, the CAD ability dealing 1 damage to Bothan, and starting this turn 2 here in game 1, Boba Fett coming out, CAD triggered ability, taking off the shield token on Crafty Smuggler. And now the action back over to Zach. He is going to play the Super Laser Technician. Only 2 options here, right? You either attack with Bothan or claim the initiative.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You could, I think you attack with Bothan into base here, because the 1 damage ping from CAD really matters there, because it would be nice to get extra damage there, but it's not worth losing your unit, I don't think.
Right.
So you see these incremental pings really mattering in situations like this, where you'd love to just get a damage on the Crafty and have it dead to any ping, but you just can't afford to lose your Bothan.
So now Zach with the next action. He could take out Bothan here, but he does not. So he chooses not to attack with Crafty, but that will set him up to potentially take out Bothan with Technician.
Exactly.
With the first action.
Yeah.
And get that extra resource.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this CAD green deck does. It was basically designed to destroy Django, and I believe it has been doing that all day. There are 3 CAD greens in this tournament. All 3 are the 3 McClunky teams. All have this CAD green list.
And Zach is the one that kind of created this list.
Nice.
And he won a PQ with it. He won the Red Seal Gaming PQ a couple months ago. So very familiar with this deck, pilots it very well. So now with the first action, Zach very likely going to be looking to get an extra resource with Technician. He will trade with Bothan and up to 5 total resources. And Boba attacking and taking out Crafty Smuggler. Board cleared on Zach's side of the table.
Yeah, I think that goes back to he knows about the now there are 2 of them, so you can't leave him with a single Underworld unit.
Right.
And then also that plays around things like McClunky.
Yeah, and look at this. Here comes the Syndicate Lackeys ambushing and defeating Boba. And Lackeys will remain on the board with 1 HP. And another Bothan for SWU. We've got Maul, Zuckuss, and Bosk. What do you think he he picks
That's
here.
interesting. It's interesting to me that he resourced and now there are two of them. So that tells me that what I think that tells me is he says, I'm playing against a high-level player. He's not going to let me get. Now there are two of them off, which we saw with the Boba attack as well. Like, he never left the opening for now there are two of them, and Zach kind of mind-gamed it by saying, I didn't keep it anyway. Yeah, I think taking them all is correct because even though it doesn't kill CAD, it's so much pressure, and your whole deck is Underworld where you can make sure that Maul stays healthy too, which is huge for CAD. So I think you have to take them all there.
So Maul discarded. Zach did get to draw a card, and another interesting note here, the Cad Bane triggered ability when Bothan was played, defeating the Syndicate lackeys.
Yeah.
So Zach back down to no units on the board, and then Wu follows up with another unit playing the Cartel Space Arena, or the Cartel Spacer in Space Arena. And it's going to be Forlom coming out for Zach with the first action, ambushing and defeating Bothan. Cad Bane trigger 1 damage to the Spacer.
Yeah, I think this game is really showing you. A lot of people look at Cad Bane and they say, oh, 1 damage ping, it's not really that big of a deal. We've seen it add up multiple times here where either Wu couldn't make a good trade or killing the Syndicate lackeys after, where these 1 damage pings really add up in decks like these where you know that you can just keep the board clear. And he's got the Tarkin Town here if he wants to.
Yeah, look at that. Tarkin Town taking out Forlom. Cad Bane deployed, and now Boss coming out for Wu. With the Cad Bane triggered ability, that's 5 damage to Cad Bane. So Wu doing a nice job of keeping these threats in check on Zach's side of the board. 2 damage to base with Cartel Spacer, and it looks like Zach just claiming the initiative.
Yeah, he knows that he can't afford to just have his CAD die to a single Bosk attack, because it wouldn't even kill Bosk back, and then you lose the CAD ping for the turn as well. So he didn't get the CAD attack in because he knew he had to claim. I think Wu is playing this really well. Like, both players are playing well, but I think Wu is really putting the pressure on Zach right now and kind of understanding what Zach wants to do.
So now the question is, did Zach find another good ambush unit here that can answer Bosk? And then Cad ability to take out Spacer. He did. It's Bosk on Bosk. We actually saw the Bosk when the Bothan was played earlier. Still had it in hand. So Wu's Bosk is defeated, and then the Cad trigger dealing 2 damage to the Cartel Spacer.
Yeah. When deployed, dealing an extra damage, coming in clutch there. And that's all this Cad green deck is. It's capture and ambush. It's you don't get to keep anything on the board, and we'll see what happens after that.
So now we're going to have Wu play the IG-2000, taking out Bosk, and another damage to Cad Bane, just 2 HP remaining on the leader unit for Zach. And now this sets up, Wu could take out the opposing Cad here, right? If he deploys, could take out Cad and keep his Cad on the board.
Yeah, the IG ping is huge because without the IG ping, you could throw Zach could throw his CAD into Wu's and still have it live because of the raid to his only 2 base attack. But with that ping, you can't do that anymore. Now your CAD's gonna die. Yeah. With the 2 extra pings on it. If CAD was down to 5 or less damage on him, you had that option. But
yeah, the 2 extra damage could be quite important here. Now I believe, is the action still on Zach? Or has Zach already claimed the initiative? Okay,
so Zach claimed, and Wu is going to base. So ignoring the CAD. Interesting.
All right, going to base, and so far, Zach has yet to deal any damage to Wu's base. We've got 7 damage on Zach's base. And Zach does have the initiative.
Yeah, to me, that attack tells me that Wu thinks he is very far ahead. I don't think he's wrong, but that's what I'm reading from his actions in there. He says, I don't need to take out your CAD. I'm not worried about it. I don't want to make my CAD even a little bit riskier. I'll just ping your guy later. I'm just gonna keep hitting your base.
Yeah. He feels like he is the aggressor right now. And we're gonna see a big play from Zach. Reinforcement Walker coming in. He gets to look at the top card of his deck. He can either draw it or discard it. If he discards it, he heals 3 damage from his base. He discards the Sidon Ethano. So back down to 4 damage on. Now, the Reinforcement Walker, certainly changes things a little bit in terms of the math, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing is it makes it easier for Zach to kill Wu's CAD, because now you can either attack CAD basically sacrifice your CAD to get their CAD to 4 so that Reinforcement Walker kills it, or you could draw another Maul to kill it. So Wu doing the damage for him this turn and saying, now that you've got the Reinforcement Walker, I'm off the race plan.
Right.
We're done with that.
yeah, we're not the aggressor right now. So Wu's CAD taking out Zach's CAD.
Yeah.
And then Zach just claiming the initiative.
Ooh.
IG going in, and oh, look at this.
Huge.
CAD Bane unit, the 7-cost legendary, capturing the Reinforcement Walker.
Yeah, so for those wondering about how that works, because Reinforcement Walker has 9 health, he triggers the CAD leader first. So that's why he took out the CAD leader there, because if he didn't do that, CAD could have just pinged his CAD leader, and the Reinforcement Walker wasn't a valid target.
Right.
But since he took out the only unit, the only target for CAD ping was ping the Reinforcement Walker, which takes it below the 8 health threshold,
Right.
so that CAD unit can capture it.
No.
And while I was saying that, CAD captures CAD.
Yeah, look at this. It's CAD on CAD violence here. We've got the 7-cost CAD unit coming out for Zach, capturing Wu's CAD, which brings Reinforcement Walker back into play for Zach. And now Wu's got to think about this strategy once again. What is he going to do here?
Huge swing for Zach here. Huge swing for Zach.
Now, at least what's on board, he doesn't show, Wu's not showing an immediate answer for CAD.
Yeah. And his Wu's CAD leader is still held in check from this Reinforcement Walker because he did the 2 damage to kill CAD leader. Like, we see why he had to do that. He had to be able to capture the Reinforcement Walker. But putting that damage on his CAD means that now it could be dead to a Reinforcement Walker, or maybe now Zach says, hey, now I'm the aggressor. Now we're going to race the other way, and I'm just going to hit your base. And there's not. So I'm really interested where both players take this from here.
Now, Wu was able to deal an extra 3 damage, so we're into the double digits on Zach's base. And Wu still has plenty of resources to play around with, and he's got at least 2 or 3 cards in hand. Are we going to see McClunky here? Here it is. All right.
McClunky.
So McClunky bouncing IG back to hand. 3 damage to CAD, and then...
Oh, I like this.
Has he used CAD trigger already? No, here comes... Okay, so Forlom coming out, ambushing, and defeating CAD Bane.
Then CAD
Getting
trigger
CAD
to the
back, then
reinforcement,
CAD
yeah.
trigger to now deal 2 damage to the Reinforcement Walker. So Wu really playing the perfect line there.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
sequencing that very well.
Yeah. Yeah, Wu really saying there, you're not the only CAD deck with ambush.
All right. So 4 damage to base, 14 damage on. And it looks like I think that's the Mist Hunter that was played in the Space Arena, the Prestige Mist Hunter. Yep, Mist Hunter.
Yeah.
So that could be some card draw for Wu coming up here.
Yes. And his card draw if he plays Bounty Hunters
Yep.
or Pilots.
Yep.
See a lot of Bounty Hunters in the resource row there.
So Zach did claim the initiative. And we're going to see another CAD capturing CAD once again. CAD Bane trigger, 1 damage to the Mist Hunter. Back and forth, CAD, capture.
We have entered CADception.
So now the action back over to Wu. The Reinforcement Walker threatening the CAD leader unit. What kind of play are you looking for now in response to that for Wu?
It's a tough one. I think you've got to decide between first off, can you save your CAD? Can you do something to the Reinforcement Walker to save your CAD? If yes, is that even worth doing?
Okay.
If no, do you just get in your 4 damage to base now and let him take out your CAD? So I think Wu's going through kind of the decision matrix of what are my options, and then from there you go to which options are good. I think Wu needs to have something good here. And he's probably deciding, do I try to deal with CAD or do I try to deal with Reinforcement Walker? It's a tough one, honestly. I think if you can kill or deal with the Reinforcement Walker now, you do, but I don't think that there's a way for him to do that without losing his CAD leader.
Right. And I think it's a good point, too, because the Reinforcement Walker, I feel like the Walker is a bigger threat right now.
Yeah.
Look at this. Hot Shot Blaster onto
Ooh.
Cad Bane, hitting Cad for 6.
Interesting. So now, because we know he still has that IG 2000 in his hand that was bounced earlier, so he can use that to kill the Cad this turn.
Oh, here comes
wow.
Bazine. So Bazine could potentially respond. Bazine is going to take out IG 2000. Now the question is, what does Wu pick up? He had Zuckuss and Relentless Pursuit in hand as well. Did he find another answer? No, he's just going to play Zuckuss into the ground arena.
Yeah, Bazine was huge.
That is
because
such
IG
a
was
big
just gonna clean up
Bazine.
the Cad so cleanly.
Wow. And now Reinforcement Walker able to attack and defeat Zuckuss and stays on the board.
Yeah.
We'll see what he does with the on attack trigger.
Yeah, and the fact that he's thinking about this shows you that Zach now thinks, and I agree, that he is very far ahead. Wu is another IG 2000 away from being right back in this game, but we've already seen that get discarded. I don't know how many are in his list, but that's what he needs right now. Zach has 2 units, one health away from death, so Wu is just trying to find his answer, but he also has this 1/3 that can soak up all the Cad pings.
Right, and that's very important right now, that Bazine can be there to soak up that damage.
Like, if Wu has a 4-lom right now, I think you 4-lom, ambush into the Bazine, and then trigger Cad, so that you make him kill something rather than losing your 4-lom and picking something, because you need to get that extra health off the battlefield.
Now Zach going in with Reinforcement Walker with his first action, drawing another Reinforcement Walker.
We have an update from the other games. John Tada has won his game 1. They're going into game 2 now.
And that is going to do it. Wu actually just scooped it up right there after seeing the other Reinforcement Walker. So Cad Green, Zach taking game 1.
Yeah, so Cad Green taking game 1 against Cad Red, and I believe we are going to try to switch to cover the game 2 of, I believe it's Tada versus Dark.
Is that that's Django on Django, I believe.
Yes, it is the Django Mirror. So we're going to try to catch that game 2 of the Django Mirror.
And it appears as though we're having some camera difficulties with the table where the Django players are sitting. So
even the cameras don't want to watch Django Mirror.
the camera has said no more Django. So we are. Looks like we can pick up.
So it looks like
another
they're
game
still in
ongoing.
game 1 of the Han Mirror.
Okay. So we've got Philip versus Alex in literally a mirror match here. Han Yellow versus Han Yellow. Kira, the last play. Alex taking a look at Philip's hand. Quite a hand here for Philip.
Yeah. I really like the bamboozle inclusion in this set, especially if you don't know how prevalent the pilot leaders are going to be. It's just a really clean answer if you're in any kind of yellow hero, or honestly even yellow villain, to be able to answer some of those pilot leaders like Kaz before you get aggroed out.
Absolutely. Now I am curious what the call with Kira was.
He circled tech on his paper.
Okay.
So that might be the call, and that is a pretty standard call, I think, to make in this matchup, especially where he has a tech out.
All right, so the action back over to Philip. He's got Han ready. 2 ready resources. Tech on board right now for Alex.
Which
it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I think right now that swings the advantage bar pretty heavily over to Alex, assuming this Kira called tech so that he's the only one that can have it, and the fact that Philip doesn't have 3 resources up, so he can't play a hotshot blaster to try to one-shot this tech. He can't kill any of the units on the ground.
Right.
I think Alex is in a very good spot right now, and he also gets an extra 6 cards in his hand from having tech out.
Yeah, absolutely. Tech is so good. Gives each one of your resources smuggle with an additional 2 an additional cost of 2, plus his aspect icons. So Philip just deciding where he wants to go with Han. He will get another temporary resource, so 3 ready resources now. And wait a minute.
Should the tech have died there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Tech just got defeated, but there's only 4 power with Han.
Have they been wanting us to do judge things? Okay, so what we missed from that was before we jumped into this game, Philip played a cunning and buffed his Han.
Okay.
So Han was 8 power, attacked into the tech, and killed it.
That was the 4 exhausted resources.
Exactly.
Right, and we had not seen that play. So
Yeah.
that it makes sense now. Tech defeated by Han because he had the additional power. And certainly important for Philip to get Tech off the table.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with that attack when you know that the Han could have... I think it is correct to take out Tech over even the Han leader there.
So moving on to the next turn. Alex does still have Han and L3, and with 2 damage on Philip's Han, now Alex can take out Philip's Han, get the extra resource. So Alex goes up to 8 total resources. And here comes Philip's own Kira.
For Philip.
Look at that hand. Ooh. Infest Nest, Kira, Surprise Strike, and Cunning. Fantastic hand for Alex.
What do you even name here? That's a tough one.
That's brutal. I mean, I guess the only card that you could actually stop him from playing this round would be Infest Nest. Right?
Yeah. But is it even that bad for him if his play is... I think you named... you have 3 resources up. So if you name Infest Nest, then it's risky for Alex to play something like Cunning, buff the L3, because you still have Waylay resources up. So... even if you don't have that, you could bluff and say, oh, are you going to risk it? Are you going to try to buff your L3? So I think I like naming Infest because it also just makes Alex make decisions. Whether or not you have the answer to the Cunning, if you name Cunning, you're just telling him, I don't have an answer for that. And you can still play it for 7 if you want.
Right. Yeah, the other 3 cards Alex could still play through the additional cost. And we're going to see DJ smuggled in here. So that means he will take control of one of the ready resources.
Yes. So it's interesting that... Okay. So Philip is... Okay, so named Infest Nest.
Okay, Infest Nest was the call.
And you're seeing basically experienced Han player things here, where Philip shuffled all his resources, then looked at them, then picked which ones were going to be ready. So basically trying to make sure that Alex can't figure out any information from which resources were tapped, which one Philip was looking at. You just shuffle everything, then after you shuffle, you look at everything and see which ones you want to leave ready.
DJ is already good enough.
Yeah. So
at least make it difficult, right?
Yeah.
Don't make it easy on them taking the resource that you don't want them to take.
Mm-hmm. And this is a really, I mean, obviously in general, if you can DJ people, you do. But this is also a really good play because the main thing that Alex would have to worry about from Philip was a Waylay, and he took him down to 2 open resources, so you can't play the Waylay anyway.
Waylay out of the picture now. Now we are going to see a 2 play here. Is it L337? No, Bamboozle.
Oh,
Going to
interesting. Killing the
exhaust
shield.
and take out the shield on Alex's L337.
Yeah, they're in game 2.
So now the action back over to Alex. He has 2 ready resources. And I think he's just going to claim the initiative. So Alex claiming, we'll move on to the next turn.
And I really like that play too because he knew from the Kira that Alex had Surprise Strike. So the Bamboozle stops 5 damage instead of just 2. So it kills the shield and stops 5 damage. So I really think it's worth the Bamboozle there from Philip.
So of course, Alex defeating Philip's resource. And it's very interesting. We're pretty late in this game, and Alex has yet to deal 1 damage to Philip's base. But he has, over the last few rounds, he's really had control of the game.
Yeah, I think that this matchup, this mirror goes one of 2 ways. Either you get a big blowout right around the Han flip turn, like you play a DJ, they don't get to flip. You do something like that. Or this game goes for 35, 40 minutes of just a grind fest of who can get their techs to land, who can play the most advantage from their resource rows and things like that. And we're really getting into that second phase here of a very long and grindy game 1.
So Surprise Strike onto DJ, attacking and defeating Philip's Kira. Now Philip is going to play Ahsoka. Ahsoka will force Alex to discard a card, and if he discards a unit, then Philip will have the option to exhaust one of those units.
Yeah, and we know Alex has a Cunning in his hand, but you don't want to discard that. So now he's trying to decide, do I discard my Cunning or do I get my unit tapped? Looks like he's reaching for the Cunning. This is one where I have no idea what the right choice is.
It's a tough. You hate to discard Cunning.
Yeah.
You really do, but he doesn't want the unit to be exhausted. So discarding Cunning here, dodging the exhaust. And he still has plenty of resources still open. He has, I believe, Infus Nest in hand.
Yes. And we know that, and he
Oh, he
killed the
does
Kira
play the
so he can
Infus
play
Nest.
it. Yeah. Bouncing the Ahsoka is interesting.
Yeah, that was one thing I was thinking about because, you know, another card here out of your hand. I mean, maybe it doesn't have a huge impact here,
Well,
but it's not nothing.
I think that's why he thought about it, because he can only... Phil can only replay it if he also Han actions to go back up to 4. So
it costs a card.
So in that regard, it costs him a card to cost Alex a card. So it's
Right.
kind of a 1-for-1 from that standpoint.
Yeah.
And then in the future, I think Alex is going to get to the point where he says, my board is good enough that if all you're doing is constantly playing Ahsoka, then I'm okay with that.
Right. I think in the end, you'll take the 1 discard because now he's got the big 5/7 body on the board. And Infus Nest can, you know, if not dealt with, can continue bouncing these threats back to Philip's hand.
And interestingly enough, Alex did not draw a non-unit. So that Ahsoka will guarantee tap something now.
Awesome.
So that's probably going to change Alex's decision-making here for, do I kill the tech? What do I kill it with? Do I just bounce the tech? Or is he
Infus
going,
Nest. Yeah, going to base here. Tech bounced. So now we know Tech and Ahsoka back in Philip's hand. First damage on Philip's base here in this game. We've got 5 damage apiece. And right now, Alex has big-time control of this board.
Yeah.
Now, Ahsoka comes out, and as you mentioned, it's going to be a unit discarded here. So, Philip will be able to at least exhaust one of those ground units.
I think Alex is still okay with this because we see the Han unit in hand. So, okay, my Han leader doesn't get to attack this turn. He can still play the Han, kill the Ahsoka, and still maintain the big board control. So I think this is totally fine. I think the big question is, how much damage is Alex going to get in, assuming Philip replays the tech? Or is he going to kill one of his units to play the tech, to kill the tech? Or is he going to just claim to bounce it again with Infus Nest? So that I'm really curious to see how Alex plays this out for the rest of this turn. Or is he just going to DJ again, and then you...
Right. Hot Shot Blaster
Blaster
on
DJ.
to DJ. Where are we going with the attack? Is he taking Ahsoka out? That would be a trade, and it looks like that's where he's going. No, he's going to base. Okay.
I like going to base here because you still have 7 up, so you can still do Han into to kill the tech if you need to. And you can just keep bouncing the Ahsoka if you want, and also you're just getting you're starting to win the damage
Right.
race. You're
At
getting
this
more
point-
ahead on that, yeah.
At this point, he's starting to turn the corner.
Exactly.
10 damage now on Philip's base.
Because what I would imagine Philip wants to do is in his first action is trade the Ahsoka into the DJ. So you don't need to do that for him, basically. You might as well just hit the
Right.
base with this board state.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex has a very good presence in the ground arena. Commanding presence on the board. Now the Han action ability was used, going up to 5 total resources for Alex, and here comes that Han Solo reluctant hero defeating Ahsoka, and it looks
I
like
think
Philip
Phil
is
scooped it
going
up.
to scoop
Yeah.
it up. That is going to do it for this game. Alex Blandon taking it for KTOD.
Miss John, right?
Okay, so we are jumping into the Django versus Django, and we believe this is game 3. But
Yeah.
we're going to find out for sure right now, but we're at the beginning of the game. We've got Crafty Smuggler down for John.
Game 3, yeah.
It is game 3, so we are at the deciding game 3 for these two players. Tyler from McClunky Gaming. John from KTOD.
Yeah, it says Dark versus Tada, a.k.a. Professor Numpty. And for anyone wondering why we're jumping around too much, I know it can be a little bit disorienting. We're trying our best to keep it coherent. The players really like being on stream, and they've all requested that if they could get some stream time, especially in the grand finals, that they want to do that. And so we're trying our best to
Right.
accommodate that, and also to give you a little taste of everything, so that you don't just see the one, because this is a team event. If
Yeah.
we stay on one person, that might not even decide the match. So.
Yeah. As much as we're all just a little bit exhausted of Django versus Django, we do want to see all the players here. We do want to see all the players here in the grand finals of the very first Star Wars Unlimited team event. IG 2000 coming down for Tyler. 1 damage across the board on John's side. Removed on Crafty Smuggler, and Django is going to exhaust the Zygerian Starhopper. So now the action back over to John. Both players still have Tarkin Town online. And we're going to see an early triple dark raid here on turn 3.
Yeah, so looking for Raider War Jug. Obviously can't play a Devastator. Looks like he found the
Oh,
Raider.
I found the Raider. Raider so big here on turn 3 off of triple dark raid. 2 damage to Boba, 2 to base. Boba exhausted with Django's ability. And now John certainly has options. He could trade with Crafty Smuggler, right? Crafty and Boba could trade, or he could use the Tarkin Town if he wants to keep his units on the board. That's also an option. How do you feel in this spot for John?
So this is an interesting one. Usually, I think Tarkentown is not very useful in this matchup in general. I wouldn't mind the Crafty Smuggler trade. The other thing to think about is you have this Ruthless Raider that could attack the IG, but Tyler hasn't used his Tarkentown either. So I think I like this attack. So John's attacking with ISB because if Tyler claims, then he can Ruthless Raider into the IG and then decide if he wants to Tarkentown or and not get Tarkentown to this action.
Okay.
I like the Crafty into Boba, but I would also trust whatever John does more than what I would do in this matchup.
John has definitely played Django quite a bit.
Yeah.
Ever since last set, he has, I believe, had at least one runner-up finish in a PQ with this deck.
Yeah, and he was one of the creators of this deck last set. Obviously, the deck has evolved a lot since then and got a lot of tools in set 4, enough that it's clearing away the best deck in the format. But, I mean, he's very familiar with the play lines of this deck.
So it looks like Tyler did claim 4 damage to Tyler's base with Ruthless Raider. And now it is the question.
Oh, he passed.
He passed. Okay, because now he's going to use Tarkentown, taking out Zygerian Starhopper.
Yeah, so since John attacked base with the Ruthless Raider, he doesn't need to save Tarkentown for the Raider because he knows the Raider's not going to get damaged this turn.
So 2 indirect damage being dealt to IG 2000. And now John can decide what he wants to do with Boba. And it looks like we are going to see the trade. Crafty for Boba. Keeping Tarkentown open. And now Tarkentown will take out IG 2000.
I like that Tyler was just kind of trying to dangle it there with the 2 damage on it, saying, well, if you're going to play a Raider in 2 turns, you could just leave this here.
Right.
John not falling for the bait and just using the Tarkentown now, keeping his base damage free.
So Tyler's board cleared here as we go into turn 4. The 5 resource turn, the flip turn for both of these Django players. Tyler has the initiative. And he will start by immediately deploying Django Fett. And something, to keep in mind here, you've got 9 damage on on Tyler's base.
Mm-hmm.
And that matters.
Oh, absolutely.
It absolutely matters right now. John has not taken any damage at this stage of the game on his base. And so John is going to use ISB Agent to attack into Django and use his Django's ability to exhaust Tyler's Django.
Ooh, nice.
And look at this. Gamorrean Guards coming down in the ground arena. So now the Gamorrean Guards will have Sentinel with Django in play, another cunning unit.
Yeah, and that's when there were a lot of this type of game is who has to blink first. And exhausting Django there isn't about preventing the 3 damage. It's about forcing Tyler to act first, saying you don't get to attack with Django as a free pass. I don't have to deploy my Django yet. I'm going to make you spend your resources on something.
Right. Using up an action.
Yeah.
That Tyler will have to play a little bit differently here now. He's got the Gorilla Soldier coming out. 3 indirect damage going over to Tyler's side of the table. Where does that damage go?
Not on base.
Right.
So I think you don't want to ready the Gorilla Soldier, and you don't want to get your Gamorrean Guards dead to a Django attack. So I think you have to put this all on Django, even though that feels bad.
And it looks like that is what he is going to do. All 3 indirect damage dealt to Django Fett. So John really putting the pressure on Tyler here. Now he will deploy his own Django. And Tyler just claiming the initiative.
So does John have something to get through that? We see the surprise strike. Yeah.
Okay, surprise strike onto Django, attacking and defeating the Gamorrean Guards. 4 damage back to Django Fett. Now Tyler with the initiative, being behind already in the race, do you just trade Django for Django?
I don't think so.
Or do you take out the Gorilla Soldier?
I think you try to find something to tap them both.
Just tap them both. Okay.
We saw a Triple Dark Raid in hand for Tyler, so I think the goal here is to try to prolong the game a bit. I think we saw Tyler draw a Devastator. We know he has a Ruthless Raider. We know Tada has a Ruthless Raider from the Triple Dark Raid earlier. So I think you just try to delay.
So sneak attack Ruthless Raider. 2 damage to Django. Django exhausted.
So this is a little bit riskier from a Django health perspective than trying to find either a War Juggernaut or an IG 2000 from a Triple Dark Raid, because any ping plus that Gorilla Soldier will kill Tyler's Django now.
Right.
So Tyler basically taking the guaranteed play of, I know I can tap one of them and make you spend a card from hand to kill Django. But it's not as safe for his Django as it would be to see if you could get a multi-tapper from the Triple Dark Raid.
And it's also interesting because we're on the 6th resource turn.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just played the Ruthless Raider, but if you noticed, he also had the Electromagnetic Pulse in hand. So it's almost like he's saving that in case John were to have a big play here with one of those ready vehicle units coming off of maybe a Triple Dark Raid.
I think the downside of this, though, is John can just play his own Ruthless Raider. So now he has to choose.
There he goes.
Is he going to kill the Django, or is he going to kill the Ruthless Raider? Because you just tap the Ruthless Raider, it's going to die at end of turn anyway. So this is another really interesting decision point from John of, do you basically save 4 damage to your base, or do you kill the Django with a ping tap here and attack with the Gorilla Soldier? I think I like killing the Django, especially because you're ahead in the race already, but I'm really interested to see what John does with this. Looks like he's thinking about it too.
Absolutely. So it is going to be to Django. Django exhausted. Both Django Fets sitting with just 1 HP remaining. And now Tyler has to decide what to do with Ruthless. 4 damage to John's base.
Okay, we have an update from the other tables. Zach on Cad Green 2-0'd Woo's Cad Tarkentown.
Okay.
And then the game 2 is still going in the Mono Han mirror.
Okay.
So very important for the KTOD team for Tada to win this one, to try to take it back to everything resting on the Han mirror.
Right. So we do see the when defeated ability from Ruthless Raider taking out Django Fett. Both Djangos defeated here. Gorilla Soldier took out Tyler's Django. So John, the only one left with a unit in play. He's got Ruthless Raider and still in a pretty good spot. He's ahead in the race. And here comes another Ruthless Raider for Tyler. 2 more damage to base, exhausting John's Ruthless Raider. And here comes the Triple Dark Raid. And again, keep in mind that 1 resource.
Yeah.
He has Electromagnetic Impulse.
Yeah, which
So
can
Tyler
be huge
has
here
that
because
as an option.
John's in Devastator range. He has the resources where if he gets that, that's an instant slam if that's what you get.
Yeah, absolutely.
He does see a War Jug. So I don't see the Devastator. War Jug is still fine.
War Juggernaut coming in. That will put 1 damage on Tyler's Ruthless Raider.
And you can ping the War Juggernaut itself as well.
Right.
Which I think in this case you might as well. We'll see if he does. I don't think there's any specific punish for that in this scenario.
So if he damages War Juggernaut will be +3 power. So it would attack for 6. There comes the Electromagnetic Pulse. 2 damage to War Juggernaut. The Juggernaut exhausted.
Yeah, Space Modulator asking in chat, yes, this is still the 3v3. So basically what we're doing is, because we're running a little bit behind, which happens in a 34-hour event that we're working on here, we are playing the finals of the 3v3 while round 1 of the 6K is happening. So we're bringing you this coverage, and then we'll start the 6K coverage from round 2.
So John just claimed the initiative.
Yeah, and reminder here, if Tyler can pull out this game 3, then McClunky will win the 3v3.
Yeah,
Zach beat Wu. Alex is up a game on Philip, but if Tyler can pull out this game, then it doesn't matter what happens in the Monohan mirror.
Yeah.
So Tada's trying to come from behind for the team here.
Quick 4 damage onto Tyler's base. 15 damage on Tyler's base. Action back over to Tyler. He has a Ruthless Raider as well.
And I think this is where we see if Tyler feels like he's behind or not. Because if he feels like he's behind, he can just trade Ruthless Raiders and try to keep the board clear. If he feels like he can win the race, then he can start going to base.
Yep. All dependent on what he has in his hand.
Yeah, and so what we're doing for these players in the 6K is all of the KTOD players who have already played 9 rounds today because there were extra lower bracket games, they are not playing in pool 1 of the 6K. They told us they did not want, like, they need to go eat.
Yeah,
so
they're tired.
And then the McClunky guys are getting a bye in the first round of the 6K.
Okay.
Is what we're doing with that.
So Tyler must feel okay about his spot. He does go 4 damage to John's base. And we're going to see the War Juggernaut coming back out, dealing a damage to itself and another damage to Tyler's Ruthless Raider. This match, all potentially riding on this game. Mm-hmm. If Tyler wins, McClunky are your undisputed team event champions.
I was really interested that John immediately put the damage on the War Jug, because to me it's not super clear if you're supposed to. And then he obviously thought that as well and said, well, actually, let me think about it. There are pros and cons, because you know that how many extra times it could get tapped and this. I think you put the damage on there, but I like the fact that John took a minute to think about it instead of just snapping off putting the damage on the War Jug.
Right. Now, something interesting to note. He can't play it right now, but Tyler does have Devastator in hand.
And that would be next turn. That next turn is Devastator range.
So Lux Bonteri coming out. 3-2 in the ground arena. And this card punishes you for playing a unit for less than its cost.
Yes.
So it kind of punishes the triple dark raids, the sneak attacks. So certainly could come into play. But we're going to see Daring Raid immediately defeating Lux.
I think that was still impactful, because otherwise either the Daring Raid goes face, which you don't really want, or Ruthless Raider plus Daring Raid can kill off your Raider. So I think Lux still kind of what was okay there. I think you're okay with that outcome as Tyler.
Now, Tyler claiming the initiative, we know that he has Devastator in hand. He can fire off Devastator right here and exhaust that War Juggernaut. Because we know that Juggernaut right now, +3 power, would be swinging for 6. And if he could get in for 6, Ruthless Raider would be showing game.
The other option is you could exhaust the Ruthless. It's a much riskier line. But if you exhaust the War Jug, Ruthless Raider gets to take out the Devastator for free. So the other thing you could do is you could play Devastator and exhaust the Ruthless Raider and say...
soak up that extra damage?
Yeah, exactly. And you say, I have you in check where you have to be able to deal with this Devastator.
Okay.
Oh, this is way smarter. That's why these guys
Ruthless
are in the finals.
Raider trading here. 2 damage to base, 2 to Juggernaut. Juggernaut still gets exhausted, and now he still has the Devastator in hand that he could play.
Yeah, so he basically cleared the way for his Devastator, and also his Devastator can now kill the War Juggernaut. So the big punish from here is if Tada also has a Devastator.
Okay.
Because then he gets to play his first.
Oh, and he does. He does have Devastator. They're both holding on to Devastator here in the late stages.
Yeah, we see Tada asking Alex for basically Tada saying, what's the punish if I just slam this? Oh, I think we lost some power.
They lost power.
So
we didn't lose power thinking
that
Right.
would be why the stream
So,
just got dark for us.
The stream has darkened. Right, it's a bit dimmer at the tables.
So some lights went out
They
in
were
the
asking if
room.
we still have power.
There we go. Lights back on. Lights, camera, action. Let's go.
Yeah, so I think Tada was asking Alex if he should just slam this Devastator here. And if you look at what it does, it means that Tyler has 2 things to answer and only one way to answer it. And if he plays his own Devastator, you just get to claim and kill him. So I think this Devastator is pretty good here. There's not a great way to punish it for Tyler. So we'll see if Tada slams it down.
Yeah, I mean, having Devastator is huge right here. He's not going to play it. Oh, is he going to sneak attack it in? He is. He's going to sneak attack Devastator. 4 damage to Tyler's base. That puts him up to 21. And he's showing game.
Yeah, and this was the punish for Tyler exhausting the War Jug, because the other option was you don't use your Django there, and the War Jug only hits you for 4. Because if he hadn't used his Django exhaust, he has the answer anyway. That's why he used the Django exhaust.
He has the electromagnetic pulse, dealing 2 damage and exhausting the Devastator.
Yeah.
My goodness, what a finish to this final game 3.
Really back and forth, and that's the punish from Tata. So it was hard to figure out what the punish was for just playing Devastator, but there's absolutely punishes for sneak Devastator, and it was exactly electromagnetic pulse. Tata felt safe because Django was already exhausted, but that's the second pulse that we've seen.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong though. So IG 2000 just came out, Delta damage. Unless Tyler has a way to answer the War Juggernaut, John could just claim it's dealing 4 because it's damaged, and he only has to deal 4 here. Oh, he's got no good to me dead.
Goodness.
Oh, John claims the initiative. No good to me dead. Locks down War Juggernaut. No way.
Is that going to be the play that gives McClunky the title? The electromagnetic
This is
pulse
insane.
Into no good. Oh,
both
my
of these
goodness.
players playing out of their mind. 16 damage right now shown on John's base, and Tyler is showing 3 damage with IG 2000. Now John has the initiative.
Notably, John is not dead to play Devastator with the IG attack.
Yep.
But he's pretty
certainly
close
not over
if that happens.
And keep in mind, again, if it goes another turn, War Juggernaut's still a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler needs to close this out quick, fast, and in a hurry.
P-38 Starfighter coming in. 1 damage to IG 2000. IG exhausted with Django's ability.
But one thing he can do is
here
he can play
comes
the
Devastator.
He can kill the War Jug.
There it is.
Yeah.
Juggernaut defeated. 1 damage to base.
But John can answer this kind of cleanly if he claims now. He can attack into the IG and then use the ping to tap the Devastator, but that's still just temporary.
Well, and if he has a buff, he just claims here and it's game.
True.
Right? If he has a surprise strike in hand or any kind of buff onto that P-38 Starfighter, that would be game. And Tyler is completely exhausted here. No resources remaining.
Also, if John claims another Devastator, just deals 4 to base.
Yeah, another Devastator would absolutely finish the game. What a match. Action back over to John. Now, with him not snap claiming, shows me that he may not have either one of those in hand, right? He may not have the Devastator or the Surprise Strike, because either one of those with initiative is game.
Yeah, exactly. It shows me that he has a card to play, and he's thinking about the pros and cons of playing a card versus what he could get off the top. He does just claim. Okay.
So he claims the initiative, and he has Surprise Strike. He does have Surprise Strike.
Wow.
That's going to swing in for Fatal, and John takes it in Game 3, and he shows that Devastator was on top.
His top 2 cards were Surprise Strike, Devastator.
My goodness. Claims the initiative, finds both of the cards that would win in one action. John takes it in 3 games.
Yeah, so the 3v3 is still alive, and everything comes down to the Monohan Mirror, which it looks like they are in Game 3 because there are not a lot of resources down.
Okay, so Game 3. So
wait, no, there's a Han unit out. There's a lot of resources down.
So maybe they are in Game 2.
They might still be in Game 2. Unclear. We're working on the update for that. But that was a very exciting Django mirror.
What a Django mirror we just witnessed. 2 fantastic Django players. And John able to come away with it in Game 3 for KTOD. And now, if we're still on Game 2, it's a must-win for Philip to force a Game 3, which would then be the deciding game for this match.
Yes, all of the 3v3 comes down to this matchup of the Monohan Mirror, Philip from McClunky from KTOD. Winner of this wins the team 3v3. And it looks like they are in Game 3. I believe we're getting verification on that, but it looks like they are in Game 3.
Okay.
So Philip did get Game 2.
Okay, so Philip evened it out.
Oh, no, sorry. It is Game 2. We
said it
super
wrong.
extra clarification. Game 2. So Philip
Game
needs
2.
to win this to take it to a Game 3.
And I'm looking at the board again, and it feels very similar to what we were seeing in the first game. Now, we've got Zori in the ground arena for Philip, and he does still have 7 ready resources. One thing we saw a lot in set 3 meta, several of the PQs that I casted, there was in these Han yellow mirror matches, there was a lot of Han reluctant hero versus Han reluctant hero.
Yeah.
Right? So that is absolutely something that Philip could do, but he's actually going to waylay L337 in this spot. And now Alex, 2 cards in hand. He's fully exhausted here, it appears.
So what that waylay says to me is he may have a hotshot blaster, and he wants to blaster into that Han unit without having his Zori die from the L3 attack.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, the tech card.
Look the other way. Exhaust a unit unless its controller pays 2. So Philip could pay 2 to keep it ready, but now
he can't blast her.
He can't blast her. He would only have 2 resources.
So he can still pay 2 and take out Han leader, but then Zori dies for free to the Han unit.
Right.
So yeah, and this is the tech card that we've seen be pretty good into Django, and it's really interesting that Alex brought it here because you have the same issue here where Han wants to spend resources in exact chunks. So you have the he just taps it and claims. So he doesn't want to.
Okay.
He wants initiative more than he wants to get 4 damage to base even.
Because if he has that hotshot blaster, he needs to answer Han.
Yeah, and he can do it first action now.
Right. Absolutely.
So I think Alex with the huge read there about the hotshot.
What I want to know, Jeff, is how is Bothan Network and KTOD, you guys have the same tech cards here. And I know you're not testing together, you're 2 different teams, but it's really interesting to me that these same tech cards are being found here.
Yeah, I mean there's only so many cards in the pool. And so I think that a lot of us think about these kinds of things the same way, where we say, okay, what is the problem here? The problem here is we need to be able to exhaust units. In this case, we need an answer to someone spending all their resources on Triple Dark Raid or needing to spend all their resources to DJ you or whatever.
Right.
And doing that on a Han leader who's at 6 resources, they either have to pay 2 and then you don't get DJ'd because they attack but don't go to 7, or they exhaust their Han and they don't go to 7. So a lot of these, the fact that it costs 0 is huge, and you can play around that.
So we do see the hotshot blaster coming out, Zori taking out the Han Solo reluctant hero, and Han leader unit trading with Zori. So we are back to a clean board.
Clean board, but Alex still has all his resources here, so... And then for chat, I believe the timer was referring to round 1 of the 6K. So we're kind of winging it with what's going on here in terms of the 6K while this is happening.
Right.
So we're kind of going to see what happens.
So they agreed to go to 22 minutes.
Okay.
Which is what's left in the round of the 6K.
Gotcha.
Yep.
The hope was that this could get finished early because we don't know exactly what's going to happen if they have to play a second BO3 during round 2 of the 6K. But we're gonna burn that bridge when we come to it.
So liberated slaves for Philip. Tech coming out for Alex. And between the two, you'd much rather have the tech.
Absolutely.
Tech
but I
giving
think
Alex several options now.
Alex is trying to figure out what are the odds that Philip has a blaster or surprise strike, which is why he looked at the discard pile. Well, what are the odds that this tech is going to get killed in one action? Which is why I think he's going to claim to make sure that he gets at least one action in with the tech.
Yep, Alex claiming the initiative.
So I wouldn't be surprised to either see Alex kill or otherwise deal with his liberated slaves, or utilize tech to smuggle out a card, or both.
So this particular match has been very long, grindy games.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And I think when you see two Han players of this caliber, that's what you'd expect. I think when you see players that may be newer to the deck, there's a lot of blowouts that happen. But there's a lot of... There's a lot of... like you saw Alex read that Philip had a blaster. The only reason you would waylay L3 is if you have a blaster. So I'm going to play exactly around that. So the fact that you have high play level is what leads you into these games. It's very hard to just get super blown out. And we just got word that if KTOD wins, that means that there will be another best of 3, but that's going to be at 7 tomorrow. So 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. If Alex pulls out this game 2 or wins in game 3, then we'll play tomorrow.
Okay. So was that an agreement between the two teams? Because I think KTOD, they didn't want to just win. You know, McClunky's undefeated. Yeah. And I think that was kind of like an agreement that they wanted, if they win this match right here, they would want to play again in essentially a best 2 of 3. They want to beat them again.
Yeah, so basically the way that it depends on the game as to how you handle these kinds of upper bracket versus lower bracket things. A lot of other games, the advantage is that McClunky played 3 fewer rounds. But in card games specifically, a lot of these double elimination events say, well, you have to actually beat someone twice. So this is the first of its kind, so we're kind of trying to figure out the rules as we go along. And it was decided that basically the team in the upper bracket has to get defeated twice in a best 2 out of 3. So if KTOD wins this, then both teams have a single loss.
Yep.
And then there will be another best of 3 to determine the winner.
Okay.
And then asking in chat, when is the 6K stream coming up? The 6K stream will start at round 2 after this. And that is 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So it will be after the 6K tomorrow will be the 3v3 finals if Alex manages to pull out this. If Philip wins, then McClunky just wins the 3v3 because they're already in the upper bracket.
Right. So tech came out for Philip, and he actually smuggled Clear the Field to bounce Alex's tech back to hand.
Huge, yeah.
So Alex with the initiative. But now we have Philip with tech in play. And you know that these McClunky guys want to win this one so bad.
Absolutely.
Let's end it right here.
End it today.
We're undefeated. We finish 6-0, undisputed champs, no doubt about it. But now we're going to see Hotshot Blaster smuggled in. Ahsoka will attack with an additional 2 power. I'm assuming taking out Tech. Tech defeated. And you can clearly tell that both of these players so familiar with these decks. So familiar with the matchups, too. They're just constantly looking at the discard pile saying, okay, how many of this card has he played? We know we've got at least 2 more of these in the deck. We've got 1 more of these.
Actually, while they're thinking, there's a funny story. These players are also very familiar with each other. So when the players sat down, McClunky won the coin toss and sat Philip down first.
Right.
And then KTOD thought about how they were going to seat their players. And so they came out and Alex said, where do you guys think we're sitting? And all of them said, you're sitting here for this mirror. And then Philip said, we're 1-1. This is the rubber. We got to go to game 3. So these guys have played in big tournaments against each other in this mirror before. And they were both very excited to get this opportunity to play against each other again in a high stakes environment.
Well, here we go. So liberated slaves trading with Ahsoka. And we do still have a timer in the round, though, right?
Yeah, so this timer is based
right.
on the 6K timer because the McClunky guys need to get to their round 2 of the 6K.
Okay.
So we need to not hold up the 6K for this.
So hopefully this game will come to a conclusion without tiebreakers.
But notably, right? Alex won game 1, so Philip has to win this game 2, then they would go to tiebreakers. If they go to time right now, Philip wins because he's up 1-0. It's because of this game 2.
This was game 3.
No,
right?
This is game 2.
Oh.
Yeah, if Alex is still up 1-0, yeah, we're in game 2.
Okay, that's my apologies. I thought we were on game 3 here. So yeah, if we're on game 2, that's absolutely right. They go to time, Alex just wins.
Yeah. So Philip needs to close this game out. He's got 16 minutes to close this out and at least try to get something in game 3.
So DJ smuggled here, taking one of Alex's resources.
I believe that was an L3,
yeah.
Which is also kind of interesting because is Philip going to make the extra greedy play of I'm going to not destroy your resource and just smuggle it out?
Another tech being smuggled into play for Alex.
Because Philip could just claim here with all that with saying that Alex can't deal with DJ with only 2 resources. Philip could just claim and have his first action be smuggle out Alex's L3. Assuming that we were correct and that's what it was. It looked like an L3. And that's what he does. So I would imagine we're just going to see him smuggle out this L3 first action. But that is going to give Alex an action with tech active.
Okay.
Which is also always scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Tech. Such a good card. Creates so many options. A lot to think about here for Philip, deciding what to resource. And I guess this is one of the interesting points where some kind of hand camera or knowing what's in their hand makes it interesting in a game like this where you're resourcing the cards, right? So you can see what they're thinking about with the resource decision.
Yeah. And for this mirror, we'd also need a resource row camera.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, because there's so many options with smuggle, with tech, and then cards with smuggle on them in general,
the
like
L337,
the blaster, the DJ.
Absolutely. So we see the jetpack in Alex's hand. Interesting that he didn't resource that. So it makes me think that he may want to... He may have plans for all of his resources and only want to spend the 2 to play it from hand. Because if he plays jetpack for 2, he has 7 up, so we could see an Infest Nest or a Han unit or something. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Alex play a 7 drop and then also smuggle out or play a jetpack from hand. We do see a Han unit in hand as well.
So L3 does get smuggled into play. That was Alex's L3. I mean, we're at the point right now, so game 2, where...
If Philip wins this game as time is called, then KTOD will win because they will have initiative going into game 3. Okay. So Philip needs to win this and start game 3.
Right. Because the next tiebreaker would then be damage on base.
Correct.
Right?
So if they get this and go to the next game, then Philip would have a chance to get damage on Alex's base.
Right. And here comes Look the Other Way.
I believe so.
No,
thinking about it, deciding. I don't know how much exhausting DJ matters here. Yeah, we do see the jetpack for 2. Onto the tech, so trying to protect his tech.
Jetpack +2 power gets a shield token for this phase.
That does stop Blaster from killing tech. This could be also a bit of a false flag operation because we know that Alex has Han unit in hand, so he may be trying to signal that he needs this tech and seeing if Philip has to do something drastic to try to deal with it and inefficiently spend his resources. But it's also just nice having a 4-power tech.
Yeah. Absolutely. And now here comes Cunning. Cunning for Philip.
This was incredibly played by Alex because I think Philip is saying here he needs to bounce the tech and he might buff his DJ, which is going to run into the Han unit that we know is in Alex's hand.
Yeah.
So I think this is why Alex played the jetpack. He said, I'm gonna make you think that this tech is important and you have to deal with it. And we'll see it. It seems like Philip is going to bounce the tech. And if he buffs the DJ as well, the other option is, does he discard? It's risky to do. He is going to discard. Wow. So that
bouncing
is a huge
tech
read by Philip. Very good play by Philip.
And discard.
If you're asking what separates people who play Han from people who have mastered Han, it's that.
Okay.
A lot of people would say, "Oh, I need to get in damage. I need to buff the DJ, whatever." But Philip knows I need to bounce the tech, and I have the chance to discard it. In the other mode, isn't useful anyway.
There you go, and he hit tech.
Yeah,
he discarded tech.
Yeah.
Wow.
Every time I see Philip play, or I had the misfortune of having to play against him, I'm always impressed with the lines that he takes and how well he plays.
Yeah. So now the action back over to Alex. Now he does have the Han Solo in hand, but he's actually going to smuggle DJ. All right, so he will take control of one of those 2 ready resources that Philip has.
Yeah, and Philip trying to see if there's anything he wants to leave as a ready to resource to be taken. This is taking some time off the clock, though.
Yeah, we are under 10 minutes left on the clock. Stealing a waylay here. Philip just claiming the initiative. And Han action ability used, which means he will be able to defeat that resource.
Yeah.
L3 getting in for 2.
Oh, Cunning and Blaster. So now we know he has a Cunning and a Han unit and a Blaster. It feels like Alex has
really good
all
draw
the
off the
tools
top
here.
there.
Yeah. It looks like we may be going to another best of 3 tomorrow.
It is
Alex has
very
got
possible.
A lot of goodies to work with. We don't know what's in Philip's hand, and he is also obviously incredible at this deck. But yeah, he's got to find a way out of a hole right now. He's got to find it fast. 2 Han units and a Cunning.
Yeah, back-to-back Hans could be absolutely brutal. Now the question is, again, what does Philip have in his hand? I can't tell. It looks like he may have an Emphas Nest. So Emphas Nest is one of the options.
It's good, but it's not great. You really don't want to bounce their DJ.
Right.
Bouncing the L3 is fine. And then the thing that I like about the Emphas Nest is it still threatens Han unit. He does bounce the DJ. Interesting.
Okay.
So really prioritizing not getting the damage on his base.
So DJ returned to hand. Alex now going to deal 2 damage, I believe, to the Emphas Nest.
Yes, this sets up the Han killing.
So absolutely.
This telegraphs what he's going to do, but I don't know what Philip can do about it. He even has the 2 Hans. He only has 3 resources, so Philip can't do like a Kira to stop that. And even if he has something like a Spark, there's 2 Hans. So I think Alex feels pretty safe that even though this is very telegraphed, that Philip just can't do anything about it.
And so with it being a telegraphed play, and Philip has to be seeing the Han coming, what does he have right in response? Like,
if he could waylay his own Emphas Nest, so that it doesn't die to the Han, but that does negate the purpose of having it out.
So here comes Hot Shot Blaster onto DJ, 5 damage to base.
I think this is just the best he can do. Just say, okay, I'm going to lose my Infest. Because obviously you want the blaster on Infest when you get the 7 power attack.
Right.
That's so nice.
It's amazing.
But you just know that you're not going to get that chance. So just getting in the damage now. Trying to make Alex feel a little bit of pressure. That is the first damage on his base. So not feeling the pressure yet.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 damage on each base. And then, of course, Han is going to really, really cause some trouble for Philip on this board.
Yeah.
Can take out Infest, and then if Philip doesn't have an answer at the start of the next turn, it could take out more, right? It could go in and take out DJ.
But, I mean, 5 damage. Now, you know what they say? You start a journey of 1,000 miles with a single bite of the elephant, right? That's the saying. So
Infest Nest taken out with Han Solo, Reluctant Hero. And now Philip has claimed the initiative.
Okay, so just DJ for 3. I like this by
Just
Alex,
replaying
getting
DJ.
another unit out, making him have something else to have to worry about. Matt in chat not interested in this mirror. Not as many big swings as we saw in the Django mirror, that's for sure. But people didn't want to see that either.
Right.
I love watching this mirror when it's 2 very high-skilled players because of the intricacies of the play lines. Like Han into Han, that's a pretty simple play line.
Right.
We get that one.
It's simple, but it is very important.
Yeah.
That was an important play.
Yeah.
The problem is Alex has another one. Right, he's got another Han here, so Han can they go back and forth. The Han Solo Reluctant Heroes just trade with one another.
Yeah, I agree with KTOD. I think this is amazing. Like, how many Han players would bounce a DJ? And we saw it work out. Alex just had to replay it for 3 because they both understand this matchup so well, and they both know the exact lines. Like, I think we are seeing this mirror played at the highest level right now, and I think anyone who plays this game should be able to appreciate the level that we're seeing out of these players. It's insane how well they're playing.
But the problem now, Philip has only dealt 5 damage to base, and we have less than 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, it is going to be tough to win this game, go to game 3, deal damage quickly. Yeah. So cunning for Alex, exhausting both DJ and L3.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to lock the game up for Alex because he's basically saying you have to answer this. And as soon as Philip answers that, he says, Han, kill your Han, now you can't win the game anymore.
Right.
And if you don't have an answer for this, then you also can't win. Either way. So I think this is huge. I mean, we could see L3 go to base. Like, all roads lead to Rome, I think, from this cunning, where he can either completely clear the board and say L3 kills DJ, Han kills Han. He can go to base and say you're too far behind to make this up. This cunning play is really good by Alex.
Now here comes Bamboozle for free, discarding Kira, exhausting L3.
And the fact that it was for free is huge. He still has 3 resources up.
Still does have 3 resources. Does Alex fire Han out here? Yes, he does. Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, trading with the other Han Solo. So back and forth Hans here.
Chat asking what stage of the finals this is. This is the finals of the 3v3 tournament. However, McClunky Gaming is on the upper bracket side and has to be defeated twice. So if Alex wins this game, then we're going to have a second best of 3 tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to determine the grand finals winner. If Philip can somehow win this game, and then another game in the next 2.5 minutes, then McClunky will win the 3v3 right now.
I think it's very tough. I just don't think he's in a position to win the game and then go to the next one, putting more damage on base quickly. Yeah, I'll... So Philip with the first action here on this turn. 5 damage to base with DJ.
Yeah.
But I think
Philip trying to get in the damage.
he is, but I think it's just too little, too late.
Yeah.
Han will take out DJ.
Yeah, so more people in chat asking about the BO3. So this 3v3 was a double elimination tournament, so you have to lose twice to be knocked out. McClunky has not lost yet. So if KTOD wins this best of 3, they still have to beat McClunky in a second BO3. KTOD is coming from the lower bracket. They have already lost a best of 3. So if KTOD pulls this out, which is what looks likely at the moment, then there will be a second best of 3 with both teams having one loss, and that will be the ultimate grand final.
Yeah. And it's totally fair because it is a double elimination tournament. So it is fair that McClunky has to lose twice. If they do lose this match, you know, they've lost 1, KTOD has lost 1. But Alex just completely controlling the board, wiping Philip's ground arena, getting in for 2 damage with L3. We saw Millennium Falcon coming in for Philip. But now the clock with less than 30 seconds.
Can Philip win 3 games in 18 seconds?
Tech smuggled into play.
Tech smuggled back out of play.
Right, exactly. Infus Nest coming out. Bounced right back to Philip's hand. And at least on our screen here, we are showing that they have went to time.
Yeah, there is a judge near there, so they'll have the exact time around. But if they go to time, that does mean that KTOD has won this first best of 3.
So L337 coming out. And so with time being called, they have this turn and then they'll have one more turn.
Yes. But even if
he wins,
Philip wins, then Alex still gets the tiebreaker because he has initiative for game 3.
Yep. And I think it will be pretty hard to deal 18 damage here in this turn anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, they're completing the last action phase now. This is really just perfunctory. There's no real way that that Philip can get.
And that's going to do it. Philip's going to go ahead and scoop it up. Alex will take it, wins the match, and KTOD beating McClunky Gaming here. So McClunky now no longer undefeated, and we will have another match tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Eastern for the final between these two teams, and the winner will take all officially in that match.
Yeah, super exciting.
2 minutes, we'll be back up.
So guys, we are going to take a short break. That is going to do it for the team event today. We're going to take a 2-minute break, come back to you with action from the 6K. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned for more action from BIATL.